Yes, we are 7.5 minutes past the hour. A brand new week today as we start this together. As always, we thank you so much for joining the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Rick and Bubba Adler all join us right after top of the hour, next hour. Right now, it's the kickoff hour with the Good Time Gang as we get things rolling for another day and for some of you another week if you're listening live. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. They'll be unscreened this hour if you give us a call. But we always encourage you to chime in if you feel like you want to join in on the conversation. But without further ado, let's just get the crew in to complete the Good Time Gang. Over to my left is Greg Burgess, and to my right, it is Michael Helms. What's up, guys? Y'all doing good?
Yeah. Boys.
What's up, boys?
Oh, yeah.
Everybody fired up, ready to go?
Yeah.
Sure.
I see that, Coach. We're good. We're good.
Yeah.
We're good. We're good. Well, I know a little bit about everybody's weekend as we look back, and then we'll look ahead as well, the crazy world we live in. But how was y'all's weekend?
It was
personally?
good.
Mine was great. My daughter is expecting her second child, so they were having a baby shower for her. So the three current grandchildren came to my house because Chandler lives right down the road from us. And so me and Taylor, my son, and my son-in-law, we had the kids.
Oh, boy.
Yeah. And they need to work on sharing.
Okay.
Yeah, we're gonna have to work on that. We don't share very well.
Greg, I think when it comes to that, you probably need to take that lesson too. I see how you do Bubba and those peanuts.
Well,
right.
basically.
Okay, they may listen to the show. That may be where they get
But
it.
they were working it out. but every now and then they snatch something from that one. But besides that, everything we had no catastrophes.
Just the sharing.
We went out in the yard and we rode little things and
Okay.
they'd argue over who got to ride that. But that's fine.
Right. Well, I mean,
No,
back
they
to
were
sharing.
really good. We had no breakdowns or anything like
What,
that.
which is it just anything in general, or does each one of them have something they like a lot?
Well, there's a lot of stuff, and you know how it is. If somebody else has it, you want it.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
And, or if we go for it at the same time, somebody beats me to it.
Right.
But they handled it pretty well.
Yeah.
wasn't horrible.
Right.
Every now and then you'd hear feet, and you'd look, and one would be running, the other would be chasing them because they had something.
I'd scream and give it back.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it was great. We
Now,
had
how
a
do the
great
dogs react to them being there?
time. Buddy loves them.
Okay, he does.
Yeah, he was chasing them. Of course, he gets a little carried away and knocks them down.
Right. Yeah.
And for
He's
some
so
reason-
excited, though. I bet.
Some reason Ellis, he's a character anyway. Chandler has a dog named Cleo.
Okay.
Well, he wanted to call Buddy Cleo. And I said, no, that's Buddy. He goes, I know, but I want to call him Cleo. I said, well, if as long as you know.
Got
That's
it.
what
Did Buddy answer to Cleo?
Oh, yeah, he'd come over there.
Now, did Ellis have a hat on? Because I know
Oh,
he
yeah.
wears hats.
He had his big Woody cowboy hat on. His commitment to wearing the Woody cowboy hat is amazing.
Really?
I mean, he'll wear it anywhere.
So he's running around. Hold on, I'm picturing this. He's running around with his Woody cowboy hat on, and Mr.
The whole time.
And Buddy's just chasing him.
Knocking his hat, or Cleo, he was calling him.
Okay.
It was funny. He's like, I know his name's Buddy, but I'm calling him Cleo.
Got it.
I don't know why he wanted to, but I said, well, if that's what you want to do.
And now, what about the weird stray?
She hid from everybody.
That's real skittish.
Yeah. She ran off and hid.
That's so funny. If you don't know about this, Greg's house apparently is a target for strays.
Yeah, let's drop them off there, evidently.
And they've had a very skittish stray that came a month or two ago that they've been taking care of and feeding it. And it won't let you come near it, but it decides it likes to chew everything, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah, chews everything. Drags it out in the yard. It's getting it. She'll let Lisa pet her. She'll let me pet her sometimes, but she's real.
But because of the new dog, have y'all named it?
Oh, yeah, Millie. Millie's got a name.
Oh,
She's been there a
wow.
while.
Now, hold on. Where did we land on Millie? Did you just
I know, Lisa came up with
Okay.
it.
I like that name.
All right, so Millie, and we
Like that name a
had
lot.
a dog named Millie. Millie has now messed up Marty.
Yeah, Marty won't come over.
Marty won't come
I
back.
hadn't seen Marty in 2 months.
So Marty doesn't like Millie.
No, he won't. And him and Buddy got in a fight
Oh,
when
really?
she first showed up. It's just weird, but they've gotten fights before. But so I think she gets on his nerves so bad that he won't come back. So I kind of hate that because he's a good dog.
Yeah. Now, Buddy how do Buddy and Millie do? Okay.
I think she gets on his nerves too.
Yeah.
Every now and then he'll call her, snap her,
Okay.
but she starts most of it.
Yeah. So
But
Millie goes
anyway,
off and hides.
hey
but
people, quit putting dogs out at my
I
house.
know.
Okay, because Lisa's going to feed them,
Right.
and then they end up being
I guess
my
they
dog.
know that.
Buddy was the same way. Somebody let him out. I don't think Chloe's the only dog I ever bought.
Everybody.
All the other ones that we've had since we've been there, where people either let them out or they let one out, and that one had puppies. Mm-hmm. And they ended up with some of the puppies.
Now, you've got a really long driveway. Do they bring it all the way to the house, or do you see it like
I don't
in
know
the
if
yard?
they come out of the back through the woods.
Okay. Uh-huh.
Because there's a road behind me.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Let it out here. The Burgesses will get it.
I don't know, but I'm done with it.
So
At
Millie
one
goes and
time-
hides, and the grandkids are running all over the place, and Millie's nowhere around.
Oh, she wouldn't come out.
Okay.
Which I was kind of glad she'll snap at you.
Oh, really?
But I don't. And one time I had them, they let them out, and then the dog got pregnant. So at one time I had like 8 dogs. It's just crazy, and I just let them run free. I don't put them up.
Right. They're so well trained.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they're well behaved. God night. The male ladies figured out if you'll feed Buddy a milk bone, then he'll shut up. Because he comes out like he's finna eat everybody up, but he's bluffing. But
That's kind of what Coco does.
Yeah.
I feel like she's bluffing.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
I guess I'll have to wait till the day she doesn't bluff.
And
but-
this is a good thing. Like at night, if somebody pulls up, he comes out. He comes out ready to roll, which I like that. But
Well, Leo's our friend.
that when it's my mom or somebody.
Coco's
yeah.
the protector, and I just don't know how far she's willing to go with it. You know what I mean?
Right.
Yeah, he's a few.
She
times.
seems to want to go as far as I
Get
need
that
her
hair
to.
stood up on
Oh
the-
yeah,
yeah.
teeth.
Yeah,
Goodness gracious, teeth showing.
Oh, yeah.
Funny the
yeah.
instant.
Growling
Yeah.
like a leopard.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
I mean,
Just
goodness.
like Leo, one of ours. So my dogs, they don't have tails. Okay, the
Yeah.
tail,
And mine don't either.
and
Why
we
do
share
and
that.
and Leo gets to gets
wonder why
to
they
trying to
whack
shake
dogs' tails off.
the tail, but there's no tail. So the hips are going like, and there's nothing moving, but it's just going crazy. I'm talking about you couldn't move those
Why
hips
do we
any
cut
quicker.
dogs' tails?
I don't know. I have no idea.
They have tails.
I thought
They
it
do have
was.
tails. I thought it was a.
Y'all see it?
I wonder how
good
long if
night.
you let it go. How long it would have been? The tail.
It's pretty long, and
Yeah, that's,
Yeah, I don't know.
there's certain breeds we cut their tail off. We got some we cut their ears off.
yeah, and some Australian shepherds they do have tails.
Yeah. Matter of fact, we
You
had
know?
a choice. They asked us what we wanted to do.
Hmm.
Wow.
But for cleanliness, that's one reason we did it.
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's funny though, but that he's
enough
our
hair for
I'm
stuff to
going to
stick
bark
to.
at everybody, and I'm going to appear as though I'm the man.
Yeah.
But then when you get closer, I really just I'm barking, but my tail's wagging.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, what are you doing?
Yeah, but there's a few times, buddy, I'm like,
Yeah.
Of course, now he come out big and bad. One time, and that goose running back in the house. He come out there like there was 2 geese, and they had little ones with them. They were going through my yard, and Canadian geese, and he come barreling out of there, and I thought, oh no, boy, you know how geese will bow up. Mm-hmm. He hit the brakes, turned, went and hid in the garage.
They we get to run and get that neck out.
Yes, he didn't like
Here
it.
they come. Yeah, like this.
Yeah. Of course, now I seen him take a raccoon out though, so it just depends on what he's doing.
really? He did?
Yeah, violently.
Oh, he did.
Yeah,
Because a raccoon.
Did a raccoon not-
Raccoon's a bad egg.
Yeah, he
it's
really
kind of
is.
small version.
Oh, yeah.
So you're saying baby raccoon?
No, it wasn't baby, but it
Okay.
wasn't huge. I've
I
seen
saw
some
a-
big ones. This was just medium size.
I saw a raccoon and a fox get into it. I'm talking about it looked like one of those cartoons where it's just dust and
Yeah.
boom, pow, all this
Yeah.
kind of stuff. I guess it broke the fox's hip or something. It goes dragging off.
No,
You know.
I saw 2 raccoons get into it with one
Yeah.
another, and that was ugly. Thought they were coming after me, and there was one. I was deer hunting, and one of them was coming towards me, and he was. I thought, gosh, something's wrong with this
Oh,
thing.
yeah.
Well, there was another raccoon behind me, and I didn't realize
territorial.
it. And wow, very territorial. They
Wow.
fought. It was
Yeah,
ugly.
yeah.
It was entertaining, but it was ugly.
This animal segment brought to you by
Yeah, I know. We covered all the animals and how they fight.
Paul made.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 is going to depend on the team members that you surround yourself with. That's why you got to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently. They make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on job qualifications all on one platform. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. Post your job for free at linkedin.com/Bubba. That's linkedin.com/Bubba. Terms and conditions apply.
If you like burritos, which you do because everyone does, you should try Taco Bell's Chipotle Ranch and Salsa Verde grilled chicken burritos. These masterpieces start with a warm flour tortilla that we stuff with grilled chicken. But the real stars here are the bold sauces, Chipotle Ranch or Salsa Verde. In fact, the chicken is the stage upon which these sauces shine. Like this mic is a stage for me to spotlight my theatrical range. 2 chicken burritos, 2 bold flavors, $2 each. Order on the Taco Bell app. At participating U.S. Taco Bell locations for a limited time only. Contact local store for prices, hours, and participation, which vary. Tax extra while supplies last.
Inflation's everywhere. We see it at the pump, the grocery store, heck, even going out on date night. That's why we like using Upside. Upside is an incredible app for anyone who buys gas, groceries, or dines out. With Upside, you can worry less about inflation because you get cash back on every purchase. To get started, download the free Upside app. Use our promo code BUBBA25 and get 25 cents or more back on every gallon of that first tank of gas. That's 25 cents or more back on every gallon using the promo code BUBBA25 or go to the link at rickandbubba.com. You'd like to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are you of all the ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you won't find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Let's get you started with 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. And for premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds look, feel, and sound better than ever. They offer optimized gel tips for the perfect in-ear fit and a 32-hour battery life. Raycons are priced just right. You get quality audio at half the price of the other premium audio brands. Get 15% off your Raycon order at buyraycon.com/Bubba. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful. All right, folks, you've heard us talking about what Relief Factor can do for your pain for several years now. If you struggle with occasional aches and pains due to aging, exercise, everyday living, consider this. Relief Factor is 100% drug-free. It's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. And we kid you not, Relief Factor is for real. And the majority of people who order the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 go on to order more. Try it at relieffactor.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Helix Sleep mattresses are made right here in the USA, and folks, they ship right to your door for free. If you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress and what the 12,000 5-star reviews say on Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off all mattress orders. This is their best offer yet, and it won't last long. That's helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off, or visit rickandbubba.com under sponsors.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Are you prepared for the unexpected? Now, it's only a matter of time before your out-of-warranty vehicles in the shop costing thousands. You can be prepared like us with CarShield. CarShield offers protection plans to fit every budget and includes 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, and rental car eligibility. Call CarShield now to save 20% on your plan, and you'll always be prepared for the unexpected. 1-800-465-6550 or go to carshield.com/Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're rolling back 22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour on the Rick and Bubba Show. We're kicking things off for the guys. That's why it's called that. Rick, Bubba, Adler all join us right after top of the hour, and we thank you so much for being with us today. We're looking back at a very busy weekend. Greg was kind of updating us on his weekend. Helmsy, I know UAB tennis started this past weekend.
Yeah.
Y'all were down in over in Tuscaloosa, however you want to look at it.
What a weekend for me to be just, jump into this tennis thing on a college level. We did go play Alabama Sunday, and so Saturday we thought they have a nice indoor facility, so we thought, hey, Saturday, let's go. It was kind of nasty here anyway,
Yeah,
where
it
we
was.
live. So we thought, you know what, let's go practice the day before. Let the guys get used to those indoor course pretty quick. So let's go let them get used to that. Let's go have a team dinner, come back. We'll go back to Tuscaloosa that morning. We played at 11 a.m., so early start on Sunday. They did beat us. They're tough, as you can imagine. But I will say this: it was 5-2. So for those of you that wonder how tennis is scored on a college level, there's 7 points up for grabs. So you need 4 to win the match.
Got it.
Okay. So you play 3 doubles courts, and whoever wins 2 of those 3 get 1 point towards the team total of 7.
All right.
Got me so far?
I got you.
Then after that's over, you play 6 singles matches for 1 point apiece.
Okay.
We lost 5-2, but I will say this: we were in every single match with the exception of 2.
Okay.
As far as the night, so we were in 7 of the 9 matches, 2 of which went to tie breaks. We won 2. Our number 2, Mihail, he's a Czech guy. Would adopt this kid if I could. He's every parent's dream. Okay,
Wants to
he
adopt
beats
a
the 30th ranked guy in the country.
Oh.
So there was a lot of bright spots yesterday, and you know, here we go, coach speak. But what we have to get our guys to understand is we don't have to beat Alabama to have a special year. If we'll do what we did yesterday, this is going to be a fun team to coach.
Oh, well, there you go.
So,
because, I mean, if it goes down to 2 tie breaks, it means it could have gone either way.
It could have.
You know, so
it
that's
was
good.
There, I will say this, and I think they would agree. There were moments yesterday where Alabama fans and Alabama coaches were going, "Wow, so this is a good ball club we're up against."
Roll Tide.
And,
They tell him you were the difference? Did they tell you that?
Lord, no. Look, I'm an encourager, and you know, I will say this: there was one moment yesterday where, I mean, guys, 4 months ago, I'm a volunteer assistant and hanging out with the guys a couple, days a week, and now it's turned into a full-time gig. There was a moment yesterday where I just kind of looked around and said, I can't believe I get to do this.
Yeah.
This is awesome.
That's great.
And so, yeah, a lot of fun.
Now, do they
And
call, besides coach, what do they call you?
They always ask me what I want to be called. And so they've said, do you want me to call you Helmsy? Do you want me to call you Michael? Do you want me to
Bullethead.
call you Helms? Greg, let's stay away from that. They probably don't need to be calling the coach Bullethead.
Well, if they're listening or watching now, we kind of would like for them to adopt that.
I told them, I said, I don't care. I just don't like Mike. I'm not a big Mike fan. And I said, and they said, and I don't have anything
Mike.
wrong with that name.
glad
I
you
just
didn't
don't
tell
like
us
people.
that.
Well, that's what I was going to
'Cause
say.
we would
And
call him Mike.
I told them that. I said, now that I've told y'all that, y'all will probably call me
course.
There
Mike.
goes cool,
Yeah.
Mike.
And
Thanks, Mike.
it's so funny to hear some of these. All these kids speak multiple languages, and they're so smart. And it's so funny to hear, like on the way home, Saturday especially, there was a debate between, of course, 2 of them are from there. I heard why Bolivia is better than Serbia and vice versa. They were, I mean, just a debate about why. One of them's from there, and it was hilarious. Then yesterday, it was funny. There was a big debate on who of the internationals speak the best English.
Oh.
And a lot of them think they speak better English than they actually do. And one claimed he is the best. He spoke English better than anybody in his country. Just a lot of things like that that's going on behind the scenes with the guys. That's hilarious to me. Got to meet some of the parents yesterday for some of the players that are more the United States kids whose parents come into town. But look, a good first start for us. I know it's not a W, but it was. You hate to go away from a match that you lose and go and try to look at all the positives and go, we wish we would have won. Maybe there were some moments where we should have won, but a lot of good things out of yesterday. So it made me really excited for what's to come.
Yeah,
for sure.
Well, I know that, and Greg, if you want to join in, you feel free to do that. If you want to create a Snap account and we can share pictures with each other every now and then. But
I would like to let you know some of these things.
They're
Greg,
really,
just like and
they're really they're visual location checks is what we use them for.
like Greg, I would have.
I'm not out
loved-
like snapping and
Yeah,
posting.
I think I
stuff.
gave him 1 or 2
Can you
this
just send
weekend.
a picture? Can you just
You
send
could
a picture?
text it, sure.
Yeah, you could, but
Like you're gonna do that?
Like for instance, Greg, I would have loved to have seen the birthday cakes and gifts and stealing and not
You would
sharing.
like to see the gifts from the Robinson.
I would just I'd
mean,
like
the-
you.
No,
not
I
every
would have
show.
liked to see Ellis in his
no, that's
cowboy
right.
hat
Yeah,
running
that would have
around
been a
and
good
then
one.
piling up fighting
No,
for something.
you're not.
That's what I would
But this is why, Greg. This is why I would have liked to seen the gifts stacked up or the cake. Okay, it would have let me know what was going on in your world. See, I'm not worried about. Why are you looking and making that
He's
face?
disgusted. He's not
Look,
going to do
if
it. That's kind of why I brought it up.
Here's
Ain't
what
a
you,
lot- ain't a lot
Greg.
happening in my world.
Greg, here's what you don't do that we do. Okay, like I care what's going on in Speedy's world. Evidently, you don't really care what's going on in your world.
Yeah, I mean, it's just
Like it
not,
made
it's
my
not
day
gonna be
when-
very riveting. Now Saturday was fun when I had
Yeah.
I could probably
Yeah,
get
yeah.
a lot of material out of
Yeah,
that.
if I could see that.
If I could have filmed when one was running with the other one chasing them,
Yeah.
because they had something they wanted,
Yeah.
and when he came by me, he pitched it to me and kept going. About the time he did that, Ellis fell chasing a balloon, and that tripped Pace up, and he crashed in the back of his head. So they're both screaming. And then Mary starts screaming. She don't even know why.
'Cause they're screaming.
That was funny. If I could have,
See, I don't-
but I wouldn't have known that.
Here's
was,
the thing,
if I could have
yeah.
had a heads up,
Greg,
Yeah.
I don't
Then
want
you
to
started
think,
screaming.
because I heard them little feet.
I don't want you
Two
to think
sets
you're
of 'em.
trying to entertain us. I don't care if it's entertaining.
Oh, I do.
Okay, what I care about is like I sent Speedy because I thought he'll forget. I sent him it was just a quick picture of where I was at, and I was inside
funny.
Alabama's indoor facility. Well,
Yeah.
then 5 seconds later, he sends me a picture of him in the woods hunting.
Yeah.
And I'm like, okay, completely forgot you. I didn't know you were doing this today. See, if I'd have just I didn't know you were having all these parties and stuff. It'd have been
we're
fun
partying,
just to
buddy.
get a little
how about when
snapshot.
the dudes are in charge?
Maybe I get that ugly dog hanging around.
Greg,
Yeah,
just tell
that's
us
it.
if you don't want us to care about your life. Once we leave here, we won't.
Well, I mean,
I was
all.
pretty relaxed in the hardwoods.
I would have been too.
sleep.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Whether you're making big changes this new year or you're just settling back into a consistent routine, chances are you could use some audio accompaniment. On this journey, I know that for me, that's crucial. A good pair of wireless earbuds is indispensable in 2023. For premium audio at the perfect price point, you got to go with Raycon. Raycon's everyday earbuds, they look, they feel, and they sound better than ever. With optimized gel tips for that perfect in-ear fit, these earbuds are so comfortable and they will not budge. Trust me, Raycons give you 8 hours of playtime and a 32-hour battery life, and they're priced just right. With Raycons, you get quality audio at half the price of the other audio brands, and it's no wonder their everyday earbuds have over 50,000 five-star reviews. Now's the time for you to check them out for yourself. Go to buyraycon.com/Bubba today. We'll get you an additional 15% off your Raycon order. That's buyraycon.com/Bubba to score 15% off. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day. You do that and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? Legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA. Have you tried an American-made Helix sleep mattress yet? Unlike a lot of other mattress companies, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility right here in the States. You order, they ship your mattress directly from their facility right to your front door for free. And if you don't love it after 100 days of sleeping on it, they'll come pick it up for a full refund. But based on how we feel about our mattress, which we love, by the way, and the 12,000 five-star reviews what they're saying about Helix Sleep mattresses, we know you'll love yours too. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you and your partner with a perfect mattress just for you. Plus, you've got that 100-day risk-free trial. They also have plus-size mattresses and kids' mattresses ranked best mattress winner by Parents Magazine. Head to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll get you $350 off all mattress orders. That's the best offer yet. helixsleep.com/Bubba for $350 off your mattress. Folks, we've been talking about Relief Factor on our show for quite some time now. Do we guarantee Relief Factor is going to lower or eliminate your occasional aches and pains? No, we never make a claim like that. But what I can tell you is that the majority of folks who ordered the 3-week quick start pack for only $19.95 go on to order more. Now, what we really like about Relief Factor is it's 100% drug-free. It's a supplement that's made up of ingredients that simply help your own body deal with its natural inflammatory response. For a lot of us, that's very important. Getting older, working outside in the warm weather, even exercising can cause frustrating aches and pains, or maybe it's the occasional back, shoulder, or hip pain that's bothering you. Relief Factor has helped us and so many of our friends, so when you think of it this way, is $1 a day too much to see if you can get out of some of that frustrating pain? To order this 3-week quick start pack for $19.95 plus shipping and handling, just go to relieffactor.com. That's relieffactor.com. Let's see if we can get you out of some of that pain. Also, you can go to rickandbubba.com. Look under the sponsors button for a link. Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
All right, 25 minutes until top of the hour. We are just kind of sitting back, shooting the bull, and getting ready for the guys to join us right after top of the hour, kicking things off and looking ahead to a very busy week together. We have recapped a lot of the weekend with Greg and Helms. They've had pretty busy weekends and pretty entertaining stuff. You had mentioned snapping me, Helms, which is a location check of you. Really, it's just texting pictures to each other of hey, you ain't gonna
snap me.
You ain't gonna believe what I'm doing.
It's like he's assaulting you or something.
Yeah, and it was
What'd
was
you do to
you.
deserve that?
It was you with the men's tennis team at UAB over at Alabama and all this, and just kind of a reminder, hey, this is what I'm doing.
Yeah.
And I quickly responded back of a picture of hardwoods.
Yes, you did.
And I was hanging on the side of a tree.
Nice little view you had.
Yeah, it was really nice. And the reason for that is, you know, Reese, and I know yours are young and they'll go through different parts of their life. I know with Taylor, Greg, he's off on his own, very successful at what he does, and pretty busy. So
kids.
I know the goal and the attempt might be there to hunt, but sometimes life gets in the way and he just can't go. Well, Reese doesn't have the responsibilities he does, but he is working and he is pretty busy. And when the season started, I mean, boy, we're sighting in his rifle. I mean, we're getting everything together, and he's like, I am all in.
We all do that.
And I think he's been once. It's just
that's
because
about the way mine usually goes.
Yeah, I mean, I think one weekend he's like, "Hey, I'm going duck hunting with a guy, whatever."
Well, that kind of,
so that kind of does count. But as far as rifle deer, whitetail deer hunting, he just hadn't been able to go just because he works so much, and then when he's finally off, he wants to sleep in, and then maybe back. Weather's been kind of weird this year as well. So sometimes when maybe an afternoon hunt's possible, it might be raining or 70 degrees.
We went through that freeze. Nobody wants to sit out in that.
Yeah. By the way, I have a friend that did go sit out in that, and pretty funny story of his
Well, I hope
experience.
he killed something.
he killed a bunch of time, is what he did.
If I'm out for that, because I think the deer were even like, we ain't getting out there.
Yeah. I'm laying down. What are you doing? But he declared, Reese, hey, and the message got to me through my wife. Hey, I think Reese wants to go hunting this weekend. And I was like, well, why didn't you tell me? And well, we were just talking. He mentioned it. I said, oh, okay. So I reach out to him. Hey, are you really wanting to go hunting? Because I don't want him to do the typical thing that most 18-year-olds do, and that is tell me the night before at 9 o'clock, hey, I want to go hunting tomorrow morning. And he could go on his own, but he knew I might be going down and all this. And the Lenores are always so kind to let us hunt. And so I like to give them a heads up if we would like to go, just so they know what's going on and all that. So he's like, yeah, I'd like to do a Saturday morning hunt. I was like, really? On your off day?
That hurt.
You know, you get up at 4-something every morning. You want to get up again that early?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm all in. I'm like, okay, all right, just so you know. But look, where we're going, it's 4-wheeling and all this, so we got to get there a little early, you know, get settled in, you know, walk into the stands and all that. So it's an early rise, and I got it. And for those of you that do not know where we go hunting, it would probably be a 45 to 50-minute drive. It's an easy drive, but it's just that's how far it is. So you got to back time all that and get there and unload. And so when you do that, if you're wanting to get there at 5:45 Central, our time, then now you got to backtrack, leaving at 4:55 to get there by then, which means waking up at 4:20, 4:30 and getting dressed and all that. And so I reminded him of that. He's like, I'm all in. I was like, all right. Well, let's go then. I'd love to spend some time with you.
Sure.
He's like, okay, I might drive separate though. I'm like, really? He goes, yeah, I'm not going to stay for an afternoon hunt. I'm only doing the morning. I'm like, well, if this helps you some, I'm not either, because back to Saturday where we live, there was rain scheduled all week, all during the afternoon. And I was like, I'm coming back too, so no worries there. So it's all right, let's go. So we jump in the car. Of course, he's half asleep, but he's used to getting up early. And whenever the boys are in the truck, they love playing DJ. You know, I'm like, hey, let's go. And he loves old country music. Okay, he'll go to he'll go, but he's like, Dad, these are new artists that sound old, you know, like they're old country artists, but they're not. And so we go through all that. Before you know it, we're pulling up, and so we're unloading and we're ready to go. And it's so early. It is so early. So we go in and here we go. We're rolling and we get to where we're gonna park the 4-wheeler and then get off and walk in. And you have a pretty long walk, but you get to a point where it splits. And he was going to one stand and I was going to the other in two different hollers, okay? And so at night, he's only been there one time his entire life. We got snake eyes up to a certain point, but then it's like you got to know where it is. And so I'm like, man, I got to walk him in. So if not, he's going to walk up to this ridge and just be walking around. Isn't that a miserable feeling when you're having to wait till it gets daylight to find your stand?
I've done that, got lost.
So I'm like, I'm going in. And I normally don't wear heavies walking in because you get hot. You start sweating. Yeah. I normally just put them on my backpack or something like that, and then if I get cold, put them on when I get up. But we went ahead and got dressed and all this kind of stuff, so now I'm getting hot. All right, because it's not quite as cold as they claimed it was going to be Saturday morning. They said it was going to be in the mid-30s, and it was probably 41 or so. And so now I'm getting hot, and he's getting hot, and I get him to where he's going. And so now I got to make the long track back to where I'm going. And so by the time I finally do that, I sit down, I get up in the stand, and I'm a sweaty mess, okay? I am sweating like it's 2 o'clock, and I'm at a ballpark, all right? I mean, straight up, I am sweating. I'm ripping stuff off. I'm hanging jackets. I'm like, how about when you go ahead and sit down, you declare, I'm not going to see a thing. If there's a deer stupid enough to come walking through here.
After all this, I'm done.
With this stinky, sweaty mess, then it deserves to be taken.
I've been kicking around the woods for 30 minutes.
It sounds like we've been rolling in leaves, okay? And here I come. And if they can't hear me breathing, they surely can smell me. And, of course, I sit there, and I don't see a thing. And neither does Reese. But he even announced. And why do hunters say this? Because I think we honestly, deep down inside, mean it, but we really want to see. You know, I don't care if I see anything. I just want to just relax and sit in the hardwoods.
I
think that there is some
good for
truth
about an
to
hour
that.
and a half.
Right, but we would all agree we do want to see.
It would be better if we were seeing
Yeah.
the animals that we're in search of.
And
Hey,
like I
son.
said, I enjoy the surrounding for a small time.
Yeah.
Not the entire 4 or 5 hours or what I'm out
Right.
there.
Right. Hey, son, hey, look, now, the wind's pretty good for you and all this kind of stuff. And Tommy was going around towards, the swamp. Anytime you say swamp, he's like, oh, you're going to see a big one. And he's going around to a corner or whatever. We got it pretty much covered. We got the hardwoods covered and all the hollows covered. And he said, Dad, I really don't care if I see anything. And he goes, I just want to relax. I've been going so hard. And I was like, no, we really probably want to see something. But I get what you're saying, Well, about wrap-up time, of course, the text messages, David Moore is there, and then Tommy Lenore is there, and they're just, 6 point, 2 does, half rack, and I'm just sitting there just looking at squirrels because they're up.
Oh, yeah.
And
I'll let you know.
And it just didn't happen. It's just all about where you are and all that. It didn't happen. The wind was pretty good for me, but so we're wrapping up, and it's, hey, let's meet back at the meeting spot. I know when we walked in, it was dark, but now it's not. You're just going to walk off down the back of that ridge and get into that little holler, and then just kind of walk back towards kind of. You'll see me, So when we meet up, starving. By the way, we couldn't be any hungrier. And then JC apparently was texting with him, and Reese was like, "Hey JC, they got an inter squad today, a scrimmage, and I think he's wanting me to come to the game, or I told him I might." And I'm like, "Really? I didn't even know they were inter squad." And he goes, "Dad, it's not a parent thing. It's just I'm the cool brother that might go to the game." So now I've got pressure to get him back. And I said, "Well, I don't really know if I want to hustle back. I mean, how quick are we having to turn this around? It's around 10 o'clock." He goes, "I think it starts around 11 something." I was like, "Well, buddy, we're not going to make that. We're 45, 50 minutes away. If we pulled out right now, we're still standing where we were hunting.
Yeah.
We're 20 minutes to get back to the truck." He's like, "All right, I'll let him know." So we got that going on. And then before I know it, he's got us in a family Snapchat group, and it's showing me walking and stuff. So he's having fun with Dad. He's having a lot of fun with Dad to the family. And I don't know what came over me, but there was this log that was, I say log, a big, huge branch that had fallen from a tree. And, if you've been through the hardwoods, you got trees that have fallen and stuff, and sometimes they fall onto the path that you walk on. Well, sometimes we do ride the four-wheeler out to different parts in there, so it's an obvious trail. And every time I'm riding that, it's just big. You got to boom it. You jump over it and hit it, and everything goes flying and stuff. I'm like, I'm moving this branch now. It's kind of big. It's pretty thick. And Reese was like, "What are you doing, Dad?" And I was like, I'm getting this. I'm getting this branch. He goes, "You need help? I got it." And, we got rifles on our shoulders. We got the backpacks. They're unloaded, by the way, rifles. And so I pick it up, and he's now doing play-by-play. "Oh, pretty good, Dad." And now we still got our heavies on, and now I'm really sweating again, and I'm wanting to take it all off. Well, I walk it, and you know how sometimes you got to walk it, and it's a long branch, so you're trying to walk it far enough into the woods to where the end of the branch still isn't covering the path.
Got it.
So now I'm off in it, and now I'm stepping on old limbs and things that are underneath the
Got a little weight in
yeah,
arms.
yeah, and I'm still trying to cover it. Well, my right boot gets lodged underneath something that was underneath the leaves
You've
that
been
I
known
couldn't
to break
see.
an ankle.
And I go to lift my right foot again, and it's stuck underneath something. So I go with my left, and I'm still holding the branch. And I hear Reese, "Dad." And I'm like, "I got it." And I go to falling because I get top heavy and I can't get my right boot out from under whatever it's stuck under.
Yeah.
Another rotten limb or something that's underneath there. And I think I fall from here to the almost the gold ticket seat.
Especially with weight in your hand.
You're already unbalanced.
Yeah,
so,
yeah. And I look like I do a headfirst slide into second base, but it's into the middle of just
I wish you'd have snapped that.
Yeah, just leaves.
Did he go
safe? Hey, he got to laughing so hard, and he said, "Dad, you almost had it." He said, "I could tell that boot got unhinged between whatever it was under at the last second, and you couldn't quite get it back up under you." And it was just I'm talking about face plant, rifle slides off of me, and I got dirt all over me. It was a mess. but we had a good time together. But it was an absolute
and like I said, you remember the time you broke your ankle walking in the mud?
Yeah.
So
Especially
you've been known to get hurt.
Especially when I was kind of trying to show off and let him know that, hey, I got this. I'm sorry, I just got a text from Reese. Hey, Dad, good morning. Hey, my truck sounds weird.
Oh, that's never good.
Define weird.
That's great.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
They say they'll get your biggest tax refund. Jackson Hewitt says your biggest tax refund guaranteed, and a chance to double your tax refund. Thousands in weekly prizes during the Double Your Refund sweepstakes. Your biggest refund times 2, twice the money, so forget about them. File your taxes on the double at Jackson Hewitt today. No purchase necessary to enter or win. Open to U.S. residents 18 or older who file a 2022 federal tax return. Promotion ends 4/2/23. Visit jacksonhewitt.com for rules.
As a Walgreens pharmacist, I talk with people all the time about little tips and tricks for filling their Medicare prescriptions, like taking advantage of Walgreens 90-day refills to save them a trip, or using Refill by Scan, which is super easy and right on your phone. And for anybody worried about prescription costs, I say, hey, we got you, with low-cost copays on many medications.
Let's talk about making things easier. Walgreens is here. Fill your way and save at walgreens.com/Medicare. See pharmacists for restrictions and exclusions.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
If you are 65 or older, you know this. Watching your hard-earned dollars fly out the window on healthcare costs is so frustrating, but here's some great news. If you missed the December 7th deadline for open enrollment, it's not too late. Here's something that can really help. It's MediShare 65 Plus. MediShare is a community of Christians who share each other's healthcare bills. It's people who encourage and pray for each other too. MediShare 65 Plus is a low-cost option for those with Medicare Parts A and B, and it fills in the gaps where Medicare stops. It's a great way to fight inflation, too. You can lock in one low monthly price for up to 10 years. Plus, it's easy. You can use any Medicare-approved doctor or get 24/7 telehealth access from the comfort of your home. So worth looking into. MediShare 65 Plus is open for enrollment, and if you join right now, before January 31st, your second month will be free. So don't miss this chance. Call 844-SHARE-65. That's 844-SHARE-65. 844-SHARE-65.
Folks, do you need to hire new people? Well, as a small business owner or a hiring manager, you know that success in 2023 all depends on team members you surround yourself with. That's why you have to check out LinkedIn Jobs. With LinkedIn Jobs, you can hire qualified candidates more efficiently by matching open roles with people who have the skills, values, and experiences to help you achieve your goals. And they go beyond resume data by using insights from your job post, company, and their 875 million member profiles to put your post in front of the most qualified candidates, and they make it easy to screen and rate applicants based on your job qualifications, all on one platform. And that's just part of why small businesses rate LinkedIn Jobs #1 in delivering quality hires versus the other leading competitors. They'll help you find the qualified candidates you want to talk to faster. And right now you can post your job for free at LinkedInBubba.com. That's LinkedInBubba.com. Terms and conditions apply. Sure, we'd love to drop those leftover pandemic pounds, but how sick are all of you, like me, seeing these ads for weight loss pills and fad diets? I've been there, I've done that, they don't work. I'll tell you what works. Eating 5 healthy servings of fruits and vegetables a day, you do that and the weight can fall off, but A, vegetables, not a huge fan, or maybe B, who has time to prepare for that every day? legitimate concerns. Let's talk Field of Greens. Field of Greens is a science-backed formula of specific fruits and vegetables you're not going to find in any other product. Proper nutrition reboots your metabolism so you burn calories faster and you lose weight a healthier way. And Field of Greens is the only brand backed by a better health promise. Yes, you'll look and feel healthier fast, but the greater proof comes at the next checkup when your doctor says, wow, you've lost weight, whatever you're doing, keep it up. Let's get you started. 15% off your first order. Visit fieldofgreens.com. Use the promo code BUBBA. Fieldofgreens.com, promo code BUBBA.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba.
It's 8 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in. This portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at SSI. Look, as we start the new year, we've been talking a lot to the business owners, those that maybe manage advertising and trying to get the word out about what you do as far as what you offer to the public and maybe how to do that. Well, our national sponsorship team at SSI has asked us to remind you that as you do that, use the power of this program and another popular program they syndicate to help you accomplish your goals in 2023 and reach our loyal listeners and viewers each and every day. That's why we call them the Rick and Bubba Army. There's something else. When it comes to, don't just think radio. Now, even though we have 50 of the greatest radio stations in the country, brave enough to call this the home for Rick and Bubba, but we have our YouTube, our Blaze TV feeds. We have 24/7 TuneIn. .com digital radio. We have the social media platforms, the podcast, the online showcasing opportunities at rickandbubba.com. So tap into all these platforms. If you'd like to do that, call them at 203-431-0790 or just drop them an email. Rick, spell out and Bubba at syndicatedsolutions.com. And we look forward to getting your message out to the masses. All right, so as we roll on, we've been looking at a very busy weekend, and after next segment, top of the hour, the main show starts. So be standing by for that.
I tell you, I'm getting something I'm going through right now. Both of you have been through, and y'all are past this stage. And I'm going to need to lean on you too at some point. But I am getting a ton of car pressure on the Caroline side of things.
Oh, I bet you are.
She turned 16, and towards the middle end of March is when I was planning on doing this. She turned 21st is when she turns 16. But I thought, you know what? Probably around March we'll start that process pretty heavy, get her something. And I'm not into buying kids new cars. I think the parents that do that are ridiculous. But I'm gonna get her something nice and safe and those type things.
Dependable.
And so yeah. And so. Boy, it started last week.
Oh, really?
And I'm getting it's as much from Amanda as it is Caroline. I don't know what's going on. I'm like, hey, let me get to February, and then I've kind of kicked the can down the road to February.
Right.
Let me get to about 15th of February, and then we'll get serious about it. Well, I started getting emails last week from our folks at America's First going, hey, I need this, this, and this, and I'm like, what in the world? I mean,
found one.
And Amanda sends me a link about every day of a different car. What do you think about this? What do you think about this? And I'm just like, I don't have time to think about a car right now. That's why I wanted February 15th or the 20th.
So Amanda's already started the process.
She has, and she's found one now. And I'm like, babe, I don't think it's necessary. Well, hey, somebody's going to snatch this up, and they're trying to sell me on it. Over the weekend, I'm in, doing something for the first time, so there's some excitement and maybe even a little bit of anxiety and nervousness about it, and I'm getting car pictures every 10 minutes.
Sure.
And I'm like, hey, tap the brakes, no pun intended.
That's how she did with the dog, too.
I know. And so, and then I get pictures of Caroline standing by a car. They went that far with it Saturday to
they
looking.
Went car hopping?
Yes.
That's funny.
Hey, and the pictures of her standing by cars doing this.
Oh, my goodness.
Are you serious?
Yes. And I'm like, goodness gracious. It was not like this with Braden. Braden was like, if you want to get me a car, that's fine. If not, I got plenty of buddies that can drive me around. That was his mindset.
Right.
And we got him a safe. I don't know if it's dependable, but we gave him a safe, pretty nice car. It was taken care of, a ton of miles on it. He's a boy. The insurance is going to be sky high either way. And so he's never won. His seat now is his front seat's messed up to where evidently these big, huge water bottles that they're making these days, that all the craze is about, these big, I don't know if they're ceramic. They're not ceramic, but they're like metal, and they're huge, and people were just going nuts over them, which is ridiculous. And one of them got up under the seat of his car, and it snapped. It was wedged in between, and when he sat down, it took the bar that moves, that connects the both rails on each side to move the seat up and down. It knocked that bar off.
So
Well, now his seat won't go up or down. Now, luckily for him, it's in his position where he can get in it, and it doesn't move or anything like that. It's fine. But if I want to get in it, I'm too close. If Amanda wants to get in it, she's too far, and so it's really difficult to drive his car right now because it's popped that screw out of there from that water bottle being underneath, and anyway. So got that going.
Well, it looks like you got another car. You're gonna quickly learn what my life was like or has been like, and it's that our driveway looks like a used car lot.
Yeah, you're
There's
right.
cars. Hey,
phase.
somebody move your car. I gotta get out. Or hey, who's leaving first? I mean, I'm always in the back, right?
Yeah.
Who's now? And Reese is the second up. All right, so he's out. So we've always got to be positioned to where we can get out first. But the night before, it's pretty funny. Matter of fact, some of the neighbors have said, y'all's musical cars, it's pretty funny. It entertains us greatly. How y'all trying to position cars for the next morning.
So everybody can move.
You don't want a pile of them on the road either, so you try to keep those away.
Well, and I haven't had to have this conversation. I don't think I have to. I think he just kind of looks at life and sees it. But probably going to get Carolina a little something nicer because you know what? She takes care of things a little better. Not only that, she's already got a job. Like she's starting to work in the I think after spring break part-time, and then in the summer going to carry that on. And so there's some things going on there but I don't need the car pressure at the moment.
Well, it sounds like if the bank
you try to push it off to
there's no
February
reason
15th.
if we purchase it now, we ain't gonna be able to drive it. So what are we doing?
Greg, wouldn't you
You
agree?
won't miss it.
The bank has called him, and they sent pictures of her standing by what she wants. I think it's over for you.
Yeah.
They've probably already bought it, and I don't even know.
Sounds like that.
It's kind of that is what they did with the dog.
Yeah.
A deposit was put down behind my back.
Rick and Bubba.
According to the wildlife biologist, we know that all the males are there for one reason: there's got to be a female. The researchers beat through the bush and started pulling up tall grass until they found her, a massive egg-laying female that weighed in at 115 pounds.
Good night. Look at that.
Including Argo, she was there with 7 male pythons.
Good grief.
8 snakes, which is called a breeding aggregation.
All kinds of new words today in snake world.
They were the most found in any one place in southwest Florida to date. The pythons have been steadily spreading for years. It matches the largest aggregation found in the known hotbeds of central and eastern Everglades.
Look on RBTV.
Good night. Look at that thing.
That's a big son of a...
Now, Rick, if I'm the guy with a tracker and I'm tracking and I go, well, Argo's in this area, and then we turn out 7 more besides him.
Good grief.
Boy, you talking about stepping lightly in there, huh?
Bubba.
That's where I call in a cruise missile attack.
Well, right.
Let's bomb the Everglades.
Look, give me one that's not headed to Syria, and let's put one on this place. Bubba, did you see what they found in their stomachs?
Oh, yeah. And, Rick, get this. So with those 8 snakes, I mean, you're talking literally hundreds of pounds of snake. Think how much they have to eat a day to stay alive.
Well, to your point, they said that the small mammals, such as rabbits, possums, and raccoons, are so hard to find now. They're moving on. They found, listen to this, bobcat claws. They're now starting to eat bobcats. Deer hooves. They found small deer, I guess. And then, of course, birds and rabbits and possums and raccoons. They're just knocking out everything. So it's a real problem. So maybe tracking a male is the way to wipe. Are they wiping them out? This one they just showed looks like they killed it.
Yeah, I think they killed all of them but Argo, who they released again. So he'll lead them to another trove.
Well, at least that's doing something.
Ooh,
Yeah,
I found. Ooh, I look at this. Ooh.
There is
we
no
got a
good
hunter
pictures.
that rescued a deer from a python's death grip.
What? Well, they're finding deer
Well, I hadn't
hooves
seen it, so
inside
where
their
is it?
stomach.
Oh man, just wait till the ad finishes here. Good night. Look at that.
Rick, I can't imagine much worse than being in an area with 8 pythons in it.
Is that the walking dog for you?
Well, to me, I mean, it just has to be a snapshot of what hell looks like.
Yeah.
You know?
Could you even be walking with them going, hey, we're closing down on that?
No, why would I?
Yeah, you could.
Who wants to be in all that mess?
Look at that. On RBTV, we're showing a python. It's got a deer.
Oh, yeah.
Oh my goodness.
What's he-
Oh wow. That's a big snake.
That deer's as good as dead. There's nothing can be done for that deer. Did he freeze it?
He tries.
What's it got him around the neck?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, sure.
I'm sure it does.
And just gripping, too. It's over.
Yeah.
There's nothing you can do right there,
Long
sir.
gone.
Wow, look at that.
Well, why does a deer lay down and let him get around his neck like that?
Well,
I doubt he let him.
I think
Bubba.
he used his teeth and jerked him down. Yeah.
Well, yeah, he just laid down here. Get me.
Yeah, look at that face. That's a terrible face right there, isn't it?
Golly. Oh, he is still.
Okay, so he came up, and now the. All right, the snake has let go. I'm sorry, we're doing play-by-play.
Yeah,
See,
we're
they
looking right now.
He needs to give that snake the old neck massage with a machete.
It looks like it's too late for that deer. That deer's not.
I
There's
was
no
about
way
to
that
say-
deer survived that.
No, it didn't look
That
like it.
deer's.
But he said the video said it saves it, doesn't it?
Well,
That's what it
you know,
thought,
I don't know.
maybe.
Was he over giving the deer mouth to mouth right now?
Look at the color pattern on that evil thing.
Well, yeah, there's something about that pattern.
Bubba, is this the sole reason you don't turkey hunt?
Well,
Well, then we don't have pythons.
I know, but
Not
I'm just
yet.
saying
Not
snakes. I'm
yet.
talking about snakes.
Did
in
you see him
general.
stomp at it, Bubba, with his foot?
Tender-hearted hounds need that deer
I
to
said,
get up right
I said,
now.
get.
I can't believe you let the snake get away.
And he slithered down that path right there.
All right, that's it.
Please.
Rick, that
Come
thing
on,
has
deer.
to eat a lot. You
I'm
know
pulling
it
for
does.
you.
Is that it?
I don't know. He just left us hanging.
It just went dark, but it's got more video.
It's rolling. It was 20 feet long.
I mean, hey, this thing, I came up there and that snake, I thought it was a rattler. And I realized pretty quick, there's much more. And he went right out that path right there. Wow. It is 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. Another hour, another day, another week. Glad that you're here. This hour starts as it has since America was attacked way back in 2001. We began this hour with the national anthem, and we do it again today. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour, coming to you from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. From Sweet Home, Alabama to the world, Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, and Helmsy have already given you a kickoff hour on all the Rick and Bubba platforms. The big boy statue standing here in the No Name Studio with his reassuring eyes and his smile, saying, look, everything gonna be all right. Eddie Van Adler gives you the YouTube experience. He settles into his booth, gets his mic ready for more brilliant commentary today and showing you what it looks like. If you enjoy sausage, Adler will show you how it's made. So you can watch that on our YouTube channel. Just subscribe there. You get alerts anytime something new is happening there, including the live show every day. All we are missing is the silver tongue one. The man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Come on in.
I've been knocked down, drug out, left for dead, barely held together by a few old threads. Hey, I'm still here, there ain't much left to see. No, everybody say it. Well, I'm still holding on, but there ain't much left of me. There ain't much left of us, but we're here.
That's
Boy,
so true.
Oh, that song resonates.
Oh, doesn't it?
Been knocked down, drug out, and left for dead.
Held together by a few old threads.
Yep. Ain't much left to see. All right, so we'll unpack another one.
Sometimes there's lyrics that just really hit home.
Amen.
That's it.
Amen.
It's kind of like Zach Tyson and Redneck Christmas.
Exactly. Or even White Trash.
White Trash Christmas.
But I knew exactly what you meant.
But talking about a redneck Christmas, white trash.
Yeah, really, that's what we would call it. So anyway,
There's a difference.
We'll look back over a very by the way.
I knew it was wrong when I said it.
I know. That's all right.
Yeah.
You know what? You were so close. You don't get half credit. If I was grading you paper, it wouldn't be completely red. Just be a little note I'd make.
Off to the side.
I'm giving you partial credit here.
Yeah, we'll take it.
Look, I made a living off partial credit. That's how I got out of school.
Yeah. I'll take 6 out of 10 anytime.
You couldn't beat me on a discussion question because I could remember a few key words.
Yeah.
Throw that in there with a little just ramble. Get a partial credit or two. You're out. You passed.
Yeah. Now, getting the kids through high school, I would tell them, look, go to the teacher and do this, that, and the other. And at one point, Terry looked to see, how do you know what to tell him? That's how I got through high school.
Yeah. Many people said to you, Speedy, probably to you, Bubba, to all of us in here, if you just work this hard at what we're requiring of you,
right?
Yeah.
As hard as you work to get around it, you'd be fine. And I said, well, everybody has their skill set. There's talent to this too.
Yeah.
So
you hate to say it, but there is.
There really is, and I hate to say this more. It probably has served me more in real life than any of the other did. So let's unpack a weekend. I know the kickoff hour, they've unpacked a few stories. I have. We'll also look at stories that developed while we were away that are ongoing stories. Apparently, the president has got classified documents laying everywhere. More were found over the weekend. So we'll talk about that a little bit. And what was funny is today I was, Bubba, I've learned this over the years because when we grew up, see everybody making fun of you and laughing at yourself was actually part of life. People didn't protect you from that. And of course, when I got out,
you might as well laugh at yourself.
I found in the real world, again, back to real world, that's probably good to have that skill to be able to cope with that a little bit.
Yep.
And so yesterday after church, Sherry and she said, we're going today to get you some new jeans. Okay, what's happened? It's like when you
not Jean Day for Chubby Boy.
What you went through.
Yeah.
And so we did that, and I can get into that another more, but so today I got up and I have a new pair of jeans and a new shirt. And so I was over there, and I said, Sherry was up, because she's been getting up with me this year.
How's that going?
Good, real good. Yeah, it's going real good. And so so she said, I said, I don't know about this today. And she said, what are you talking about? You don't want to wear your new jeans and your new shirt? I said, well, Greg's going to make fun of me.
Yeah.
And she said, are you serious? No, Greg, here's what you're going to love. She goes, I said, I even know what some he'll pick from. And she goes, Greg so well, even what he's. I said, yeah. I said, first of all, there'll be something revolving first day of school, picture day, and then I said, look, Greg, I'm over it. I'm fixing my field of greens, and I said, and he could go with the song. She said the song. I said, oh yeah, Ricky's got his new jeans on.
Lord have mercy.
Greg, and she goes, what? I said, Ricky's got his new jeans.
And it starts off like this.
And she goes, you already know what song he's going to sing and some one-liners you thought. I said, yeah. I said, so if I can get through that, I can probably enjoy this today. So, Greg, I want you to know that Ricky's got his new jeans on.
You do.
It's picture day at school, or it's first day of school.
It's a little early for spring pictures, but you're ready.
I like your tactics
Get it over
here.
with.
Hey, take it from him.
New jeans. Ricky got a new jeans on.
Take it from him.
Greg, you should have seen her face. She goes, I said, it's going to go something like that. I said, I'm not,
you covered all the
I don't have the specifics, but it's going to come out of that.
It's in that area.
Absolutely. Lord have mercy. Ricky got his new jeans on.
There you go.
Think of the rest of the day now.
Yes. So.
Like tight britches running folks in ditches.
That's exactly what I was talking about. Of course, then she asked me an uncomfortable question if you got our gift to Chandler to the shower, but I hope that happened.
He's looking around now.
I don't know that I'd buy into that.
He looked left.
I'm pretty confident
right.
that I did.
I was
pretty confident that I did.
I was asked the direct question, and here's all I said. I said, Sherry, here's what I can say, because Sherry and I were in Atlanta, and Sherry missed the baby shower, but we talked about this, and I said, Sherry, this is all I can say. I came to work with Chandler's gift for the new sweet baby. I know that Greg said he left the office with it. That's all I can tell you.
I got it.
After that, I can't say anything else.
I did. I got it there.
Okay, good. And
I got
I've seen that look,
Greg.
before.
I have too.
I just hope I put it in the right place.
I'm concerned about this look.
Greg, but she should have got it at the shower Saturday.
Well, no, but I brought it to the house.
You're right.
Well, I don't know what they got at the shower.
You don't recall seeing it?
Okay.
No, I wasn't allowed to the shower.
Oh, that's right. You weren't there. That's right.
Well, I was when it was over, but they
I know.
put
I see what
everything
you're saying.
up. I know what you're saying.
Did you walk in with a gift and say,
I brought it.
"Dear Lisa, this is for Chandler"?
She wasn't home, but I just left it and she found it.
Very good.
But
she
found it. Are you sure?
Greg,
I put it on the table.
It even said "Sweet Little Mary Hollis" on it.
Oh, it's beautiful. I remember everything about it. I promise.
Well,
I promise I got it.
Greg, since I was in that thing that we've discussed, and I know, and there'll be one of the things we'll discuss today too, I know it makes no sense, especially the cost of fuel and all that. I honestly think that we would be better, Sherry and me, if we met wherever we went. I'll see you in Atlanta.
Yeah.
And I took my car, she took hers.
Yeah, amen.
Right.
Yeah.
I know that makes no sense.
I know what you're
I know
talking
that
about.
makes no sense.
Right.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rolling Stone. Wanna see my picture on the cover?
All right, I did not know the ACMs were last night. I didn't see any of that, but they said one of the things that everyone was looking for was Carrie Underwood's new face. Now, when I first saw this, I thought this was a plastic surgery, had a little work done, but she seemed a little young for that, and it's not tied to that. It's tied to a freak random accident she had back in November that they said left her, according to herself, she said, not quite looking the same. It involved 40 to 50 stitches, and I guess people, this first time she's been back out in public or on TV, is probably a better way to put it, since that happened, I guess.
Yeah, I remember when the accident happened, and
Broke her wrist too, I think.
Yeah, but I'm looking at the pictures. I can't tell any difference, and most of the people that watched the show that were on social media couldn't tell any difference.
Well, Greg could.
What all did she have
I
done?
just said her bottom lip looked thicker. I don't know where the injury was.
Well, this is Greg's expertise here, looking for something to make fun of on somebody.
No, I wasn't making fun of it.
I'm
I'm
not
just trying
saying
to see look different. I think that looked a little different.
But Greg, you're the one who
Sometimes
made us notice
they get a little filler to do that anyway, you know.
Yeah, what I'm saying, Greg, you're the one that made us notice wide-faced people,
Yeah.
people whose ears are too low.
You seen what that kid did?
This is all your area, Greg. So
No, but all I was saying, I was watching. I'm like everybody else. I was going, okay, let me see what the big deal is here. And the only thing I could figure, and not that I remember, but it just seemed like her lip looked a little weird.
Greg,
you did think her lip looked a little weird.
Yeah, I mean nothing like major.
Well, I can't really tell any difference. I mean, when all of this had been made about it, I thought, well, she's going to look visibly different, but I can't tell any different.
No.
What's this been? What?
Yeah, I'm so stupid because
what did she do? Did she fall down? Was that the
I guess
She fell down the back stairs or something.
freak random accident. I don't really know what happened. Here's how stupid I am. I kept hearing all about this, and I was trying to flip by, and I said, man, Carrie Underwood really does look different. And then my wife said, that's Miranda Lambert. I said,
oh, wow.
Oh, okay. All right. Well, you're right.
And then they just showed Nicole Kidman. Now, she does look different.
Yeah,
that's from work.
Yeah, Nicole's had a little work done. But she's older than Carrie Underwood.
Yeah, Carrie Underwood had an accident. I guess you're talking about 40 to 50 stitches. That's a big one.
that's a
That's a
lot.
big accident.
That's a lot.
Yeah, what kind of fall do you have to get that? And did she have anything
Head
else
first
done, just or stitches, or did she have to have a plate or screws put in?
I don't know. I know her arm. She said her arm was like 90% back, or wrist or something.
Wow. So, anyway, so people said you couldn't really tell what we're looking at here.
She can sing still.
40 to 50 stitches, though.
That's a
That's a
bunch.
lot.
That's a big number.
That's a lot, Bubba.
I mean, just for one fall, that's incredible.
Yeah, it is.
That's a
I
big
mean, that's
number.
car wreck numbers right there.
No, it is. That's
a
big number.
bad fall.
It is.
And said she performed her new single "Cry Pretty." I'm not familiar with that.
Yeah, she sang really good.
Did she?
Yeah, she
Didn't affect her singing.
No.
So the big lips didn't do anything.
No, it didn't do anything.
Now you're
right
in.
there,
Why
look.
do you always get pulled in?
Greg, I can't. I mean, to me,
Look at them soup coolers.
Greg.
That's not true.
Well, I think she looks normal.
To Bubba's point, though, that's not abnormal when you're dealing with people who are in entertainment. I mean,
No, but I don't normally remember.
She
her
was a
looking.
good-looking girl. She's still a good-looking girl. I can't tell a big difference. I mean, I was looking for something to be different.
What did you think she was going to be the Elephant Man or something?
Well, I don't know. Well, the way they've made all this out, I thought we wouldn't recognize her.
You
They had
think
to
her-
put CG up there.
You think
Hey,
your first
Carrie
words
Underwood.
were going to be "I'm not an animal"?
Well,
I'll say this, and to Bubba's defense, if you didn't know she fell and you were
You
just
wouldn't know
out
at
of the
all.
loop,
And they have made a
and
big
you,
deal
and
about
you
it.
saw her
Yeah,
perform last
absolutely.
night, you would not have even known.
Last
something was
week
No
they
question.
released a picture.
I totally
said
agree with that.
First picture released since her accident, like last week, and I'm like, I was like, what? I don't unless of course the pictures you.
well, she'd had pictures made. She was wearing a veil and all that stuff. And you're like, well, what in the world?
Right.
Mm.
God, if I could have thought of the name of that singer that won't let you see her face, I was going to
Sia?
gonna let it go.
What's her?
Is it Sia?
Sia?
What if
It's actually not Sia.
What if,
Yeah,
what
and
if
then
she came out on ACMs had to see it look up?
Oh yeah,
And that
with hair down
lampshade
there.
over her head.
That's a weird bird, isn't it?
Oh, boy.
Past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Things you need to know from the weekend. Another episode of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast, dropped over the weekend. Got some great feedback on that. Thanks to all of you that have already seen it. Those of you who haven't seen it or heard it, it is now available. And we interviewed worship leader Kirkwood Bullis discussing what has been a concern and a lot of discussion within a large portion of the Western Church, and that is, theology and worship songs has drifted a little. And how do they vet all that out? How does that work? And why are we in this situation? Is it important? And it was a great conversation, and so thank him for taking time to do that with us. And if you haven't grabbed that, it's out this week. So, Bubba, do we want to? Obviously, we got stories from the weekend in our own personal lives. I know some of those happen in the kickoff hour with Helmsy and Greg and Speedy, but I can recap. One of the big stories that everybody was waiting on over the weekend is how it went with the Big Love's apartment. Well, I'll give you the update on that. But do we want to talk about the president's got more illegal was it?
Why don't we hit some of these NFL games
right,
and then push back on yours a little bit?
Yeah, I didn't see any of the games, so all I know is the headlines. I do know that Damar Hamlin made it back to the press box. I saw that because everybody was running that. It was a very snowy, ugly day in Buffalo, and I know that Buffalo lost because I think that kind of killed the whole storybook ending. But the fact that he is there in person and is recovering is good news.
Amazing. Isn't it?
But other than that, and what y'all said while we were in the break, I did not see any of the games, so I have no idea what happened. So I will lean on y'all.
Well, as you mentioned, the Buffalo game, what a scenic game that was, with the snow falling like that, and Buffalo in their all blue, and then the Bengals in their white with their orange helmet. It was really visually, it was a fun game to watch, I thought. But an upset. Most people thought the Bills at home would win this, but the Bengals said no, none of that, and ended up really kind of handling them 27-10.
Oh, wow.
And now they will go on to play the Chiefs that got by the Jaguars. That game a lot closer than what everybody thought, 27-20, with the Chiefs winning that. The Eagles blew the Giants out 38-7, never was close. And then in the last game of the weekend, the 49ers at home got by the Cowboys 19-12. And, Rick, one of the main storylines in this was the kicker going to be able to hit an extra point? You remember he lost he missed 4 in a row. Before the game, Jerry Jones is on the sideline hugging him, talking to him. He said he was giving him a pep talk.
All right,
I don't know if that would make you feel good or not.
Looking at the quarters that are in front of me that Speedy laid out, 6-3-3. Did Dallas ever even score?
Yeah, they scored, and the extra point was blocked. But,
my goodness!
But the extra point was pulled to the left.
Yeah, he would have missed it.
He was going to miss it if it hadn't been blocked.
But then he went on to make 2 field goals.
Yeah.
So
maybe he got – there he is, Rick. Look, there's Jerry Jones with his arms around him on the field, giving him what he says is a pep talk. Look, Rick, look how –
I'll tell you what that is.
My goodness!
I'll tell you what that talk is. If you miss another one of these, let me know. Let me know where you prefer to go because we're trading you.
You're going to be selling Cokes out at AT&T,
right? Yeah. So I guess the biggest surprise of all these is that Bengals game. Because I know the 49ers. Even though I haven't seen any games, I've heard people discuss that their defense is incredible.
Yeah,
and they've got
overwhelming.
And they've got this miraculous story of Purdy, who was their, I guess, technically third-string quarterback at one point.
Mm-hmm.
Who has come in and now won 7 games in a row. They've been averaging, I think it was 35 points a game. Of course, they didn't score that much this game, but they have been on fire.
Yeah.
And he was Mr. Insignificant. He was the last draft pick in the draft. They always make fun of that guy.
Sure.
And here he is. I mean, he's a game away from going to the Super Bowl. And so, they're going to have to change that title if he pulls this off. And it's a wonderful story. It's entertaining. He's young and he looks young. Looks like a kid out there.
Did the Bengals game? I mean, you saw the weather in Buffalo. You would have. I don't know why we think this because these players come from all over, not just the country but the world, and a lot of them don't even live where they play full time. But we think because they play for a team in this climate that kind of climate benefits them. But is it?
And in the past, it has. When Buffalo made their run to 4 Super Bowls, when they played at home. I mean, they got those playoff games up there, and teams were just they couldn't hang with them.
But Greg, hearing you talk, you think the key was what shut their offense down was the Bengals' defensive line.
Absolutely,
was it?
They had a great plan, and they're really good, by the way.
And the Bengals' offensive line too. I mean, they were.
And how about this? They got
holes.
3 backups. I'm talking even third string. start that, because before the game, a lot of people said that's going to be the difference. Their offensive line is not going to be able to protect Burrow, but they seem to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Okay.
But their defense was on.
Yeah.
And it looks like the Giants just couldn't play with the Eagles.
That was never a game.
That was ugly.
Yeah.
So it'll be Eagles, 49ers, and the Chiefs. Like y'all said, I'm looking at the way this laid out, too.
Now, Mahomes got gimped up.
Yeah, he's got a high ankle sprain.
He stayed in, but he was not the same.
Fell on his ankle.
Yeah, and that's what hurt the Cowboys. Pollard got his ankle broke. And very similar. You know, anytime the defender grabs the shoulder pads and
or the
pulls,
waist,
or the and then pulls down, and that leg gets caught up under him.
Yeah.
That's what happened to Pollard, and he was carted off.
You know, Dak didn't have probably his best game either. I know he had 2 picks in the first half, but we were talking about it in the break. Is Dak going to be an elite quarterback that can carry the Cowboys to a Super Bowl win at some point? What do you think, Speedy?
I don't know. I don't know. Do I think he's a good quarterback? Yes, or he wouldn't be in that position. Elite, there's only a few that, in my opinion, are elite. Do I think he's a good quarterback that can get his team? Yes, but they can't get past this hump.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's like they get there, and then like the way he played against Tampa Bay, they say he's possibly and arguably one of the best games of his NFL career.
Right.
I mean, he was clicking on everything. And then the 49ers front had a lot to do with it, though. I mean, they were pressuring him, and then when Pollard went down, that was one of the go-tos that he had. So I don't know.
I started looking at the Cowboys. Of course, they mentioned during the game, and I don't remember the exact number. I want to say they said it's been 25 years since the Cowboys have been to a Super Bowl.
Does
that seem unreal?
Thanks for that reminder.
Well, they dominated the 90s.
Well, but I started looking at the quarterbacks who had won a Super Bowl for the Cowboys. Troy Aikman won 3. Roger Staubach won 2. Bernie Kosar won 1.
Did he?
They list him as it, and Steve Berline won 1 as their starting quarterback. And I don't remember Berline playing for him.
I didn't even know Bernie was on the Cowboys.
Yeah, I do remember that, but I think he might have been
Super Bowl.
I think he might have been backup maybe and played like maybe late, like just in the Super Bowl.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we were discussing the big interview with Dan Rather on Axis tomorrow night, I think. If I don't see it then, I'll see it when it replays.
I kind of hate Dan Rather's doing it, but I'd like to see it.
Well, it's weird to watch him interview. I mean, like for instance,
he'll go off the page, so.
Dan Rather hanging out with Geddy Lee, that just feels weird.
I got to rewatch that. I missed most of it.
Found out,
I like Rush.
I do not like Rush.
I like Rush.
No,
I thought he made a good point. I saw the end. He asked him about retirement, and he said that this is the first time in his life since he started touring when he was a teenager that he's ever been at home long enough to see the seasons change at his house, like flowers bloom, because he normally was never home more than 3 or 4 months.
I saw most of the interview, and they didn't say this, but what I'm gathered, Neil Peart was the one who finally said, there comes a point you can't tour anymore. But they've kept the same 3 members for 4 decades in one band.
And they are?
Rush. Oh, I don't know their names. Neil Peart, Geddy Lee, and whatever the guitar.
Alex Lifeson.
Yeah, I don't know the guitar player's name.
Yeah, I'm a little out of the loop.
I know Neil Peart because he arguably, and Adler, I think you will agree, arguably the best drummer up to this point.
Yeah, he's definitely there.
He's one of the best, no doubt.
He's the drummer's drummer, Rick.
Yes,
now,
he
why,
is.
Why do you say that? How do you classify that?
He's just incredible.
Because he's just absolutely phenomenal. I mean, it just.
But like in what way? He can go
do
faster than anybody else.
He can do it
louder. Well, how do you?
He has a great meter, and he can do it all.
He can do it all. Just go to some Rush songs. Just kind of spend some time. You like Tom Sawyer, even in Tom Sawyer, which is pretty straightforward from them. He starts going nuts in it.
And do you realize he wrote all the lyrics? The drummer.
I did know that. Did you know what else they did? What they said kept them together? Thought this was great. And I found Geddy Lee, which I found out why he's called Geddy, which is funny. Geddy Lee, I found him to be a very reasonable, kind of likable guy. Not typical. He said they did the kind of things that you think about. It's so smart to look ahead. He said, we started out, everybody wanted to own publishing rights. Well, I wrote this part, and you wrote that part. He goes, look, there's only 3 of us. We're all going to contribute to every song. We're going to split publishing 3 ways, a third, end of subject. So no matter how involved somebody claimed to be in the song, everybody got the same cut on the publishing rights. And he said that then all the drama goes away. So they were pretty smart about the way they handled things. They seemed pretty. I mean, like you wanted to hear the story of their band to reflect like the story of all the others, and they just never had any problems. You know, they didn't have drug problems. They didn't have marriage problems. I mean, Geddy Lee's been married to the same woman for.
What a name, Geddy Lee.
Yeah. Well, you know where it came from? Which was, I didn't know this either.
Geddy's hard to look at.
He is. His family, thank you, Greg, for noticing, which is why we respect your Carrie Underwood assessment. He said that his parents were Jewish from Poland, and he said they were actually, his family were in concentration camps.
Oh, yeah.
His mother survived the concentration camp. He talked about that. And he said that she's always had this incredibly thick accent. His name is Gary. Okay. So when she would call him in, she'd say, Geddy. And so he said all of his friends started calling him Geddy because of the way his mama said Gary.
So they were making fun of the accent.
Yeah.
Wow.
And he said,
only you would know that.
So I got a nickname for you making fun of my mother.
And how about this? He didn't know he didn't know that his middle name was actually Lee, because something about them coming from Poland and fleeing the Nazis with the birth certificates and all this, he actually thought his middle name was something else. And he told his mom, I'd like to see my birth certificate. And when his mom saw it, she was like, oh, I forgot, your middle name was a Lee. And so his name was Gary Lee, and then a very thick Jewish name. Yeah. And so when he got professional, they said, you can't use this thick name. You need to do a professional name. And he said, well, I'll just use my middle name. And all of his buddies nicknamed him Geddy instead of Gary. Yep. So he changed it to Geddy Lee. So there you go.
Well, how about that?
And they have their fans are incredible. I mean, they pack it out. They pack it out right now if they call one.
Oh yeah.
But they're getting too old now. And like you said, he's enjoying his life at home.
Yeah. So he'd never been there that long.
4 decades, you did all right.
Yeah, I bet they're sitting pretty.
Yeah, they don't have to prove they can make it. I think they made it. So anyway, so I see, to me, because, and Bubba, you'd be the same way, even though I may be a little more into music than you from a purist standpoint, I'm not purist enough to be a Rush fan.
Right.
Rush is the band for all of those that, you know, that would come to, they wouldn't go to a Bon Jovi concert if their life depended on it.
Yeah,
so would they consider Bon Jovi too pop?
Oh yes.
Okay,
too
so
commercial.
They're more prog, progressive.
Neil Peart's, according to Super Tom, can play different time signatures within the same song, and his meter is perfect.
Exactly, he's incredible.
It's perfect. Incredible drummer.
It was not the original drummer.
Was there a song
Didn't know
that it started with him doing drums in? That you used to play a lot. What was that song you used to?
It's looking like conspiracy. Maybe they're wrong to us. I wonder if that shouldn't be the new Biden update on the classified documents. I think they're on to us.
Seriously, who's sprinkling documents out?
They're done with him.
This is ridiculous. How can they not find him? They keep going back finding more.
Let me tell you
Who
something.
are these people looking for?
Big-hearted Joe is being escorted out by his own party. If you don't believe that, I mean, it's pretty.
I doubt the Republicans have access to his house to go in there and sprinkle them out and then call the DOJ every week.
Right.
Hey,
this is all about the next presidential election. They say if we don't escort him out, he's going to run again and put us. It's going to be awkward.
Yeah.
HelixSleep.com/Bubba. Unlike a lot of mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility, and each mattress is made in the USA by a team of skilled manufacturers, and then it's shipped directly from their facility to your door, my door. Greg and Lisa, they got one a while back. They slept on one last night.
Oh, yeah.
And right now, you can save $350. Now, we all need our sleep and the ability to relax comfortably. Our health status, that foundation is, how did you sleep? One way to be more productive at work, have a better overall, health score, and of course to be joyful and not ill is to get a good night's sleep. And boy, HelixSleep.com/Bubba sure can help. A variety of mattresses, models to choose from, each designed for specific sleep positions. That's why they ask you in a little questionnaire, how do you sleep? On your back, side, stomach combo, you like a medium mattress, you want a soft one, you like a firm mattress, and then they customize the mattress and they send it directly, as we said, to your door. It's got a 15-year warranty,
depending on the model. There's 10 or 15. Don't take our word for it. Why don't you do it yourself? And they give you 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure you like it. So go right now to helixsleep.com/Bubba. We'll save you $350. helixsleep.com/Bubba. Let them customize a mattress from their models for you and send it right to your door. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to see if you want to keep it, okay? You'll also find a link at rickandbubba.com right there under the sponsors button. So the guys gave you an update on the NFL. We are down to the AFC and NFC championships now, and it'll be Chiefs taking on the Bengals, and it will be the Niners taking on the Eagles. The two winners will make up our Super Bowl, which will be 2 weeks from then. So that we know, but this thing with Tom Brady, and of course the Buccaneers did not have a great season. But I saw, now when you have all this social media stuff and it's constantly trying to get you to watch stuff, you don't even choose who you follow is almost irrelevant because you'll see but people, they want you now, as opposed to you being able to say, this is all I want to see. They're always throwing stuff at you. And one of the things I kept seeing was, what is Tom Brady doing? This video kept coming out. What is Tom Brady doing? And I didn't know what they were talking about, but we're looking at it right now. So in their game against the Cowboys, he does. It's even a horrible attempt to trip somebody.
Yeah. He tries to slide in, and the play for the most part went unnoticed.
Mm-hmm.
But now Brady is going to be fined for a slide tackle attempt during the playoff loss. It looks like.
Well, it's like a trip, almost like a slide kick.
Yeah, it's not very.
Well,
it cost him a little bit.
Yeah. How much?
He's sliding in the second.
I did too. How much are they going to fine him?
Let's see. I don't see it here.
But so he's going to be fined for this attempted trip. It
says
$16,444. What an odd amount
for a little slide.
That is.
Yeah, how'd they come to that number?
Right.
Why not 442?
Right. I don't know. So Brady, the season is over. It was not a great season.
He's a free agent now.
Yeah, well, not just from marriage, but also from a team.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah. So
he's completely
he's
unencumbered now, professionally or personally.
Yeah. Right. So Brady did not have a good year. It was I retired. No, I didn't retire. I lost my marriage to my wife. And then they go 500 for the year or something like that.
But didn't he have some pretty good numbers though? Didn't he set a record for completions or something?
Yeah, I think
he broke his own record.
He did okay.
Yeah, I don't know.
Which is still incredible at his age to be doing what he's doing. But will he stay in Tampa? Will he take the show on the road? He appears to enjoy as much unknown as Aaron Rodgers does.
He's going back to New England.
What if all of a sudden?
I bet they'd take him.
Yeah. What if Brady went to the Packers and Rodgers went to the Buccaneers?
Wouldn't that be funny?
Well, the Titans have got a decision to make for their quarterback. The Raiders, he could return with Josh McDaniels. That's being the top rumor. And then the 49ers with Purdy, do they keep rolling with him, or they got a decision to make?
Because their starter is going to be available the next game, but he will not be starting.
Jimmy G.
I wouldn't change.
I think they said he will be available as the backup if needed.
Yeah.
So usually you don't lose your position.
Well, don't forget
with an injury, but I'm gonna tell you, Purdy has come in.
Well, Trey Lance was your starter, and then he got hurt. Well, remember they put, and then so he's really their number one guy. Whenever
I've never heard that name. I don't know who that is.
Yeah, he came first round pick out of North Dakota State. What 3 years?
Oh yeah. Okay, yeah.
Y'all, Brady's gonna be 46, just so you know.
All right, so you have here's the problem
next year.
If Brady decides to play again, and he could say he's not going to, and then still play. But
until we kick it off, we really don't.
No, he could retire and still come back.
Right,
you never know.
And like I said, this time he may be willing to give his kids up for it.
Right.
But anyway, if you're a team, you can't be a bad team because he doesn't have that kind of time.
That's right.
You have to be a team that he is that one. He's that one missing link you would need to take that next step.
And if I was him, I would go with someone who has a really good offensive line.
Well,
yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah, of course.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I mean, but to y'all's point, they're ready to win right now, and they only need him for about a year.
Right.
And
you was when he went to
and you got a pretty good backup that he can mentor a little bit.
The way it was when Peyton Manning went with the Broncos.
Exactly.
That's what he's looking for.
Yeah, exactly.
That's what he's got to have.
Right.
Yeah.
So where is that?
I want to. Well,
and plus, would you take it?
I don't want.
What were you going to say? Ems, go ahead.
Don't say it.
I was actually going to say the Dolphins.
Okay.
Yeah, because they had a good year, except they couldn't keep the quarterback healthy.
Yeah.
Even their backup.
I didn't want to do that to Greenwood, though.
I know. But no, listen.
That was the main reason I didn't want to mention
because
that.
they don't know if Tua's coming back or not.
No, they don't. That's another
with
reason.
the concussions.
Well, let me just say this, and I don't want anybody to hear it wrong. When I say this is not an indictment on toughness. But there's just some people in this game of football, and you really can't explain it. They're just prone to injury.
Jim McMahon was that way.
Yeah, and I can't explain it.
I'm not Amos to some degree.
I'm not saying they're not tough people. That has nothing to do
it's
with
just
it.
Or great
bad
players.
luck or the way you build. I don't know.
And they're legitimately injured. They're not
they have
being,
bad injuries.
They're not being soft and refusing to play through a hurt. Yeah. They're injured, and they get injured all the time. And then there's some people that don't hardly ever get injured at all.
I know.
And it's an odd thing, and it's really hard to explain. But Tua Tagovailoa, seems to be a good young man of character. Yep. Seems to be
was having a great year.
Seems to be really talented, and certainly can play at this level and do well. He just gets hurt all the time.
Yeah.
And it's
now you're dealing with concussions.
Now you're dealing with concussions, and he got hurt when he was at Alabama a lot.
Yeah, ankle.
Yeah. So it's I can't explain it, but this has been around in football for as long as there's been football.
Right.
These people that just seem to get hurt all the time. I'm talking about some great players that were prone to injury. So I don't know. I don't know how that's going to operate, but I think, Helms, you actually throw out a pretty good scenario for that reason. He buys you a little time with Tua, and maybe he can step in and say, why don't y'all go ahead and have a run in my last season or two. I'm not sure he has 2 left in him, but and he may not have any. Honestly, Tom Brady, age may have finally caught up to him, and he just can't continue to play this game and what it requires. He's already made it clear he doesn't do the preseason stuff anymore. He'll show up when the season's getting ready to start.
Yeah,
he's not going to be in all that.
No,
the preseason where it gets. I'm not saying he doesn't work it in the off season on his game.
Need to use up his
but he's not going to use up the physical stuff on preseason games and things like that, and the preseason live drills and all that. He's not doing all that.
Yeah.
And frankly, he's earned the right not to.
Yeah, I believe he's pretty much ready.
I think he can be prepared. But anyway, I don't know. I maybe
the Giants are another one that sticks out to me because I feel like that's one of their missing pieces.
Mm-hmm.
And they're close. They're there.
Yeah.
I mean,
their quarterbacks are doing good this year.
Well,
until this last game.
I know.
Did it go bad?
Yeah,
did the Eagles have a lot to do with that, or he just
may have?
Yeah, I think so.
But he's been up and down.
That's the thing. There's some inconsistency there.
Yeah. So, and you have that with younger guys, until they get settled. So I don't know. It'll be interesting to see.
There's an article out. Of course, everybody has got their opinion, but the top teams for Brady to go to were, it says, the Raiders, the Titans, the Patriots, the 49ers, back to Tampa Bay, or the Detroit Lions, or the Dolphins.
Who thinks he should retire? I do.
I think he's done.
Now, do I think he will retire?
No,
I do not.
I
think he don't want to go out like this, and he's still playing at a high enough level, and he doesn't have anything to go home to. So.
Right. I'm not sure Tom Brady, is the kind of man that lets people speak into his life. But if he did, and I happen to be that guy, I would say I think you need to retire. I think you're done.
I think you got more rings than you do fingers.
Right.
What are you proving?
I think if he loves it and he just wants to stay in the game, if he's 70% Tom Brady, that's still better than most of the other guys. Yeah. So I say play on, Tom.
Well, my concern, and I guess they can protect him. He just looks a little frail back there.
He does.
He looks a little frail back there, and these are some really bad, mean people out there. I'm trying to keep him out of traction.
Yeah. To play this long and have the health you have.
Yeah. It's amazing.
Yeah, it's not even a building now. I'm just like, how much longer can you? It's like the guy keeps jumping the ramps and keeps adding a bus. I'm like, I don't know. You've made a lot of safe jumps. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba.
Won't do the drums on all time. Tusk? Who did that?
What?
That'd be Fleetwood.
That's
Mac.
Fleetwood Mac.
Oh my
God!
Was there one that?
My gosh, you're not tying that to Rush. Bubba at Rick
there
and
was
Bubba.
something. Yeah. There was something. Okay, I may have it confused.
Stay away from this.
Yeah.
If you get these Rush people started, you'll be begging for us to talk about Lord of the Rings. Okay. Okay.
Well, look,
don't get them started.
It was way too musicy for me at the time. But there's some of their stuff I like.
Well, here's the thing. You and I,
it was on me. It was my ignorance.
You and I like Tom Sawyer. We think that's kind of cool.
Yeah.
I like Limelight.
Oh, that's a great one.
Yeah, but that's
Closer to the Heart.
That's all right.
Come on.
Yeah, I like it. Okay, Spirit of the Radio.
Fly By Night. Spirit of the Radio is. Come on.
I like the riff. I don't really like the
I
song.
may like
that
it better than Tom Sawyer. Spirit of Radio.
My Limelight is my favorite.
Working Man.
Here we go. It started.
Can we start playing some of them so I know what you're talking about?
No.
Fly By Night. You don't like that?
I don't. And I hate to say this because
YYZ?
he seemed like a nice man. He seemed like a guy I'd like to hang around.
What about Far Cry?
I think Geddy Lee and I would have a nice day together.
I think he's a big baseball fan, too.
Yeah, he loves baseball. His baseball collection is unbelievable.
Now, they were Canadian, right?
Yeah.
Hey, while y'all are getting that queued up, I'll just do the mouth instrumental version of YYZ, okay?
I got all these.
I got him.
That's it.
All right.
All right, drum solo on Tom Sawyer. Okay.
Yes. Is that the one you were thinking of? You thinking of Tom Sawyer?
More or less?
See, this one I like. Limelight. I like this.
I like Limelight.
Is that it, Bubba? I can't remember what it was. I think I was thinking of the other song.
Spirit of the Radio.
That's a good one, though. That's a good one.
Spirit of the Radio.
This is my favorite.
Hey, now.
Spirit of Radio. There it is. Need to Breathe and Brother. What's up, brother?
How about it?
Well, today, I've had.
It's quite a day, isn't it?
I've had my taxes ready to go, and I really, honestly, you get so disgusted with how immoral it is that a government would take so much money that you've earned, that I have waited to I've had the envelopes with stamps on them ready to go for about 4 days, and I just won't send it in. It's like I've waited to the very last day, almost like my own little protest.
Yeah, I got you. Well,
I don't want them to get it a second before I am legally required to send it to them.
But you got it done. It's going to go today.
It's done. I'm pretty good
you
about
have to write a big check?
Yep. Sure did. Sure did.
Was it a nice one?
It's a good one. Yeah, I could have done a lot more of that.
Let's say that Snickers bars were thousands of dollars.
Yep. Now, can you clarify? Like how many thousands?
Like 8,000 per Snicker bar.
Okay.
Did you have a dozen?
Oh, I got more than that.
2 dozen?
More.
Oh no.
I'll stop there. That's about it.
Oh, gracious!
Yeah. You get around.
You might be able to win the challenge.
You get around 4 dozen, and we're there.
Sorry, brother.
Yep. That one hurt.
Well,
better known as a year and a half of college.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Right.
And that's just today. That's not total.
Oh no, that's what I owe extra.
Yeah.
No, I've already paid about half my income to them.
Yeah. You know,
or this will put me about half.
I love the military.
I'd be 50%.
And I love high tech toys we have and all that. I love the new Tomahawk cruise missile we have that's has twice the range and all that stuff. But I don't want to buy one myself.
No.
You know, I'll go in with some guys and buy it, but I don't want to go in myself.
Well, this is the thing we can never get the left to understand is it affects everybody, and they love to tell you that they're going only after a certain amount of people. Of course, the problem is if you believe that garbage, you're terrible at math.
Yeah.
Because it's impossible for them to take that smaller percentage of people's money and pay for everything that needs to be paid. Everybody pays on this. And when you get down to, I'll tell you what, I wish I had that, man. Well, at the end of the day, it's still immoral to take. 9 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba. We're here. Everybody. Away. So 9 minutes
to the top of the hour, and we're going to go phone calls here at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Our first phone troll of the week, and it will feature lines being made available. The real Greg Burgess takes your phone calls now. Not a time for minions to chat with Gregory. Come on in, make a comment on things you've already heard today, things you'd like to bring up, whatever it is. It's a go. And I know going early in the show on a Monday is it's a bit of a step of faith. But sometimes this group doesn't get a chance to talk a lot if you catch the show during this time live. So you can now. 866-WE-BE-BIG. Join us. And at the end of 30 seconds, the buzzer sounds. Your time on the program comes to a close. We'll get to the next caller. You may or may not get a timeout from Bubba or Helmsy. They have one apiece. So you take time to join us, but I wouldn't count on that. So go ahead and get your thoughts ready. No shameless plugs, no meaningless shout-outs, no baby predictions. This weekend from themanchurch.com, Jordy Henson will be in Crestview, Florida. First Baptist Church Crestview. He'll be speaking at their next man church coming up this weekend on Saturday, and then I'll be in Jackson, Alabama via video doing our video kickoff message that we have available for churches that will also be a great way to kick off the strategy. So those two opportunities coming up this weekend. Check themanchurch.com for all the details, and you can join those men. Let's start with Luke in the great state of Alabama. Luke, you got 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba Show. Go right ahead.
Good morning, fellas. Good morning.
Hey, buddy. How about it?
Hey, man, I had a quick question. I may have missed it. I've been listening to y'all fairly regularly, but I may have missed it. But I haven't noticed y'all do the Wheel of Meat any so far this year. Have y'all stopped doing that? Are y'all taking a break on that, or what's the deal with that?
Well, we have all become vegan. I don't know if you missed that show, but no, yeah, we are taking a break. There is some things going on with the Wheel of Meat that involve business, but we are giving it a break. But it has not gone, and it will return. So it don't read more into it than that. Wayne in Alabama. Wayne, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick, I was going to see if you saw the Babylon Bee headline in reference to the soccer or the
yes.
hockey player. Did you see that Friday?
Yes, I laughed so hard. This, embroiled in controversy hockey player who actually has principles and convictions, but his are not the ones you celebrate. But it says that his quote was, this is Babylon B, he said, hey, if I wanted to support gays, I would have played soccer. Golly, what a good one. Gosh, that's so good. The Babylon Bee, they'll cut. But we talked about it last week. You're living in a time that we pick winners and losers. Somebody would say, I tell you what I like is people who stick to their principles and convictions. Okay, that might include someone that sticks to their convictions and principles that support LGBTQ and they stand up for what they believe. But then the guy says, well, yeah, I also stand up for my principles and convictions, and I'm a follower of Christ, so I'm going to stand up for mine. Boo! Boo! So it's not standing up to conviction for your convictions and principles. It's if you stand up for our preferred convictions and principles. That's not really the way it's supposed to work. Let's go to Rob, parts unknown. Rob, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning. Rick, Bubba, have y'all ever used your phone as your alarm clock?
Yes.
Yeah, all the time. I do it every day.
Yeah, but don't go from Eastern time to Central and think it's going to reset.
Oh,
I'm
it didn't?
an hour earlier all day today.
It didn't?
No, I got to work for it. I got to work an hour early this morning.
So it didn't reset? It didn't just do the automatic?
It did not.
I don't know.
Well, that's strange.
Yeah.
How far inside Central Time did you go?
Inside Central?
Yeah.
Inside.
In other words, if you travel, if you're 10 minutes
saying if it's on the
the
borderline.
line, you might be
They may not know what to
locking
do.
into the wrong cell. But if you're in the middle of the state, it ought to have reset.
Yeah, I've never had mine not reset
No,
that I know of. Emma in Alabama. Emma, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Well, good morning, guys.
Hey.
I just wanted to know if y'all heard about bunnies that dog that's on antidepressants.
Say it again.
I was wondering if y'all heard about bunnies that got a dog that's on antidepressants.
What's on antidepressants?
A dog named Buddy.
No.
On antidepressants.
No, I have not. But I will say this because Greg's taking phone calls. He can't applaud, so I'm going to applaud on his behalf. Whoever snowed pet parents and pet owners, because some people call themselves their fur babies, which, I hope those people don't get around me if God is gracious. But anyway, whatever your thing will be, whoever conned you into they can tell if your dog's depressed to sell you something else, I have to applaud that person who came up with that scam. How in the world can anybody determine whether an animal is depressed and needs an antidepressant? Usually, if the dog's a little down, if you'll just fill the bowl up,
they get real happy.
They come back alive.
Yeah.
I have not
drop a few bites of food from the table. They usually perk right up.
That doesn't surprise me. I mean, everybody's on drugs. I guess the animals should join us. Thomas and Dothan, News Talk 1039. Go ahead. Hey.
Hey, guys, long-time listener from the era of Helium Boy and all those other guys.
Thank you.
Just wondering about this fellow, George Santos from New York, number 3. Now, I don't know this guy from Adam's House Cat, and he's probably, even being a Republican, he's part of the left than Barry Moore, our representative. But, I mean, being a pathological liar and everything, that's dumb, but he hadn't really committed a crime unless he's defrauded.
I don't know what he's talking about.
He's talking about the guy who actually won a seat in Congress, but he misled everybody about his past, his resume, where he went to school, his business deal. He just absolutely made it all up.
Okay.
And he's under a lot of pressure to step down. And he's saying he's not going to step down. But, I mean, he lied to the constituents. I don't know how you can get around saying that.
Yeah, he's got some aliases, too.
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a bird. But, you know what? He faked himself as a candidate good enough to win.
But what about this? If we're going to start removing politicians who lied to their constituents, will any be left?
Well, that's the question.
I mean, you got to go get Biden because remember he plagiarized something one time, pretending he wrote something he didn't write, a speech. Remember that?
Yeah. Well, I think most everybody's kind of sour on this guy, but you got down to the nuts and bolts of it. They go, well, did he break a law by doing that?
Well, that's what the caller said.
They can say he did.
So the caller says it may not be good form and we may not like it, but did he break any law that would be grounds for his removal? Yeah. That's the bigger question, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't think he's a good guy, but I don't know what you do about it.
Top of the hour.
He's a U.S. congressman now.
And also has convinced pet owners their dogs need antidepressants. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So let's talk about something that your pet actually needs. I mean, some of this stuff, when it comes to their diet, that actually is extremely important. And a lot of the pet foods that are out there, nutritionally, it's kind of like in our world, if you've ever tried to do a little better and you sit down with a nutritionist or somebody who understands nutrition, they'll go, well, I understand why you eat that because it tastes good and it's fun, but there is no nutritional value to it. Well, a lot of times pet food's that way. It tastes good and they like the taste of it, but the way that dog food especially is made, the nutrients a lot of times are no longer present in the food. So to help them, really it's very similar to what you hear us talk about on the program about Field of Greens for human beings. It gets you the proper diet. Paul-made products do the same thing. The longevity formula boosts nutrient intake, protects against toxins, and guards against premature aging. And you're going to see the difference in the energy of your dog, the way they bounce around. It's almost like a light switch gets flipped on because their body, just like with us, in order to operate correctly, needs the right fuel. So longevity formula does that from Paul-Made because aside from the poor diet, these toxins like pesticides, mold, and other things can also harm your dog's health. So the longevity formula contains special toxic-fighting nutrients that will protect your dog so they can be happy and they can stay with you a long time. And and to maximize their potential and their lifespan. So if you'd like to find out more, we got an offer that you can't really turn down because we're going to get you something for free too. So with every purchase of this longevity formula from Palmade, PAWMADE, you're going to get a free bottle of Palmade's hip and joint formula. Some of the breeds really struggle with their hip and joint, as you know, and this will help. So to claim your offer, go to Palmade, PAWMADE, palmade.com/Bubba. That's palmade.com/Bubba. $40 to 45% of somebody's income. That's immoral. That is an immoral thing to do. It's immoral to take 30% of somebody's income. It's not right, regardless of what the numbers are. It's just not right.
I'll tell you, my situation today is kind of funny. I have already paid, but I filed for an extension.
Now, this is only you could come up with this scenario.
No, does
this just mean
this
you
is
can't
what
get
it does?
paperwork turned in?
It keeps from having a penalty. So we know the paperwork is done. It just needs to go through a review process one more time. And due to all the backlogs of those being reviewed, I'll file it probably in the next week or two. But the money will already be there. So I filed for an extension, and I've already sent them the money.
Yeah.
It's already in the process.
I've got the money.
And they may come back and go, oh, you're going to have to owe us another $5 or something. But,
I'm tempted.
It's pretty close.
I'm tempted. This is how put out with it I get every year. I'm tempted to stay awake till 11:45 p.m. and put it in the mailbox at 11:50.
Right.
I'm that put out with it. I don't want to send it 1 second before I'm legally have to.
Sorry, bro.
Well, I mean, you know what I am. I mean, the American people apparently just say, "I'll have another, please." We're not going to do anything about it.
Well,
and now we just have conservatives. They ain't going to do anything about it either.
Yeah, well, we've got what, $1 trillion deficit on this year's budget.
Right. What you have are
$1 trillion.
Politicians on either party now that say we believe that people should be overtaxed, and we believe the government should be in debt, and we believe that we should get outside the Constitution. Both parties do it. It's just to what extreme? But there's not a party out there that stays inside of it. Not one. That has a chance to win.
Yeah.
So
sorry, buddy.
Well, you just take the lesser of
I feel your pain right now.
You know what I'm going to munch on
and
today?
I had a pleasant surprise in mine.
You know what I'm going to munch on today? You know how you say when you take the lesser of two evils, you still have evil? I'm going to eat a big old evil sandwich today. Just a big old bite in it. Hey, roll Trump! As I send it in. You know what I mean?
Look,
nothing changed. Nothing changed for me. I mean, even remotely changed. It may be worse.
And that brings up a very important thing today. I want to be clear, and Rick, I think you can acknowledge this too. I in no way know Michael Cohen or have taken any legal advice from him.
I don't know.
Not even about real estate, not casually. I've never got an invoice. I've never paid him anything.
No, I don't know Michael Cohen either. I understand.
I've seen him on TV.
I understand Hannity does.
I understand he's had a conversation with him.
That's funny. I saw
Boy,
that.
people are on him about that, and I didn't think it was that big a deal, really.
Well, yeah.
He's a commentator, so what does it matter?
Well, but the people who are when you are a political commentator, the opponents are going to look for ways.
Oh, sure.
You know,
but I saw him in a picture with Stormy Daniels, attorney too, at some party.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Hey, buddy.
How about it?
Tax day, we're giving $100 towards your tax debt if you have the largest tax debt today.
The bill that you write, the check that you write today. Not the overall, the one you have to stroke today.
The one. Ah, 6 minutes past the hour. Here we come from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology, from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here as we start another week here in Rick and Bubba history. Join me in welcoming back Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us. We only ask for 5 hours each and every day.
5 hours.
That's all, just a big 5.
And every day. And we're glad those of you that join us for a majority of that, if not all of that. And also, if that's not enough, how about 5 hours and 45 minutes? A new Rick and Bubba University.
We'll take whatever it takes.
Came out over the weekend. Go grab that wherever you get podcasts. So, going into the weekend, we try to talk about all the different stages of life here. So let's do a recap for those of you that don't know the daunting task that was ahead of me over the weekend. We have 4 children still here with us on Earth. They are 33, about to be 32, 23, and 21. Okay? All are adults, and some new to the adult world, some been at it a while. And so one that had just graduated from college has now been out on his own for about 6 months. That is Brooks Big Love Burgess. That's the one that's 23. He's in the number 3 slot, coming down from oldest to youngest. And he has got a job in Atlanta and has kind of started that routine and got himself an apartment in Atlanta. And unfortunately, over the Arctic blast that was Christmas down south, the apartment complex in which he lived, and it does have multiple buildings, but of course, the building where his apartment was, they all tried to protect their pipes, but the problem wasn't the pipes. It was actually the fire sprinkling system that froze. So all these apartments that had the sprinkler system inside them to put fires out began to rain water down on all their goods.
Oh, wow.
So remember, apartment insurance is required, and there's a reason for that.
Yeah.
Of course, the fact him trying now to get a check from his insurance company, he's learned that is you're not going to get it quick. So anyway, even as of this weekend, he goes, I'm still waiting on my check. And I said, well, you got to get aggressive. And I said, whether we like it or not, son, you're going to learn this. And none of us like this. Squeaky wheel's going to get greased. I said, you need to call them every single Monday and say, I still don't have my check. I still don't have my check. Where's my check? And, I noticed y'all didn't have any problem with me when I was paying, my monthly.
Oh, they demand it.
You demand that monthly, and you would have called me asking for your check if I didn't pay my monthly. But I've noticed I've been paying my monthly. Now you owe me a check, and suddenly you're not as committed to that as you made me be committed. But Brooks, Big Love Burgess, he has a big heart, and he's kind, and he said, well, Dad, they got a lot of claims over all this. And I said, you're right, 100%. Yeah. And I said, but you do need to continue to check in and say, understand y'all are busy, do all that, and say, but I still don't have my check. And the last person I talked to said I'd have it in about a week. That was 2 weeks ago. So you're going to have to stay after him a little bit. You will find that this insurance company took a young person and gambled that your stuff wouldn't be destroyed, and they lost on this one.
Yeah.
But they did get 6 months of your money. So this is the agreement that they entered into. The thing that was daunting about this trip to Atlanta was that he had some options. Immediately when something like that happens, they come in and say, so now our lease is null and void because you can't live here now.
Yeah.
So we break the lease, and now you get into do you want to move somewhere else, or do you want us to try to find you another apartment here where we are? And he chose the latter. Well, they had some available, but what they had was what we call a studio. Do you remember our discussion last week? But some of y'all didn't know that weren't part of that discussion. But so, we definitely help our children, but we also know that if your children never learn to problem solve, then I guess you're deciding you will stay with them and solve their problems for the rest of their lives. And at some point, that's going to get on somebody's nerve, probably their spouse.
Yeah.
They probably like to marry somebody that can handle their own problems. So our people who hire them would probably like to hire people that can handle their own problems. So you got to let them problem solve a little bit. Now, you don't want to let them get anything dangerous, but you in some things they don't know, so they got to know somehow. And so Sherry and I were like, I said, just let him work through this. And to his credit, he did work through it and got everything moved into a new apartment. But what was waiting on us yesterday or Saturday was that my wife hasn't seen what he did.
Right. Because she had his other one like she liked.
Oh,
yeah. I mean,
I don't know
decorated.
I don't know about y'all, but just about every kid when they've gone out, Mama goes over there and decorates that like she does the house I live in, the way she would like for it to be set.
Right.
And of course with we have mainly males, so the males don't care. They're just like, set it up however you want.
Just don't do it too girly.
Right. And so, but everything has to be a certain way. And plus, what I was also dealing with, could I have a complete meltdown of this one? Greg and I had this when we were trying to live somewhere one time. Our mama came to it. She said, y'all ain't living here.
Yeah, shut it down.
Are you crazy?
No.
Yeah, this is disease-ridden. I mean,
we had done cleaned it up.
What are y'all trying to live in? Yeah, what are y'all trying to live in?
You thought you'd done a good job.
Oh, yeah.
She said, this thing may burn down.
So-
it wasn't very sharp, I'll be honest.
So-
hey, it's still standing. I've been by.
Have
not
you
long.
seen that
Yeah,
house
still there?
So anyway, we had to find somewhere else to live. But,
Yeah.
So there was always the problem that Mama may walk in and say, "Nope,
Yeah, this ain't gonna work.
Right.
Now don't forget that where he had lived before the irrigation system came down on him, it was a 1-bedroom apartment. So you had a bedroom. You had a kitchen separated, and then a place, what I would call a den.
Yeah.
You had a bathroom right off of the bedroom. Okay, so but now he's in a studio, which means it's one room with all that in it.
Everything's in it.
Yeah. And plus, don't miss this. And he's a dude. Who knows what he just got rid of? You know what I mean? And so anyway, I was really concerned on the way over about how this would work. Now, remember, there were a couple of things that were what I call under the category of Oompa Loompa.
Uh-huh.
All right. One of them is he'd already told me that his dresser, there was no room for it, and that he had just put it in a closet.
That's a good setup.
Okay.
That is a good setup.
He just put it in a closet.
Yeah.
Really nice.
Yeah, so...
Wish I had it.
Yeah, I was.
I like his panda picture.
Yeah. That was
drinking a smoothie.
I'm very proud of Brooks.
Yeah,
that's
was
well done. But I know there was a lot of anxiety going over because.
But what did it look like 3 days ago?
Yeah, and you were trying to get pictures, and you were trying to get a heads up.
Yeah, I kept.
That looks good.
I kept telling
My house is
him.
that clean.
I kept telling him you
Wish I
must.
had that at hunting camp.
You must have this. You must have this ready. Now, what you see here in these pictures is after Sherry is ready to go.
Okay.
Got it. It's kind of after the fact.
This is the final product before.
That makes more sense.
Yeah, before I
I'll be honest.
get into the truck and
That's not quite how you found it.
Greg, before I get in the truck and now we'll be told how to get back to Birmingham.
Oh yeah. You talking about your first day of driving?
Yeah, I'd already been told how to get to Atlanta, and so I'll now be told how to get back to Birmingham. And
what speed to drive?
And plus,
while
I'm
you're
looking at the forecast, and I know the rain's going to hit us about Bremen, and then it's going to be rain all the way home. Which driving at night in the pouring rain, that's a blast.
Especially on the interstate.
Especially, by the way, I don't know how people live through Atlanta every day. I really don't. How do y'all not have just major pileups every single day? Because I'm not even talking about when you're sitting still in traffic.
Right.
I'm talking about when we're all going 90 and it's restrictor plate racing.
Oh, yeah.
And there's nothing you can do. If you go less than 90, they'll
get run over.
They'll run you up into Phillips Arena. And so
and door to door.
we come back. I'll take you through the process and exactly what happened. And
This is gonna be good.
Right.
I was thinking about a number of things Saturday morning. The rug you had to take back.
Yeah.
Had you really truly gotten the pictures you were requesting?
Yep. Yeah.
All of that was on my mind.
Yeah, I'm bringing a rug with me. Don't miss that.
Yeah.
And which got wet, but found somebody to clean it, and I'm bringing it back.
Yeah.
So all that, we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That you're stroking today, the largest number right now, $223,000 of additional tax sent to the government today. So if you have a bigger debt than that you got to pay today, you could win the $100 toward that tax debt from Rick and Bubba Incorporated. Just our way of saying thank you, and we're here to help. Bubba, the Amazing Three is here, and I want to read you an email that I got yesterday, and I sent it to all of you. There's no greater feeling than when someone experiences the Amazing Three for the first time. Here he is from Judy, who emails this. I had the privilege of attending their event last night. at the We Piddle Around Theater in Brundridge, Alabama. Y'all remember that show? Yes, everybody. Even though I was not familiar with this group, it sounded like it would be a fun evening. By the way, she made the decision, with not knowing what she was getting into, that she would go to the We Piddle Around Theater and hear Throw on a String. She's an adventurous woman. When they were being introduced as being from Birmingham, I'm thinking, OMG, they're from Rick and Bubba country. As the evening progressed and I became entranced with their performance, I'm thinking, OMG, they should be on the Rick and Bubba show sometime for promotion purposes. I can honestly say that I've never been entertained as much by any other group.
Watch out.
They are
Second place, the Eagles.
That's right.
Yep.
They are multi-talented in all phases of playing musical instruments, singing, performing, and interacting with the audience. And when their personal accomplishments were revealed, I learned that Brad Ryan actually wrote the Rick and Bubba theme. I knew I had to meet him. I made a point to introduce myself after the show and then learned that they were appearing on your show the following Tuesday, which brings us to today.
Here we are.
I will definitely be tuning in parentheses, as always. If I don't have the opportunity of calling in, will you please pass along that I would encourage your listening audience to check their tour schedule. That can be found at 3onastring.com, where you can also see a new DVD that you can't have. It says, please encourage people to check the tour schedule and prepare for an evening of fun, laughter, and musical talent, and I promise they will want to share their experience with family and friends. As a matter of fact, I have shared an upcoming performance in Greenville, South Carolina with a friend already. Your studio audience is in for a treat. After viewing them online and learning more about their history, I was astounded that I'd never heard of them, and I agree with that. Needless to say, in capitals, I will recommend them to anyone looking for an evening of, capital again, pure entertainment.
Pure entertainment.
By the way, hey to Brad Ryan for me and ask him if he knows how much Glenn Beck thinks he looks like Brad. And then in parentheses, kind of, sort of. This is an email from Judy in Ozark, Alabama.
Judy.
So let's say hello to the amazing. Could there be a better introduction than that? No.
Boy, all that is great. Can we get a copy of you reading that?
You can if you'll join the Rick and Bubba Extreme Club for only a few dollars a month and go to hour number 2.
Enjoy it all you want.
Actually, hour 3, segment 1. I'm sorry. But
Tax
anyway,
day is the perfect day to play a little blues.
Oh, let's do it.
They got their hats on.
Yeah, they got their hats on. Oh, you got your blues hats on.
All right.
Okay. There it is. Thank you. Boy, what an incredible blues song that was.
Other songs, we just want to make sure we got that one on.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Jerry and Brad and Andy. And
some of them are longer than that.
Yeah, and look, right now, let's talk about because there's 4 of you that have always been.
Takes 4 to make 3.
We got Bobby, Andy, Brad, and Jerry. Right. And so that makes 4, but you're called 3 on the string. Yeah. And if I remember, last year we started to come to the conclusion as we aged a little bit gracefully, I might add. That it takes 4 now to make 3.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, all right. Well, Jerry, go ahead. We got to have the tax on, then we'll go from there.
I pay another man to do my taxes because that's one more deduction I can take.
Past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank you for being with us. So Atlanta. So off to Atlanta. Sherry and I go on Saturday. That was the plan. Get up on Saturday. It's a one-day trip over and back. From where we live, for those of you around the country, without traffic, you're probably talking from my house to Big Love's apartment about 2 hours and a half. If there's traffic, it could build to 3 hours and a half to 3 hours, 2:45, but somewhere in there. And it is always unknown. So you get out there and you set up, even though you know where you're going, you still use those apps so you can find out about the traffic and all this kind of stuff. And Greg, you know that you spent years with your son coaching over there. It is like it's spinning the wheel of traffic.
It is.
And
you got wrecks and construction.
And it doesn't matter if it's Saturday, Sunday. It doesn't matter.
No.
It's irrelevant. It doesn't matter.
Wouldn't matter what time of night it is.
When you got in the truck Saturday morning, how did you feel about it?
I didn't feel good.
You didn't?
I didn't feel good about it at all. And then you start doing that, what we always do, minimize damage. So I had 2 hours and a half minimum to try to minimize the damage that I feared waited on us.
Okay.
And so this is what you do. You let the truck get down the road, and I've got the rug in the back. I've got it, with the little straps holding it down, and we're heading. The weather over was not going to be rain, so I didn't use the cover because the cover complicated the rug. So that way I could let some of it hang out the back a little bit, and so a
little long.
It was a substantial rug, and so
a lot of rug.
So we're trying to bend it to get let's just let it lay, and hey, turn it over, or wind get under it. Okay, turn it over. And so then I strapped it again after I stopped to get gas because I realized pretty quick that the way I had it, wind was going to take it. And it may, with a rug that size, lift the truck. I mean, the back, it might become like a parachute, you know what I mean, and lift us. So anyway, so we're in route. So you start damage control because you're talking about a 23-year-old male.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, okay, come on. And he's not married, so he doesn't have a wife to straighten this out. He's so we're rolling. And as Ernest Hemingway said in a very, very dark statement, a man alone has no chance. If he stays alone his whole life, he has no chance. He'll never survive. So anyway, you start this because remember the move to this smaller apartment means that Big Love now has a lower amount he has to come up with every month to pay his bills. Takes a little financial pressure off. And I said, I'll tell you what, I'm excited. So you start this kind of stuff.
All right.
Man, I said, we were worried that he was in over his head on the apartment was too expensive. Atlanta's expensive to live there.
Oh, it is.
And I said, man, I'm really kind of excited about that. That really took a lot of heat off him. Yeah, I'm excited about that too. But what about the apartment? Like, where's his stuff? Think about. I mean, I think it's like $600 a month lower. Ooh, maybe a little over 600.
That's life changing.
And I said, that's life changing. I said, I'll tell you what, I'm celebrating the flood. I said, because it really resolved an issue that really caused us a little bit of anxiety that this was too big a nut for him to try to make every month. Okay. So, man, you know what? The Lord works in mysterious ways. Thankful for the flood.
The whole time you look in the rearview mirror at the rug.
Well, what happened to all this stuff? The stuff is. You know what? I'm thankful for this flood, and I'll tell you why I'm thankful. So he didn't have as much money he's got to come up with every month now, and this is really a better way to ease into this stage of life. He probably took too big a step to begin with. So like his shoes, like whatever happened, did his shoes get wet? I tell you what I'm celebrating is the lack of the rent's lower. Do you know where all his shoes are? Just celebrating. And I celebrated.
You got to look for the happy things and
celebrated.
Everything, Rick.
So do you know how it's set up? Well, I can't because I celebrate so much about it doesn't cost so much. I haven't even thought about that because I was so thankful about the rent. So I guess I've just been so thankful I hadn't thought about all that. And I'm thinking to myself, Lord, to help us. Please let that boy set this apartment up where Mama's going to be all right.
He's saving so much money, he can buy some new shoes.
Right. That's true. And so we're headed over there. And my big concern is the dresser in the closet. I don't want her to know about that, and I'm not going to bring that up.
I think that's a great idea.
Unless we're forced.
Guys, we've done that for years.
It's
a really good, efficient way to do things.
Well, but there was it may have gotten a little wet. In the back, and it may not have a back on it now.
well, who can see that?
So we push it up against the wall, but that's all right. But I just don't want her to go in and look around.
You're talking about the one in the closet?
Yeah.
Well, it don't matter if we got a back.
Nah, who cares
So-
about
The wall
that?
is the back.
I'm celebrating.
Thank you, Bubba.
Hey, I'm celebrating.
You can't have a better wall than a better back
Celebrating.
than the wall.
Celebrating.
That's it, baby.
I can't help but celebrate.
Mm-hmm.
So we get over there, and as normal, we hit Atlanta, and as soon as we hit Atlanta, when you have a co-pilot telling you how to drive, it's one thing when you've got a long stretches, but when you get in traffic where you're making really decisions on the dime, we're almost to the apartment, and I've just about made it. I have celebrated. I think I have the attitude exactly where it needs to be. Everything's going great. And then there was the merge. Only an exit from where his apartment is. I see the car in front of us, but I need to check my side mirror for the 18-wheeler that's bearing down on us because this lane is about to run out. Okay, but I have to check here. Well, she thought because I took my eyes off the car in front of us, whose brake lights came on for just a brief second, and checked my side view that I had decided to kill us all. Okay, and this reaction that we've been talking about, it's the same sound that when I keep scaring her when I walk into the laundry room. And so I think that something's changed from what I saw.
You're not telling me. Yes.
I think that somebody's run out into traffic. A car has come from nowhere I didn't see.
So the scream happened when you glanced at the side mirror. Okay.
What are you looking at? And I'm like, baby, I got to see there's an 18-wheeler bearing down on us. Well, this car, I said, baby, I see that car. I see that
got
car.
it.
Well, I tell you need to watch your tone. And so then, right before we get there, it turns into an all-out.
Oh, no.
And then I'm realizing this is not how we need to come up in the parking lot. This is not how we need to come up in the parking lot.
No.
This is not how we need to arrive. We don't need to arrive me as enemy. You know what? I mean, that's
you may draw the fire from Brooks.
Well, I tell you,
You may have ever dressed her in the apartment complex in the closet.
Yeah. Hey, you I mean, way you drive. And I said, baby, and I don't know why I can't keep from doing this, and I must stop. And she says, there's things that's ingrained in certain people, and it's a smart aleck. It's just ingrained in you. You can't help but make some smart comment.
Right.
And I'm like, and I always, I don't know why I keep doing it. I will reach, which now I've got a handoff with, and pull my driver's license out and show that I've had it since 1980.
Rick, you've been doing that a long time. You did that to me one time.
I know. I said, hey, 1980, they cleared me to drive. I've been driving since 1980. I've been driving a long time. I get all kinds of places with zero help. And then I realize, what am I doing? I mean, now I look up and I can actually see the apartment complex. This is not how we need to ride into town.
Supposed to be smiling and waving.
That's right.
Yeah. She said you need to watch your tone?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, I kind of go back to Jerry Seinfeld on that. I didn't even know I had a tone until I got married.
Rick and Bubba.
But when they bring the W-2s around, they take from a third to a half of everything you make.
Good night, Jerry.
I'm just as patriotic as the next man. And you know I love that red, white, and blue. And I'm gonna help to pay this rising cost of freedom. But I'll be danged if I'm gonna change my point of view.
You go ahead and preach.
Every time them bureaucrats run out of money, Congress sucks it to the working man. I don't think it's one bit funny when they take so much of my money and do things with it I don't understand. I don't understand. And I don't know why they think they gotta squeeze us. But I'll tell you just exactly where I stand. I believe if 10% is good enough for Jesus,
Amen.
It ought to be enough for Uncle Sam.
Play the song.
Yeah. And you know them folks we keep on sending off to Congress?
Oh, yeah.
They think that all they're supposed to do is spend and spend.
Oh, my gosh.
It's hard to run a family, much less a country.
That's right.
With more money going out than coming in.
Common sense, Jerry.
And the debt just keeps on getting bigger. And we're all gonna have to pay, so don't you laugh. He's gonna make it. One day you might just look down at your paycheck and figure out, well, now they done started taking half.
Yeah!
Every time the bureaucrats run out of money, Congress sucks it to the working. Suck it to me, suck it to me, suck it to me. I don't think it's one bit funny.
No, it ain't.
When it takes so much of my money and they do things with it, I don't understand. I don't understand. And I don't know why they think they gotta squeeze us. But I'll tell you just exactly where I stand.
Let's all sing this together. Here we go.
I believe if 10% is good enough for Jesus,
everybody,
it ought to be enough for Uncle Sam.
Yeah, take it home.
If 10% is good enough for Jesus, it ought to be enough for Uncle Sam.
Hey, 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 can I get a none for Jerry? Because he got through it. He got through. Here we go. You ready?
Go, Jerry!
I mean,
this is the only place we sing that second verse.
But you did it, Jerry. We'll come back more with the amazing Three on the String. If you want to find out what, after you heard the woman who experienced what it was like to be there to see Three on the String live in concert, go to threeonthestring.com. Also, they've got a new DVD you can pre-order where you can have your own copy of them live in concert. We'll be back. More from the Rick and Bubba studio right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Three on the String with us again this year. Go to threeonthestring.com. If you, I mean, were you shocked by that email I read that there was somebody that had lived this long in really a southern region of the United States and didn't know about the amazing
I couldn't believe it. When I first started reading it, I thought they were being, joking with us.
Because you thought we're at the point now, if you want to know the three, you know them. But no, new people. Still new people coming in by the drove. Yeah, so now we've got a list of songs for them to play. And they said that they could do some of these. We've declared let's do them all.
And we may do one twice.
Yeah, because when you're talking about the kind of music y'all play, the songs aren't long. It's not like they're long.
That's enough politics for a little bit.
Yeah. So let's just have some fun.
We need it. Trust me.
Let's forget that it's tax day for just a minute. Can you take us into that fiddle, into that guitar, into that
and
stand-up
whatever
bass,
you do,
into that banjo?
don't think about what you would have bought with that money you're sending. That will just turn you inside out.
So Jared, we're just gonna go down the list. What one we doing next?
Whatever you. Well, we'll start with this. Texas swing.
It's happy already.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Oh, have you seen Miss Molly? Her cheeks are rosy red. Her lips are soft as satin and they taste like gingerbread. Oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, I'm in love with you. Oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, won't you say you love me too? Now when Miss Molly smiles, the world is in a spell. And when she laughs, her voice is like a little silver bell. Oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, I'm in love with you. Oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, won't you say you love me too? Let's play.
The Rick and Bubba Show, 866 We Be Big is our number. Finishing up the story Sherry and I are now pulling into the parking lot. Sherry's ready to leave me in Atlanta because she says I'm a smart aleck. And I really do believe that, and it sounds outrageous, and your overhead fuel costs doesn't make any sense. But I do believe, and from hearing from everybody else, when we have co-pilots, I'm not so sure at this stage, we've been married 27 years, that we shouldn't just meet wherever we're going.
Yeah.
I see you in Atlanta, and look forward to that. Yeah. I'll be excited. We'll see each other. We missed each other.
Now, Rick, I was curious. Is this the first time she's decided you're a smart aleck?
No.
Okay.
No. That's been around since about the fourth year of our marriage.
Yeah.
So
you got 4 years before she discovered that.
Well, at that point, I think she was just, there was so, it goes back to what I said about when I was redeemed. I had so many other bigger problems.
Right.
Addressing me being a smart aleck was way down the road. Like I said, when I was first redeemed, we just had to work on me not going to jail at that point. Then we'll work our way up to what's your motivation, and you still seem prideful. That's way down the list. So anyway,
so we are there, and I'm starting to say, hey, you know, I just don't. You just get, and you know, we talked about, of course, the temperature gets adjusted for 2.5 hours.
Oh yeah,
it never. It's constantly being adjusted. You cannot keep up with. I mean, you're in the truck. You're just like, I try to dress for the. I try to guess the temperature changing. You know what I mean? I'm like, all right. So this is a good thing. I think I can be hot and cold in this. You know, because it's going to change the entire. I mean, it's like the way they treat the climate setup in whatever vehicle you're in. It's like they're typing a letter. They're constantly moving it, you know, and so we get there. It's all good, and I tried to give Big Love a heads up, hour out.
Okay.
Yeah, I tried to slip in there and see if I could get a text to him, you know, and of course, don't forget under our new 2023 statement, somebody help Daddy. Ain't nobody helping Daddy. You know, Brody's abandoned me. You know, he didn't go. He was supposed to send me pictures of the apartment. He didn't.
Didn't have.
Big Love was supposed to send me a picture of the apartment to give me some. Nobody did. I'm completely flying blind. Nobody is helping Daddy. I've already prepped Big Love, like y'all heard on Friday, but some of you may miss this. Dads everywhere know about this. If this goes poorly, I will turn on you. Just know that.
Right.
It's self-preservation. I'm leaving with her. You'll still be in Atlanta. So if this apartment looks terrible and you've thrown things away or you've messed stuff up, I'm going to seem like I care too. Just know that. Now, you know right now I don't care because I'm your dad. I'm not your mom. You don't need two moms. But if we get to this situation and it goes south, I will side with her. So don't think it's weird when I turn on you. You know what I mean? Because I have to leave with her. So just hopefully I won't have to do that. You'll have it good enough that we won't be in that situation.
And you're already getting along so good.
Yeah, I just want you to know that I will be I will be leaving with her, and you'll be here. So I have to look after me going back.
That's right.
Okay, and the rest of my life.
Because nobody else is looking at it.
No, because ain't nobody helping Daddy. Nobody. So I know that Big Love barely makes it because as we pull up, I see him coming across the parking lot. We don't go to his apartment to see him. I see him in the parking lot. And I realize I look pretty quick because I'm trying to be ready for anything. He's coming from the dumpster.
Oh, no.
I thought that son of a gun is just
Barely
now got to the
made it.
dumpster. I've been telling you about this all week. So anyway, I
Cutting it close, pal.
thought, did he make it? So then we go in, and it's like I'm nervous because I've never seen this place. And I'm like, oh, man, please let this be good. So we open the door. And I just look to her. I don't even comment because you can't comment. You know, I look at her and I see the bed and I go, somewhat made up. Looks pretty good. Like a little struggle there. Looks like with the mattress cover. That must have got wet. Don't see it. Then I look around and I go, okay, so Panda Picture, you've just hung that on the frame of a closet door. All right, but it's up, I guess.
Panda with a donut.
Diploma from Mississippi State, looking a little rough over there, not quite straight. And so I'm kind of kicking around,
looking.
Yeah. Oh, so the thing behind the TV, you're gonna let the TV cover up half of it. That ain't gonna stand. You know what I mean? So
he was hanging too low.
Right. So yeah, this look. I'm going to the board. This was over here, like using the frame to hold it up.
Okay. He's talking about the Panda Picture for those of you who can't see.
Over in front of the door?
How would you get in the door?
Yeah, well, that was just a closet. So it was, you'd
Apparently
have to
he didn't
move
go
it
in
to
that
get in it.
closet.
You had to move the
I was
picture.
gonna say, he must not go
Correct.
in it a lot.
Correct.
Yeah,
and then
okay.
give me the one where the TV's in the picture, okay? So this right here was upside down and was about right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
This right here.
That's a minor adjustment.
These were all kinds of. And this
Upside down. I can't.
Yeah. So, and there is no rug because we're bringing the rug.
Okay.
So I've got to move that stuff around.
You were worried though that it wouldn't fit. So were you able to leave it there? Is that it?
That's
Is that
it.
the rug?
That's the rug.
Okay.
It was fine.
All right.
But it did require moving all that stuff to put it down.
Right.
And we had to figure out how to put the mattress pad back on. It was one of those that unzips. Because it got
horrible.
It got wet and he had to wash it and all that. We did discover, and I noticed that Big Love was not completely forthcoming, but I didn't jump in there like a lawyer. A lot of clothing missing. You know, there's a lot of things missing. There's
got wet.
Well, Ricky had just gone to the
I
dumpster.
don't know where some of these things are, and I don't care. I honestly don't. I just want it to be okay. And then, and that's what he got for Christmas. That was the piece we didn't know would fit. See it with the TV on it.
Yeah, that's perfect.
That was a
Nice
Christmas
piece.
present, so that was good. And that's what it used to be on.
That's a good little setup right
What's
there.
behind the couch is where the TV used to sit on. Okay,
It's nice.
So now
Bachelor
he's got
pad.
cowbell Speedy from Mississippi State up back
Attaboy.
there. Yeah. So anyway, and of course, you know that I'll say all that right there.
Look at that.
So anyway, so Sherry says, you know what? I really like this. This is really nice. Wow. And I'm just like, oh,
You couldn't believe it.
Oh my goodness, your grace extends. and so we're going great. You know me. I immediately go to, all right, let's go get some lunch. I know we'd planned on going over to Stone Mountain, hike a little bit. He doesn't live far from Stone Mountain. All right. I want us out of this place. Right. I don't want her looking in closets. I don't want her looking in drawers. Mm-hmm. Hey, this is a great setup. Let's get the rug down. And, man, this looks great. I love this. Don't you like this? I do. And think about low. It doesn't cost as much. Hey, this is really all you need. I mean, you know what's right, Brooks? Yeah. Oh, this is the other part was I didn't need all that. This is great job.
How much you
job.
saving, son?
Yeah, how much? It's about $650, something like that. Now I'm bringing it up a little bit. And so then everything's great. Everything's going great. Then becomes the now where's the so and so? It's in here somewhere. And what about your closet space? And so then she goes to a closet that's by the bed that the dresser's not in. Mm-hmm. So she goes, oh yeah, I like that. Well, no, where's you're missing some clothes? Well, that Mom, some of the clothes got really, really wet, and I got some at the cleaners. Mm-hmm. I've washed a lot of them.
Some are in the dumpster.
Yeah, right.
I just walked in.
You almost saw me do it.
Yeah. And so then I don't know what he was thinking. Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of closet space. Oh, is there another closet? And I went, and I was like, nah, that's a. Look at this closet over here. God love him. We were so close, like all of y'all. I think the dresser thing's not that big a deal, unless you put it in there sideways. What? He didn't have it up against the wall. Oh. It's just sitting in there. What? Like what? And I'm like,
how's he going to use
it? Push it up against the wall. What are you doing? And so now the back's exposed, and it's sitting in there sideways. And I thought, son, just one shift of that. And she opens up the door. She goes, what is, you got your dresser just sitting in here? And I'm like, oh, it's Oompa Loompa. I said, I'll tell you, I like that idea. I love that idea. I said, you get in the studio, you don't really have a place to put a dresser. And I said, this is more closet than he needs. And this closet really acts as he walks in here to his dresser. All we really need to do, and I grab it, is just, what I'd do, son, I'd push it around and put it up against the wall so you walk in, your drawers are facing you.
Yeah.
Not sure why you wanted to walk around to the side. I don't even know why you put it in there like that.
You find yourself narrating the event?
Yeah. Let me just push that back up against the wall. Oh yeah. And then Sherry goes, yeah, I like that. That looks good. I said, that right there. Brilliant. I wish we did that at our house.
Oh, you've gone there.
Yeah, I'd go too far. Go too far. Right. Yeah. She goes, like and then you get that look. Why would we do that? Something I wanted to say.
I took it a step further than I should have.
I'm just trying to get in the truck. So sorry. I was just trying to get in the truck. That's one of those get in the truck statements. trying to land this thing and put a bow on it.
Yeah.
Head on back.
What I'd like to see right now is this place in my rearview mirror. That's what I'd like to see. But and you excited and fired up. So we went on a great hike. Hung out a little bit there in town. Had lunch with him, and then Mama came back, and we had to do. Let's get that picture right behind the TV. Let's get the mattress thing back on the mattress.
Can I ask about the picture?
And let's get the rug down.
Yeah. Apparently, it looks like it's kind of an impressionistic picture of maybe the sunset or the sky.
Something.
But it's obvious you can hang it upside down. You can't tell the difference.
Correct.
Right?
Yeah. But let me say this, Bubba. On that note, and we love our kids, and they're trying to learn. But one of the good indications about whether it's upside
Where
down
the
or not,
hanger is?
where the hanger is.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
That normally will.
He had the string and had put nails under it where it would sit, like he set it on the shelf. It worked. And I'm like, son, I mean, that come on, man. But you know
and
what?
even with that, he had it so low it was behind the TV.
I'll tell you this right now.
I love it.
I am proud of my son. He got in a bind, and he worked it out, and he got it settled. And I'm gonna tell you what, I give him an 8 out of 10.
Upside down picture don't change that.
No, it doesn't. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Come on, Andy.
Now listen, dear Miss Molly, I've told you this before, but even though I've told you, I'll tell you just once more. Oh, oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, I'm in love with you. Oh, me, oh, my Miss Molly, won't you say you love me too?
I mean, 3. Look at him. More. You know what rhymes with more, don't you? Encore.
Oh, yes. Here we go.
So just keep going, Jerry. Don't stop.
Well, I got to tell you that this song's written by a friend of ours up in Gadsden, Alabama.
Oh, really?
We've been doing it forever because it's a good song.
That's where they got their start.
Yeah.
That's where
First time we were on your show.
Yeah.
First time it would. Yeah.
It's when you played Pantsless up there, I think.
When I was a little bitty boy, just up off of the floor, we used to go down to Grandma's house every month in the soul, and we'd have some chicken pie, country ham, and homemade butter on the bread.
Oh, yes.
But the best darn thing about my grandma's house was a great big feather bed. It was 9 feet high and 6 feet wide and soft as a downy chicken. Made from the feathers of 40-11 geese, took a whole bolt of cloth for the tick. It would hold 9 kids and 4 hound dogs and a piggy we'd stole from the shed. Didn't get much sleep, but we had a lot of fun on my grandma's feather bed. And after supper, we'd sit around the fire, the old folks spit and chew. Grandpa'd talk about the farm and the war, and my granny sing a battle or two. I'd sit and I'd listen and I'd watch the fire, the cobwebs fill up my head. Next thing you know, I'd wake up in the morning in the middle of the old feather bed. It was 9 feet high, 6 feet wide, soft as a downy chick. Made from the feathers of 40-11 ducks, took a whole boat of cloth for the tick. It would hold 9 kids and 4 hound dogs and a piggy we'd stole from the shed. We didn't get much sleep, but we had a lot of fun on Grandma's feather bed. What's a yodel? Love my ma and I love my pa. I love Granny and Grandpa too. I've been fishing with my uncle and I wrestled with my cousin. Even kissed Aunt Lou. Ooh. Oh. If I ever had to make a choice, I guess it ought to be said I'd trade them all. Plus a gal down the road for Grandma's feather bed. 9 feet high and 6 feet wide, soft as a downy chick. Made from the feathers of 40-11 ducks, took a whole foot of cloth for the tick. It would hold 9 kids and 4 hound dogs and a bigger bit stone from the shed. We didn't get much sleep, but we had a lot of fun on Grandma's feather bed. We didn't get much sleep, but we had a lot of fun on Grandma's feather bed.
The amazing 3.
Bet you didn't think you'd hear yodeling this morning.
Jerry, you're yodeling. You're yodeling. How long have you been working on that?
Oh, man. About 15 minutes. On the way over.
Right. That might have been almost 50 minutes. You know? So we've got about 4 minutes. Can we work?
Yeah, we got
Fa Sol La?
Let's do the genre. Yeah, we got a genre song for you.
Do genre.
Okay, this is the old. It's actually the genre is Sacred Harp, but it used to be. Joe Rumore used to play this on his show.
Okay.
And we love this song. It goes like this.
3. 4. Well, there's a happy time awaiting, all the people congregating. Hand me down my collar and my tie. Put the horses to the buggy, away we're gonna chug it to the singing on the 4th of July.
It is 8 minutes to the top of the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us. So, finishing up, which was a great weekend. So I told you that Big Love doesn't live that far from Stone Mountain. So one of the things we're going to do, anytime we come to visit, he'll go, hey, y'all want to go do something in Atlanta? And I said, well, look with this. And Sherry loves a hike. And a couple things have happened that have helped me on these hikes. One is when I nearly fell to my death. So that got rid of that trail. I have a foot that doesn't work. So that's got me out of some trails that in the past I would have had to try to overcome. Well, the word Stone Mountain has two words. One is stone, and then there's the bad one, mountain. And so they have a trail that we get there, and Big Love has been like, I've been trying to make my way and land on my feet, and my workout regiment, I put a little weight on. I'm trying to drop some back off, and at one time he was working out, almost every day and running. He's like, I hadn't done that, so I don't know about going up this mountain. I said, well, I said, well, and this is when we were having lunch. I said, here's the thing, buddy. I said, your mama, we're going to the mountain. Okay, and she's been hyped about this hike, and so we get there, and you want everybody needs to hit the potty at the bottom of the mountain, and Sherry goes, oh, let's do that walk up trail. It says you can hike up the mountain, and of course me now married for 27 years to this wonderful human being and knowing her pretty well, I don't even fight it. Hey, that sounds great. And Big Love looks at me like, Dad, who are you? I said, oh, this is 58-year-old low maintenance dad. This is Dad that, I don't die on every hill anymore, and plus I know some things. So she runs to the restroom, and I said, hey, buddy, don't panic. He said, Dad, we going up this mountain? I said, don't panic. I said, we're holding a trump card here. I said, I'm going to hold an ace for us. Nobody panic. And he said, Dad, she's going to want to walk up you walk up that mountain. I said, we'll never get there, buddy. And he said, why? You said we'll get too tired. I said, oh, no, she could walk from here back to Birmingham. She's amazing. There's no stopping her as far as her getting tired. And I said, she's afraid of heights. Oh, that's right, Dad. I said, no, terrified. I said, so when you're hurting, let me know. And I said, because I'll probably be hurting around then too. I said, I'm going to attempt to go over to one of the look-offs to see Atlanta. And your mom is going to panic and is going to say, we got to get off this mountain and we'll be down. So just let me know. And he goes, Dad, I said, I'm just telling you. I said, because Sherry's terrified of heights. She's okay as long as she doesn't see the cliff, okay?
It's the trust me talk.
Yeah.
Yeah, trust me.
I said, nobody panic. So we start up the mountain. And she's like, and you walk up. That's one of the places there you can look off. I'm actually walking over here where we're sitting. There's a trail up here, and we're walking all the way up.
What if you stump your toe and start rolling? What happens?
Well,
I haven't been to Stone Mountain since I was a little bitty kid.
Yeah, you're not that close. It's really, you'd have to really be stupid to fall off of it because, of course, people are pretty stupid.
Yeah.
But anyway, so we're going.
Isn't it wild? It's just sticking out there by itself. Isn't it?
Yeah, we go, and Bigelow's like, whew. And I said, too soon. We ain't high enough. We ain't high enough.
Let's see it again, Eddie.
Stay with me. Okay. So we're walking, and all of a sudden, I have to look for cues from how committed to this she is. Well, you start walking and walking up, and then you can see where it gets really steep, and they even have a handrail for you to walk up. And in the beginning, you got to come up a little bit in the beginning, but it levels out a little bit, so don't panic in the beginning. And so all of a sudden he sees that off in the distance, and he gives me the look, and I said, "We'll never see that, buddy." He's like, "Dad," I said, "We'll never see it. Don't even act like you're gonna be on that rail, because we ain't anywhere near that rail. Because before that rail, there's look-offs, and that's where we win. And so we're going up, and people are coming down. And
how heavy is the breathing?
It's not awful, because like I say, I've been trying to do a little better, so I'm really okay. Okay, Big Love's struggling a little bit, but what makes you feel bad on these kind of things is when coming back down the mountain, you see the elderly. With a stick, you see like kids, and you're like, if they made it, it really, I mean, you're kind of let me tell you something. I saw some big uns trucking that thing, some big uns. In front of me at one time, there was a really big un, and let me tell you something. You ever seen when a big one's in front of you and that big old rear end's eating them sweatpants? I mean, you know what I mean? It almost looks like one of them big Muppets with the big mouse. So I was, and so
hungry butt.
So I finally got the signal, and we were almost to the steepest part, and I said, we are a go, and so she was up ahead of us. I looked at her, I said, "Here we go." I said, "Hey, I'm gonna walk over here." No, don't go over there. And I said, "Well, I'm just going to go over here." Nobody go. Don't go near that. And I said, "Well, I just want to go." And all of a sudden she sits down. "Oh, everybody sit down. I got to sit down." And I looked at Big Love. He looked at me. He goes, "You or something."
Done.
What a brilliant father to terrify his wife to get us off.
Sit down.
Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. Everybody sit down. So we calm. And I said, "Well, listen. I'm ready. I think
that view was.
I said, I think I can make it. I said, I'm really good. No. I think we're good. I don't think I can go up anymore." I said, "Okay. Well, I mean, I don't want you to be upset about this.
Yeah.
If you're ready for us to go down and
don't go one too many,
and drop Big Love off his apartment, head back to Birmingham, I am good with that." And I said, "So let's just." And she goes, "No."
How far is that from downtown?
Oh, from downtown?
Yeah. Well, the view. How far are you seeing that?
I really don't know. I have no idea.
Pretty.
I would say probably maybe 20 minutes. North of Atlanta, maybe, something like that.
Have you ever seen a son so proud of their dad?
Yeah.
When Brooks looked at
Well,
you?
it's like when we walked down and we were coming back down the mountain, and I was talking about how much I respected that, and I didn't want us to do anything that would make her uncomfortable. And as we're walking down, Big Love looked at me like it's almost like he could sense that he needed to learn right now. You know what I mean? It's like he looked into the grayness of my beard, the one that looks like my nose is running.
Yeah.
And it's like he looked into that weathered face and that graying and salt and pepper beard and said, "There's wisdom in there." And what I've seen today, I without me even saying it, he knew I need to learn. Right. And I felt like that, Mom did her part.
Okay.
And Dad did his. And I think we leave there.
You read the room pretty good.
We leave there with Mom okay with the apartment, made a few adjustments. She did what she does well.
Yeah.
I've kind of imparted some wisdom, on how to keep your wife from dragging you up on a hike you don't want to go on without ever seeming like you did it. And I left there proud.
Yeah, boy.
Yeah, top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba.
There's a tree that's mighty shady, and I'll sing me old lady, and I'll pick me out a girl a passing by. If I can get her in the buggy, I can get a little huggy, and to sing it on the 4th of July. Love, 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 everybody.
I gotta tell you, I got the low part.
You see him just jump right in.
I didn't know what we were doing, but I liked it. Oh my. So I don't think we have time for three-legged because I don't want to rush it.
No, we don't want to rush that.
But that's really become legendary when you guys are here because of Bubba's performance.
Oh, sure.
Well, Bubba could sit out and it'd still be fine.
What?
It's just such a great story, Rick.
What's next? Tell Andy to put the bass down. I mean, we're gonna do it the full deal. I mean, with you in there the whole time.
Because I really haven't practiced a lot since last April.
Good. Yeah. Well, Jerry, who owns the mouth harp. I mean, you've been playing it for years.
Oh yeah.
To see what you've done with Bubba in such a short period of time.
All you get is point, and he
Yeah,
takes it.
yeah. I have to. Somebody has to cue me.
Well, you know, Jerry's got a coaching background, so
He
this was no
I know
big
it.
step for him.
You either blow or you draw.
Right. I got you.
So that's all he needs.
Right. Well, you know what you're not going to be guilty of? Overcoaching.
No.
You know.
Or hopefully expecting too much.
You know, you can overcoach. You don't exasperate him.
I coached tennis one time, girls tennis, and
Picture
we had
it.
an All-American on a team, and I told every one of those girls, watch her. What she does, y'all do that, and that was my coaching.
Well, Bubba, you can relate to that. We got one knows what they're doing. I've been assigned this on aside my basketball and football duties, and watch her and everybody do that. We'll come back. The amazing Three on the String, three-legged man. If they don't do that, we'll get the emails and the phone calls with Bill Bubba Bussey on mouth harp, coached by veteran Jerry Ryan. All coming up next. Don't miss it.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba show, and that Rick and Bubba theme that is 24 years strong now was written and is performed by one of the members of Three on the String, Brad Ryan. His father
is he kind of like the shadow member?
He's he was brought in, late to the deal. The three had been running a long time before Brad was brought in through his father, Jerry Ryan, who's also a member.
After 32 years.
New guy after 32. He's
new.
He's only been.
Andy's our old new guy.
Yeah, Andy McGinnis was there, left, came back. Bobby Horton's been there forever.
Yeah, no ambition.
That's just. No ambition. They all have their solo projects that they do to keep it fresh. Brad's was going out doing this little theme, but we fail every year to mention, according to Brad's brother, Barry Ryan, who does the.
Barry's kind of the shadow guy.
Yeah, this is Brad's wife. That's his wife, and here's Barry with the low on the Rick and Bubba. Brad, Barry. So Barry Ryan, the brother who was left out of the entertainment circle, and
is he ever bitter about that?
Your younger brother doesn't seem. Your younger brother doesn't seem bothered by this, but it really bothers Barry.
It bothers Barry to this day, more and more every day. I think.
And what was his comment about that little?
Well, he
hook he did there.
He said, talking to Dad, he said, Dad, how many albums have y'all done? 10, 12? How many of them have made it big? 0.
Right.
They put me on one song and it goes nationwide.
You missed it.
Just saying.
Hey, before we get to this next song, I do want to point you to the Gridiron Men's Conference coming up this summer. It'll be Father's Day weekend, the BJCC. As a matter of fact, later in the program tomorrow, we're going to talk to Tony Evans, one of the best communicators the Lord has ever put on this earth. He will be speaking, and, of course, he has books and just galore. And, of course, he's been there before, but he's back this year. Steve Farrar will be there. Lee Strobel, Bubba, Case for Christ. All these guys are going to be on the show over the next next few months as we get up. Charlie Daniels will also be speaking this year. I'm joining the guys and looking forward to it. The theme this year, don't back down. If you'd like to find out more about the Gridiron Men's Conference, Charles Billingsley's back doing worship, so we'll look forward to making fun of him. I think he wants to stop by like the Friday of the conference too. That's always fun. It's Father's Day weekend. Go to gridironmen.com. That's gridironmen.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. You also find it there at upcoming events as well. All right, so guys, now here we go. I mean, it's time for Three-Legged Man. Bubba, are you ready? Do you know your cue?
I pay another man to do my taxes.
Larry, Jerry, we've already done that one. We've already done
That's
that.
the wrong song.
It is. Yeah, we've already done that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give us a Bubba. It's out.
And who's cueing him because?
Friends.
We can't plan it too much.
Okay. Because he won't. When we do commercials, if I don't do that, he doesn't do his part.
Well, that's what I'm telling him now.
Right. Okay.
I just did.
Yeah.
I just did, right?
Yeah.
All right. So look at Bobby. Look at Bobby for.
Friends, you'd never guess it. so I really must confess it. I just met the sweetest woman in the whole wide world. But a friend of mine said, buddy, in case your mind is muddy, don't you know that girl you're fooling with is old Pegleg Johnson's girl?
Six minutes pass from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, Eddie Van Adler, all here for another day. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and thank all of you for joining us.
So, Bubba, let's jump into the ever-changing President Biden story.
Where'd he go?
Where did he go?
Where'd he go?
He's hiding in the basement. Anybody know Basement Joe?
Well, the Justice Department found more classified items in the Biden home. So it looks like the FBI did finally go and search the private home, and they found even more classified documents.
Rick, this is getting weird, okay?
It is.
Even for us. This is, look, I'm no fan of Joe Biden, okay? But it's just weird how they just keep this timeline keeps going. I mean, it's almost like somebody is going to his house, sprinkling them out, and then calling the DOJ to go look for them. You know, which again, I think this is an inside job. I think the Democrats are doing it because Kevin McCarthy can't walk into Joe Biden's house. Somebody would recognize him. You know, somebody who's in there all the time is doing this.
Yeah. Well, in the story we have, the White House lawyers requested the FBI search, according to what they say, that uncovered more documents. It was a 13-hour FBI search of his home.
But why would they request that when they've already found documents in the garage? And if they found them in the garage, wouldn't they look at the house too? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It seems kind of odd. I'm not following why they keep going back looking for more.
Yeah, and
this wasn't an FBI raid, right? I mean, they didn't show up the first thing in the morning with guns drawn.
It was consensual. The search was.
No.
So Biden said on Thursday, remember we talked about this, he had no regrets.
Yeah, I saw the clip. We played it.
About not publicly disclosing before the midterms. I bet he doesn't have any regrets because it might have cost. It might have cost the Democrats if he had. So I wouldn't have any regrets either if I helped out my party by hiding something.
Look at Governor Newsom.
I bet you don't regret it.
Look at Governor Newsom standing behind him. Do you think he was cramming documents in his coat?
Possibly.
When Joe wasn't looking.
He says there's no there. So I guess he means that all these documents we're finding that are classified in his private residence.
That could have been there, Rick, like 8 years, at least 6 years.
And he's the one that said that when Trump did it, that it was irresponsible. Grotesquely irresponsible, and by golly, something needs to be done.
Boy, has that clip come back to bite him?
Well, it is. So
I don't know if you saw any of the Democrats on the Sunday shows. I've seen a few clips from it. Every time they get asked about it, they just go, you know, he's commented on that, so we'll have to let that stand. They're turning on him. You're right. They're turning on him.
No question.
And I really do think it's an inside job.
Well, it's that terrible feeling.
Look at Newsom. He's smiling. He knows the more he talks, the closer he gets to be the nominee.
Well, it's one of those terrible things, and that is when you realize and you look around and you think, okay, those who've been protecting me are no longer protecting me.
You know what he's thinking? That's my job.
You know, when I first saw that, I thought, why is Steve Hines standing behind the president?
Oh, he appreciates that.
But
Steve, I'm sorry.
No, it just looked alike. They surely wouldn't share the same.
With the cap on.
That's non-filter, Rick.
Right, yeah, that's it. So we know that Biden now has no one protecting him because
they're running from him.
They're absolutely now building a case on why he cannot be a candidate because they don't want him as a candidate either.
The polling numbers are not good.
No.
It looks like, and again, it depends on what poll you want to look at and quote, but it looks like that he would lose to Donald Trump or he would lose to DeSantis, either one, right now.
Yeah, so they know he's a bad candidate, and as we've already said, and I'm sure there's others saying the same thing, they also get a double play. They can come back and say, well, we weren't inconsistent. We want to hold Donald Trump to the same standard we held Biden to. They both need to be. They both cannot be candidates.
Well, that's the only
that
only
would
play,
be fine with
that's
them.
the only play you got. And you know what? I'm good with that. Let's set up a criteria like we've talked about, presidents playing golf or whatever, and hold everybody to the same there we go.
Yeah.
Same level. I mean, that's all you can really ask for, right?
Well, it's almost like you're in some tournament somewhere and you're playing some sporting event, and something happens with the board ruling over the tournament, and the end result is that I have to get rid of a player that was never going to play anyway, but you have to get rid of your best player.
Right.
You know, and I'm sitting there going, I'll agree to that.
Mm-hmm. But there is a
we both
difference.
got to lose a player, and this is the player I lose. I'm in. Yeah.
But there is a difference in this. The president, and we've looked at this, read about it, researched it. The president can declassify anything by himself. It doesn't have to go to committee. He can declassify it. That's one of the beauties of being the president. The VP cannot. A senator cannot. So Joe Biden has really more liability in this than Trump did.
Right.
If you want to look at
now,
it from
nobody's
that standpoint.
going. Good luck trying to make that narrative.
Well, I
stick.
know,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
I mean that's the truth.
They're going to come back and say it's apples and apples, and they both got to go. Now it's not, but that what you're talking about requires too much explanation.
Well, they haven't
So
got to that point with Joe yet. They keep just seeding documents
Right,
everywhere.
yeah.
Oh, look
So-
here. Hey, FBI, you might need to go look in the back room.
So if you're a Biden supporter, you have to make a decision. Do you agree that classified documents at private residences are bad and those who did it should be held accountable, or you think only Trump should? So you have to make that decision, and that's the position that you've been put in, and I think your own party is glad you're in this position because it's a way to get rid of Biden and maybe can get rid of Trump at the same time.
Yeah.
You know, Biden, he could come out of this looking good if he would just say he's not going to run, that he's done his thing, and you know he stopped Trump, and I mean I'm just looking at it from his standpoint, the way he'd want to spin it, and that he's that he's getting up in age and he wants to go spend time with the grandkids, and not run, and he could probably come out looking pretty good on that.
Yeah,
I would think.
Well, we have 1A. If you would like 2 minutes of lunacy.
Yeah, I want to hear this. I saw that.
This is Biden and Kamala Harris. They look back on their first 2 years, and they're about to give us a review of themselves that it's been awesome. So here we go.
All right.
Okay.
Hey, team.
Hi, guys.
How are you? What do you think? I think we're off to a pretty good start.
I think we're off to a great start. I mean,
Hard to believe it's 2 years, huh?
well, just remember where we started and all that was happening in our country. And I think the thing that has motivated us is the resilience, the determination of the American people.
Yeah, they stuck with us.
Right?
I mean,
I wish people could see what I see sometimes.
I do, too.
I've been in the Oval Office with you when the cameras are there, and mostly when the cameras are not. And what you have singularly done based on who you are, and I mean this in all sincerity, to bring together nations, allies in the world, and you bring folks together in a bipartisan way, uniquely.
Well, you're very
You've been an
gracious.
incredible leader these last 2 years.
I really think, as you've heard me say, foreign leaders, there's never been a good bet to bet against America.
Yeah.
We created almost 11 million jobs, 750,000 manufacturing jobs.
Think about that, and on top of
How about
capping
your
the cost of insulin at $35 a month, what we've done, we have created more small businesses in the last 2 year span than any 2 year span in history.
I feel good. And look, we're in a situation as well where we've kind of united the world in a way it hadn't been for a while. And I think people are starting to realize that what you and I have been saying, there's not a damn thing we can't do if, in fact, we do it together. More African Americans have health care.
How about reality?
Employed in decent jobs.
And how about the fact that there is now a name that the world knows, and the name is Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson.
And more appellate court female judges that are
Right.
black than all other presidents in American history.
Yeah.
I feel good about where we are.
It's
I really do.
groundbreaking.
We
We've
got
got
a lot more to
momentum.
do.
We got momentum.
Got momentum.
I don't even.
Nice.
I don't even know what to say.
He's so proud of that justice he couldn't even say her name.
Yes. Ka-chung, ka-chung, ka-chung.
Well, he just bragged about making his judicial nominations based on quotas, not quality of
That's
the
basically
justices.
it. You're exactly
Excellence.
We did it.
We did it.
We're doing so good.
And those numbers, by the way, they went back and started counting from the pandemic. That's why it looks like it's a plus.
Wow.
They're playing with the numbers, guys.
We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pegleg's big and mean, tough and grim.
You don't want to face him.
He'll brain you with his artificial limb.
Oh, no.
But next morning, bright and early, I stole old Pegleg's girdle.
Against all warnings.
And I also took his wooden leg.
Well, that's smart.
Just to play it safe.
Right.
But there weren't no time for laughter, 'cause he started hopping after.
Uh-oh.
And now I keep on running faster. But he won't give up the chase.
Oh, my gosh.
So now I'm running across the country, far and wide. I got his wooden leg right by my side. I'm a three-legged man with a two-legged woman being chased across country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's bumping, but he shows no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, his life is hard and cruel. Across the deserts and the valleys and those old dark Chicago alleys.
Yeah.
Across the mighty Mississippi to the hills of Carolina. Across the mountains of Montana, through the swamps in Louisiana. Every time I look back, he's 1 foot behind. And I know he must be cold and wet and sick. But in spite of all his woes, he still can kick.
Yeah, he's dangerous.
So I'm a three-legged man with a two-legged woman being chased across country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's flopping, but he shows no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, his life is hard and cruel. Now, he's ragged and he's filthy, and I'm feeling kind of guilty.
Oh,
especially in the evenings, when I hear him plead and beg.
What's he saying?
In spite of all you...
What feeling in that note?
Right. I'm telling you, Bubba's a natural. He's not even looking for cues now. He knows the song.
I don't know what he said. In spite of all what?
I don't know.
In spite of all your
stealing.
In spite of all your stealing, I bear you no hard feelings.
Right.
You can keep the blamed old woman if you'll bring me back my leg.
Oh, Jerry.
'Cause although that leg you meant to take was wooden, in the dark, by mistake, you took my good one.
No!
So I'm a three-legged man with a two-legged woman being chased across the country by a one-legged fool. Oh, he's hopping and he's flopping, but he showed no signs of stopping. I tell you, boys, his life is hard and cruel.
How about that right there, Jerry? Boy, Jerry. Jerry, what'd you knock off there? Your guitar?
It's his finger, I think.
Go, Bubba! I'm telling you, he did. 21 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba Show, thank you for being with us today as we unpack another one. So we let the president, vice president tell us how great they've done the last 2 years. Like Bubba said, playing with some of the numbers there. I know some numbers they left out. Interest rates they left out. Recession they left out. A lot of the classified documents being at the vice president's homes, they left that out.
The home starts that have ground to a halt.
Right, and all the different stuff. And as you said, celebrating giving someone a position solely based on their ethnicity as opposed to letting everyone stand on their own merit regardless of their ethnicity, which somehow the left doesn't think you can achieve diversity by sticking with excellence and high standards, which really is bigoted in and of itself to have that attitude.
I mean, look, he's the president. Surely he sees how poorly that looks when he says that. I mean, why can't he say that he has picked justices that are excellent and qualified, and more access has been given to groups that didn't have that in the past? I mean, he just flat out said, look, we put people of color in there.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's just that's the way he said it.
Well,
it's ridiculous.
The left also conveniently overlooks, when you look at the actual administration, it was George W. Bush that had the most diversity.
Right.
And putting people in that are minorities in really, really high positions. But again, that's not counted as historic because they didn't have the right political view. So anyway, here, would you like to hear our vice president talk to us about the climate crisis?
Yeah, I would.
Yeah,
I know she's on top of that.
1C there. So, we've really enjoyed watching the World Economic Forum and their discussion of saving the planet. That's been a party for all of us. So now, once again, end of time climate crisis, the vice president, Kamala Harris, well, now she's going to talk about the issues that are present in the climate crisis. Here we go.
In particular, in dealing with the various issues that are present when we look at the climate crisis, thinking about water policy, diversifying water policy, understanding that we must have the ability to diversify our approach and the resources, to everything from what we do in terms of conservation to recycling, desalination, and storage of water. This plant and this facility in particular is doing some of the smartest and the most contemporary kind of work that is necessary to store water, understanding that the climate crisis presents exactly what we've experienced here in California. We're going to have days, and sometimes there will be days of immense water, of rain, of storms, of flooding, and at the same time we are a state that has experienced for generations drought. And we must therefore understand that the issues that are present in the climate crisis are varied, and it requires us to be present and to be in front of each of the iterations and variations that include extreme weather that produces a lot of water and extreme weather that produces drought.
Okay.
All right, Dan.
All right.
Bubba's just staring at the wall.
Weather that's produced a lot of water and weather that produces drought been happening a long time. I mean, a long time.
Yeah.
I mean, long time. Long time. Have you noticed that a lot of times they're just words? They just love a word sandwich.
They do.
I mean, just
I guess she had to get up and make
That
a
one there.
speech. I
Right,
don't
yeah,
know,
right.
but I mean, I think she could have said what she said with about a quarter of the words, and it still wouldn't have made any sense.
Do you think she's really understood that as long as we've had water plants, their whole role was to store water and
Pretty much, right?
to clean water and to diversify how we clean and get water to people?
There's something about her speeches. I don't know.
Water plants are not exactly cutting edge to fight climate crisis. Crisis, too. They love the word crisis.
Love it.
It is a crisis.
Oh, there's crisis around every corner.
Right. I mean, everywhere you look, here a crisis, there a crisis, everywhere a crisis. But to me, we never quite get up the courage to ask them, with all their fear mongering, why do we continue to be in these crises even when you take charge? I thought you scared us to elect y'all to solve them, but y'all never solve them because you keep telling us they're still there.
There's always one more election that they're needed.
Right.
You forget.
Yeah, right. Well, I know I feel very, very at peace with this current administration, knowing that they are taking on all the various crises that are out there.
Yeah, and don't forget trying to kill gas stoves.
They're really on board with that right now, aren't they? That's their new thing.
I'd almost make a deal with them if we kill gas stoves and in 1 year we couldn't see a dramatic change in the weather, that they have to all quit. I'd almost make that deal with them. And they wouldn't make that deal because they know it ain't going to matter either.
They're not going to make that deal.
They just want to be in charge and boss everybody around.
So there you go. There's
make the wackos happy.
And speaking of the gas stoves thing, the newest thing is showing Democrats cooking on gas stoves and gas grills while they try to ban gas stoves and gas grills.
Here's the governor of New York who was all about it, and here she is cooking out with her gas grill.
Of course. Again, I miss.
Now, they would probably get a pass on that, Rick, because they have some kind of green credit or they planted a tree.
Yeah. Well, remember, they got a pass on being able to have dinner in big crowds and not wear a mask.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, remember
Gavin
that?
Newsom, too.
Right, which means they must not think the mask is really necessary. They wouldn't put their family and friends in danger. But you got to learn to read that. I got to learn to read that.
Well, how can
Critical
she stand? Listen,
think for yourself.
How can she stand? Because she is very important. She's the governor of New York. How can she stand over that gas grill with all the harmful chemicals coming out of it? I mean, we got a list the other day. You'd think you were in a.
Is that the narrative? I lost the narrative. Why are we scared of gas grills?
I thought it was just gas in the house. Ranges.
What are we afraid of now?
The grills.
What are we afraid of now?
Well, there's all kind of chemicals that come
asthma
off of these.
In children.
And when it burns, and we finally had one the other day that actually said what it was all about. They said, and this is a third of what's causing the global warming.
They finally got to that.
Yeah, they had one spew that out the other day, and everybody went to cover, go, no, we're supposed to be taking care of the kids.
Yeah, just like on that.
Have you noticed they care about kids a lot unless they are not born?
That's right.
Now,
if you're still in that womb, good luck to you.
Yeah.
But
I mean, up to the last day.
Right. Yes.
Or now, if you're born.
Yeah. Have you noticed the story out there they're trying to cover with everything they can right now? Did y'all see that one? The same-sex couple and the children they adopted.
Yeah, how about that?
What they were doing with them.
Yeah.
Dark. Now
you can't find that story.
And what I would say is that does not mean that everybody who is same gender are evil people. Doesn't mean that at all. But we also should not report it because we think it might.
Yeah.
We shouldn't protect any evil people, whether they're heterosexual, homosexual,
that's right,
or whatever they may declare.
I mean, these people don't represent that whole community.
No.
Right? Nobody says.
But if they're doing something evil, you also don't hide the story over preference either.
That's right.
You report it all. Bottom of the hour. Your phone calls are next. 866 We Be Big. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm telling you, Bubby. I mean, I don't even think you look for cues much.
I got the freelance in there.
You know how smooth that was?
That like silk.
Well, after about 8 years.
Let me tell you, he can suck and blow with.
Once a year. Yeah.
Hey, he can suck and blow with the best.
Thank you, Rick.
I mean that
we were all thinking it.
That was. That was some harmonica playing right there.
Such feeling.
It is. It's like if the song came back to you. You didn't even need it.
It did.
You'll have to take rest this afternoon and breathe. Just keep breathing.
You're right.
Recover.
Let's go to. Is it Cassie? Cassie had a question for the Amazing Three. Cassie, how you doing?
Hi, just fine.
It is Cassie, right?
Kathy.
Kathy. Oh, Kathy. Okay, Kathy, go ahead.
Hi, I had a question for Three on a String. I turned on the radio a little bit late this morning and heard them singing Grandma's Feather Bed and mentioned that a guy in Gadsden wrote it. And I'm from Gadsden. I was just wondering, could you tell me who wrote it? Because I used to hear a guy at our church sing it all the time.
Yes. His name is Jim Connor. He's been around longer than we have, actually, and he wrote that song. John Denver recorded it, and Jim played with the Kingston Trio. He played with John Denver's band. He also played with a guy named Richard Lockmiller, who's from Gadsden. And he's a guy we early on looked up to find out what we were doing.
Right.
Yeah. Well, that wasn't the guy I was thinking of.
Been doing it ever
Yeah, but it's such a big deal in Gadsden. All sorts of people sing it.
Right. He sang it all the time, along with a lot of other John Denver songs, so that makes sense.
Was that the same?
You could hear it on the river on any weekend.
Was that the same guy or no?
No, it wasn't.
Okay.
But it just was ironic that he mentioned a guy from Gadsden wrote it, and I remember as a kid this guy singing it at church all the time when we had little get-togethers. So.
Well, I remember John Denver. He did it on his variety show. Remember he had that variety show. Do you remember when everybody got a variety show for just a quick run? Yeah, that was good.
It was right after Sonny and Cher.
Yeah, it was all in that same. Remember there was a ton of them.
Oh yeah.
It was
Mike Davis had one.
Jim Stafford.
Tony Orlando. I mean, everybody. You had one hit, you had a variety show.
Flip Wilson.
Hey, how about this? Hold the phones. Hold the phones.
Here come the judge.
This may be Judy that sent the email.
Oh, that wrote the letter?
That wrote the letter that we started the whole deal with. Is this Judy that wrote the email?
Please tell me she's looking around like, where did that voice come from?
Yes. Just put her on hold. Yeah, put her on hold. Okay, we'll see if that's her. We'll see if it's Judy. Is this Judy that wrote the email?
This is Judy that wrote the email.
Well, hey, Judy.
Go, Judy!
Well, that's a way to be on top of that, Bobby.
Good morning.
So, Judy, did you hear us read your email?
Yes, I did.
And now that you've heard the Amazing Three again, I cannot believe that you had never heard of Three on the String till the other night.
I cannot either, because I pretty much pride myself on knowing good entertainment, but
Judy, thank you so much for that email. Awesome.
Boy, that's nice.
You're more than welcome.
Well, Judy, have you got the tour schedule now, or did you enjoy
She
today?
wants to talk to you about a birthday party.
Did you hear everything they did today on the show?
Yes, I did.
Beginning to end.
And I do know the tour schedule now.
Oh, good. So, do you think we captured the essence of Three in this little, just a sample that we've had here today?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and now their comedy and all that. You don't get as much of that in this little presentation. You almost have to.
You got to see them and be part of the audience.
You got to see that live.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you just said.
Yeah, I said you got to experience that part of it live. But they thank you very much for the email. You did a great job. Is this for Judy?
Too bad I couldn't be in the studio this morning. I've been there 3 times, so I never know who I'm going to see.
Okay, good. Well, I'm glad you saw Three on the String, and thanks for that email, and hope you're enjoying today.
I am. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Judy. All right, so what are you going to do for Judy?
We're going to do for Judy and for y'all, everybody here. And it's because Andy wrote this sort of a theme song.
Okay.
Can we have just a little bit?
Yeah.
Yeah, you got plenty.
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
The sun is slowly sinking now. The shadows growing long. We'd like to stay around a while and sing another song.
Oh, this is going to make me cry.
But we know even best of friends must sometimes be apart.
Oh, Bubba.
And we'll always keep your memory in our hearts.
It's for you, Judy.
You sing the second verse, I'll sing the first. One day soon, I know we'll meet. We'll sing our songs again. Seems so close to paradise.
35 minutes now past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number as we make the move to the phone. Let's go. You can get in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG. All 10 lines are available. We'll use the troll format to get through a lot of different calls, different comments, different questions. It's your turn, and you can join us at 866-WE-BE-BIG. While you are dialing us up, and remember it's a troll, so there's no meaningless shout-outs, there's no shameless plugs, no baby predictions, anything like that. These are comments and questions and information, and you're programming this next segment. While you are coming in, and Speedy will get you lined up ready to go, I do want to talk to you out there. If you're a business and you're looking to fill a role at your company, you know that. We know that. I mean, your next hire can be an asset or a detriment, so you want to make sure it's an asset. And you can do that by working with LinkedIn.com/Bubba. They help you only interview the most qualified candidates with their screening questions and the use of their app and how you can make this work. And they throw it out there in front of the 870 million job seekers they have out there. Then they narrow it down to the ones that are only the most qualified. So when you're interviewing people, you're not wasting your time. And we also can get you your job post for free. So go to linkedin.com/Bubba. If you got a role, let's get LinkedIn to fill it for you. LinkedIn.com/Bubba, or you can go to rickandbubba.com and look right there under the sponsors button. Phones. And there's room for you at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Frank out of Sweet Home, Alabama gets us started. Trolling.
Keep them phones a trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Frank, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey, I was just thinking as I was listening to Vice President Harris, sometimes mistaken as President Harris, that she'd have been in touch with Bigelow's apartment building and the water company there. They could have sent that water in a diverse direction, and Bigelow would have had so many problems and had to move.
That's a good point. Where was she when we needed her? Robert out of the Bluegrass State, Kentucky. Robert, go ahead. There's room for you if you want to dial 866-WE-BE-BIG. Robert, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. I just wanted to call and tell you thank you so much for the motivation, Bubba. I was diagnosed with stage 3 pancreatic cancer the same time you found yours. And
Sorry,
I just
man.
came through a huge surgery, and I'm going to be able to survive this.
Oh, that's great.
Praise God
That's
for
great.
that.
Yeah, they really have made a lot of progress with that. What did you have to have the
They
Whipple
have.
procedure?
I had a partial Whipple procedure done. Yes, sir.
Well, good deal.
Yes, sir.
We're glad you're doing good.
I'm
Stay
still
on
in the
top
hospital.
of it.
Boy, the Whipple, that's a tough one.
Thank you.
Yeah,
It is. That's,
Thank you
but,
all.
Thanks,
But
Rob.
hey, it can save your life.
Right.
You know.
Amen.
And speaking of that, I'm this is my 90-day scan day today, so keep me on your prayer list too.
Yeah, I was going to let you bring that up yourself to see if you want to bring that up today. But, there's so many great prayer warriors out there, Bubba. I would, it's your choice to bring it up, but I sure would. There's a lot of folks that are praying.
Yeah,
So today,
absolutely.
we all been praying for another clean scan and clean blood work over the next couple of days.
Yeah, we'll do that tomorrow. So, and what was his name, Rick, that called? I can't see the
Robert.
screen. Robert.
Robert.
Praises for you, brother. That's great. I'm glad they caught that. And, used to pancreatic, you were just in trouble. But
yes.
they've come a long way, and they're making more and more strides every day on it.
Amen.
So, Bubba, they can't do the CT and the blood work in the same day. What's up with that?
I don't know, other than
Or is that just a scheduling deal?
we meet and they review the scan on the day they
okay.
get the blood work.
Okay.
So I don't.
That makes
know.
sense.
So be praying about that. The last one was good, and we fully expect this one to be good too.
Yes.
Let's go to Tim in Florida. Back to the Tro. 30 seconds. Tim, go ahead. One time out left.
Hey, morning, fella. How y'all doing? You too, Greg. How's everybody?
We're great.
Hey, look here, Rick. How in the world are you wearing them jeans after buying them and you haven't washed them yet? Come on, man. How you doing that?
Ricky's got his new jeans. Ricky's got his new jeans on. I don't know. I've always been able to do that. Yeah,
I never washed
Oh,
new
my
clothes
gosh.
until
Yeah.
I
I
wear them
would
the first
be itching
time.
like no tomorrow.
No,
All right.
no
Y'all be
problem.
good.
Yeah, these are.
I usually wash mine for a wear.
I can't wear.
Well, little dickies you have to.
Yeah, I can't wear jeans unless they're super comfortable. And I've actually had some, and that's why Sherry won't go get me any without me anymore. She's like, look, there's certain cuts and certain jeans that are just miserable.
And how about all of them are different? The sizes
Yep.
never match up.
Yep.
You know, of all the standards in the world, I mean, you have the imperial system, you have metric.
Mm-hmm.
We deal with it on so many things every day. Clothes are just all over the road.
All over the road.
Yeah, they are.
And shoes are all over the road.
Oh, yeah.
I like now when they'll tell you it's so-and-so U.S., something English, and something.
Well, even
whatever.
that, though, Nike is going to fit different than Adidas.
Oh, yeah.
I mean,
Well, even their own, even if it's Nike,
the particular type of Nike it is.
Their
It's
cuts
strange.
are different, and I don't know what it is.
Shirts.
But the way they do the hips and all that's just totally different.
Some shirts, one XL is different than another, one double XL is different than another. You pretty much, that's the only flaw with this new online thing is clothing.
Yeah.
I know you can send it back, but it's a big hassle. I'd rather go get my clothing in a place I can try them on than leave. Let's go to Mary in Georgia. Mary, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
I'm doing great. I hope you all are as well.
We are. Thank you for asking.
Okay. Well, I have a question quickly about Fielder Green.
Okay.
My husband and I ordered some last week.
Mm-hmm.
We received it. This is our second morning of using it. I want to know, is the green jar the one you use? It's unflavored. They look like are they all the same thing with different flavors? It just wasn't so good in my hot chocolate. So I didn't know if you put it in water. I don't know which one to get.
Yeah, I got the green. I used the green. I have never used the other products, so I can't really speak to those. But I've never. I used the green one, and I do it with water. For me, it is good enough. It's really good with like orange juice, or I tell you, if you really want to talk about immune, what's that berry everybody goes crazy?
Elderberry.
Elderberry.
Yeah. Elderberry.
You get you some elderberry,
John
and
Brown elderberry.
and mix it with that. I also do almond milk, a protein shake, and put it in there, which I love that too. But that's the three ways I do it: water only with some juice. I've never tried it with hot chocolate or coffee or anything like that, but I've done it with juices and with a protein shake and almond milk.
Yeah, I would think that would clash with a hot chocolate kind of.
Yeah, I would think so too. It's almost like that wouldn't be the best of choices.
Yeah, juice or water probably.
Yeah. Let's go to John in Alabama. John, 30 seconds. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Doing great.
We're great.
Got my 7-year-old here. He would love to say hello to you guys. He loves to listen to you.
Okay.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hello.
Hey, buddy.
Hey.
So what's your name?
Easton.
Did you say Mason?
Easton, I think.
Easton?
Yes, Easton.
Easton. That's a cool
Like
name.
the bat.
Yeah, a little pressure to be a good
All right,
baseball
thank
player,
you,
but that's
guys.
good. No, thank you, buddy. Thanks for the call.
Greg loves it when kids call.
Bob.
He does.
My grandkids.
Bob in Alabama.
Hello.
Hey, Bob.
How y'all doing?
We're good, man.
Man, it's good talking to y'all. This is my favorite talk show every morning.
Thank you very much.
You cover everything that everybody likes to hear. You know.
We hit it all. I mean, when people
It's
ask
the back porch format.
where Seinfeld's a show about nothing, we're a show about anything. But isn't that how all of our conversations go
Yeah.
in real life?
Yes, sir. That's exactly how it is.
Yeah. So anything on your mind?
Oh man, I want to talk about that football game last night. The Cowboys and the 49ers.
Yeah, let's keep bringing it
Oh,
up.
buddy.
Well, did your team win? Who were you pulling for?
Obviously, he's pulling for the Cowboys.
Yeah.
Because he was down about it.
He seemed a little down. Bo Buzzer
he
got
did.
you. Sorry, buddy.
And I didn't want to talk about the Cowboys. So I
You
let it
didn't.
go.
You
That's
let
why
it
I didn't
go.
get the time.
So
out.
are you to the point? I know we kid around a lot on the show, but are you to the point it even bothers you anymore? Really? What's left?
I'd like to have seen that win.
Okay.
I'd like to have been going into the next couple of weeks with them having a chance. I'll be honest.
Because then that
I didn't
would've-
stay up and watch it, but when I went to bed, when I got up this morning and I looked at the score, I was disappointed.
Can I try this too? Since we don't. I don't know how much of it you watch, but if you have a team you care about, it almost gives you something like, okay, well, I'll be interested in a game, so that'll give me something to kind of look forward to.
Yeah.
And when they're gone, you're like, now I got to really work harder to get interested. Is that what it is?
That's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah.
I was thinking a couple weeks ahead when maybe Super Bowl is about to be here, and I'm thinking, okay, I'll dial into this, and now I won't. I'll be like, I'll watch it for the commercials and hang out with the family, but I don't.
Yeah, these Final Four don't really.
It doesn't interest me at all. Now,
I think
the
there's some
Joe
good-
Burrow deal does.
Kansas City's always fun to watch.
Yeah, but I'm tired of them.
I am too.
I mean, they've been to the AFC Championship 5 years in a row.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm gonna become a Kansas City fan.
Yeah.
The minute you do, Bubba, though,
That'll be it.
Look out.
I need to pick the new. What's going to be the new team coming up?
Mahomes' ankle. That was.
I'm telling you,
didn't look good.
Sprain now. So let me ask you this.
And they take a long time
By the
to
way,
get over.
I find myself being a closeted Jaguars fan too for some reason.
Really?
Yeah.
Disappointed
You know,
for
twice this
years.
weekend.
I know.
There's something about their uniforms I just can't. I don't know
See,
what
I'm
it
the
is.
opposite. I
like
like
that
something
teal.
about it. I like it.
I like that teal.
So, of the four left, and none of us have our favorite teams in there, what do we want to see on Super Bowl Sunday that will keep us interested? What matchup?
Well,
do we
a
want?
close game that's got some explosive plays in it.
Something about the Eagles bores me.
Does it?
Yeah,
this
the
year I
Eagles
feel
have
a little
always
bit, but you're
been
right.
kind of
Just
mundane.
Just the franchise. I'm not saying this team. This team I understand is very good.
Yeah,
But the franchise never has really drawn me in.
The uniforms are not grabbers for me.
Boy, the
you know?
fans get it cranked up.
Yeah, you're right about that. I love their
Good
fans.
for them.
So
They
we
got
like
some
to see 49ers versus Bengals. Is that what we want? Remember, we had that way back in the 80s.
I'd like to see the Chiefs in there.
You want to see? You want to see Kansas City against
Yes,
Philadelphia?
as much as I'm done
I think
with
San
Kansas City.
Francisco. I think that's a better storyline.
Kansas City versus San Francisco.
Yeah.
Now you have to be careful.
You got Purdy.
Be careful.
You know.
Remember, careful that pumpkin showing up with third stringer. You know what I mean? It's a heartwarming story, but sometimes those heartwarming stories they end real bad.
I want Philly, Cincinnati.
That's it, yeah.
That's the two I want.
All right, we'll be back.
That'd be good.
14 minutes to the top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Being with your friends, and we know even best of friends must sometimes be apart, and we'll always keep your memory in our heart.
Now, as we all start aging here on the show, and
Let's quit saying that.
we just said that. Well, Greg, we want to hear
Let's not
you
talk about that.
We're all
talking about this.
Look, when we grew up, you went out in the sun and you liked it, and your parents put you out there.
I never used sunscreen growing up. Not one time.
I didn't even know.
I don't even hardly do now.
I didn't know there was such a thing as sunscreen.
Yeah.
Maybe if I'd have had this job
There was.
right out of high school, then I wouldn't have. But a lot of years in the sun for
A lot of years in the sun before, yeah, and you of course worked out in the sun, and so this where they keep having to address skin cancer or the appearance of skin. So you've got to go get your face cut up again today.
Yeah. If it's on your face, they make you
look,
go.
Bobby's got one up.
Bobby's
Bobby's showing us too. That's a lot of bluegrass festivals right there. Calls
That's
that.
what that is.
Never wore a hat.
Yep.
No, there he goes. Bobby's showing his skin cancer too. Thank you, Bobby, for showing us that.
If it's not on your face, they'll just cut you where you're in the office. But if it's on your face, they make you go because they're trying to save skin. They do the Mohs procedure, they call it. They take a little thin cut, go look at it, a little thin cut till they get it clear.
Yeah, that Bubba kept wondering what this had to do with Southwest food, but you're talking about that.
It's a whole
It's
nother
named
thing.
after the doctor that invented it or something.
When you walk in, do they say, welcome to...
They do.
Welcome in from O's.
Yeah.
All right. So what can I expect tomorrow when you
I'll
come
have
to
some
work?
goofy bandage that. First of all, they're going to put a ridiculous bandage on me immediately, which I will
It's
immediately
half the
take
size
off,
of your face.
which I'll take it off halfway home.
So you'll immediately remove
Yes.
it. Is there a chance that you could talk funny tomorrow like Speedy did when he came back from his?
I don't know.
When he
Like-
offended Dennis DeYoung.
Oh, well, I didn't
pretty
mean
much.
to.
So are they just doing that one on your lip, or are they
I
doing
got a
the
little
side
bitty one
too?
here, but they could have done that in the office. They said, but I said, well, I'm not going to. I mean, if I'm at one place, get them.
And this is the thing where they slice, put it on the microscope,
Yeah,
slice.
it takes a long.
And
time.
then
When they cut the first one off on top to analyze it and go, this is a cancerous type cell. I mean, it's already healed up. You don't even
I
know
know
where it was.
It really has.
How are they going to
yeah.
find where to slice?
Oh, you can still kind of see it.
Yeah, they know.
And the key is you want
You'll get them sliced.
You want them
now,
to
this
get,
one's going to be tough to find. Right here.
you want them
It's
to get a
small.
negative reading quick before,
Yeah, I
before
mean,
they get on down there.
Yeah,
You know,
the
it can-
least amount of slices. Hey, it's
Or you
about
can see-
45 minutes a slice.
Yeah.
So you got to sit there.
Yeah,
So
you
they
gotta
numb
sit
it
there
up
and wait.
good?
Oh yeah, they'll take a
Oh.
good old needle, stick it right in your face.
Hey, let me tell you one. The one you're about to get, that feels real good.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
what I
ain't that
had.
awesome?
Yeah, yeah. You feel it come through
Sorry,
your
buddy.
mouth.
Yeah, I noticed Bobby Horton's skin cancer when he came in to Joe.
You didn't want to tell
Yeah,
me?
I had a procedure done or something.
So, this is a rough room for this.
Yeah,
person.
y'all. Maybe.
Yeah.
And you would be the biggest offender if somebody else came in.
Yeah.
You
Now,
might ought to just take
I don't
tomorrow
thi-
off, Greg.
Now,
No,
Greg,
I'll be here. Remember last time I came, they had this giant thing on my nose. Remember that?
Loved
Yeah.
it.
I'm taking it off.
Yeah. Now, Greg, I know you don't smile much, but he's going to tell you
Not
that-
an issue for Greg to
Right.
not smile.
He's going to tell you can't smile, you can't drink through a straw, little things like that
Was
that
yours
move
still
that
numb?
face.
I ain't
Was
worried
yours
about
still
all that.
numb, or did it just hurt the reason you didn't move your upper lip?
No, I was following their instructions. They were saying to
Did they say make fun of this?
to
Dean?
lessen the scar to make sure it doesn't open. You try not to move that area, and it's unfortunately it was right there in the crease.
So
where
when you would laugh, you'd go.
yeah, because I can't. Because when you do that, you're moving it, and so you're pulling it.
It sounds so much, and it's on the best of CD.
Oh,
but
it is.
it sounded just like when somebody says something that's not funny. You go, oh, you fake laugh them on purpose.
Yeah.
That's
You
exactly
did. It
what
sounded terrible.
See, see,
I remember Hales was in the back listening,
I was just a listener.
And he
At the
came
time.
up.
I was
he-
sitting in my
he-
office.
He came in here. He said, "Y'all don't understand how that sounded."
It sounded awful.
Everybody try to laugh, but don't move your top lip.
It
at
looked
all.
like, Speedy,
You
it
see?
sounded like you were making, completely, not just a little bit, but completely making fun of Dennis DeYoung.
Because the best part is everybody else gave a fake laugh early because it wasn't funny what he said, and everybody gave a fake laugh, and
yours
then
was
when they
delayed.
stopped, all of a sudden, here he comes. Speedy.
Some people are
It's
saying
bad.
it's the reason he didn't get back in still.
Right. Are you? Can we expect that from you tomorrow?
I don't know.
Nah, he's not going to follow instructions. You kidding me?
I don't know.
No, he'll split it back
So
open
is
in
that-
a day.
is the only
He's going to go home, let Mr. Buddy lick it, and it'll get well.
That's right.
That's smart.
It
Picture
will.
that. Good
That's-
night.
That's
And
smart.
then after so many days, you just take your own stitches out.
Yeah.
Ain't no sense in going
Take
back.
your own stitches.
Yeah,
Greg-
they
Greg-
give you that option.
Greg always takes his own.
Yeah.
On your face?
Yeah, it's not. There's not many.
Yeah.
They
There's
give
gonna
you
be-
that, I mean, the doctor's good with it.
There's going to be some under your skin, too.
He'll go, "Hey, you want
First Carrie Underwood, now Greg.
Well, you got to
They'll
understand.
say, "Hey, you want to come back, or you want to take them out yourself?" I say, "Well, I take them out myself."
You have to understand. We were raised by a dad that always took our
Oh,
stitches.
he
out.
loved to take
I took
stitches
mine out right here, but the ones underneath it, they'll dissolve.
I remember one time, Greg, and tell me if I remember this correctly. Dad took the stitches out of a guy who had back surgery.
Yes. Remember, we all sat around and watched.
Yes. I remember him laying on the floor, and Dad, with a pocket knife, took his stitches out.
Hey, last time you're going to smile.
Hey, Greg, hey, Greg, enjoy your whole day being destroyed.
Yes, it's fun.
Yeah.
And then I get to drive downtown too. So that's
Oh,
good.
good, big hassle.
See you, buddy.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
For the Rick and Bubba Show, we're back 866 We Be Big. So we've looked back over the weekend. Some of this was a while back, but Greg, I didn't hear all of it because I was on the way into work, and I didn't get in the car until I think you were finished. But we talked about, you and I, this weekend, your daughter had a baby shower. Grandkid number 4.
Number 4
is on.
Going to give me 2 girls, 2 boys.
Is on the way, and so Sherry and I had the trip to Atlanta, but you and I were in charge of getting a gift to Chandler from.
I'm kind of confident I did.
From Sherry and me. We did our part. That's
Yeah.
what I'll say.
You know, Rick, you did your part.
Well, you're right.
No, I really did.
We're
I
not
think
sure
I'm
about
good.
him because
I think I'm good.
Quite confident and confident are two very,
Well,
very
I'll
two
give you
different
that.
things.
I'll give you that.
So how did it go? What did you? I heard you had to watch.
It went good. The kids, the grandkids came. All right. So Kelsey was there. That's Tyler's wife, helping with the shower, and of course Chandler's there because it's for her, and then Lisa's there. So they brought the kids. Me and Riley and Taylor had the 3 grandkids.
Wait a minute, y'all had to watch the kids. The
Oh, yeah.
men,
Yeah, we
the
had
men
'em
had the
at
kids.
my house.
How'd that go?
It went good. Like I told the guys, they need to learn how to share a little bit.
So the grandkids don't share good.
Not great, but it wasn't.
Who's the one that gets the most upset about the lack of sharing?
Pace.
Oh yeah, Pistol
He's
Pace.
not big on that at all.
Yeah.
But
Will
yeah.
he share?
Well, see, that's the thing.
Yeah.
He came. I heard feet running.
Yeah.
And I look up, and here he comes. He's caught Marin not looking at her stuffed raccoon that he wanted, but it was hers.
Yeah.
She put it down, so he snatches it, takes off, and she's behind him.
Oh, chasing him.
As he comes by me, he pitches it to me.
Did he really?
And then
Did he decide I need to get this off me before she catches me?
And it ended bad because, meanwhile, Ellis is in there knocking a balloon up in the air with a big giant cowboy hat on.
So he's got his Woody hat on?
So he trips and falls right into the path of Pace, and they crash heads together. So they're screaming, and then Mary wasn't even involved. And suddenly that made her scream.
So she cried because there was so much commotion.
Yeah, we look. She's in the middle of it. She's crying. Nobody's hit her at all.
So the 3 men were supposed to watch 3 little kids, and at one point at a baby shower, all 3 are crying.
Yeah, but
Okay.
it wasn't that bad.
And then throw in the dog Buddy who can't act right.
Now I took him out in the yard, and Buddy wants to play with them so bad he can't stand
But
it.
they're
He-
too small
He
for
knocks
that.
them down.
They're too small for that.
He knocks him down.
He does.
He's so well trained.
Yeah, he wants to play
Who
with
took
them.
the brunt of that?
He likes to knock Ellis down. Ellis will chase him and stuff. You know, he'll chase him.
Did that make Marin cry?
No, she was good with that.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, and like I said, Ellis, for some reason, wanted to call him Cleo, which is Chandler's dog's name.
Wait a minute, he just changed his name?
Yeah, I thought he was mistaken, but he told me, I know that, but I want to call him Cleo. And I
Right.
said, okay, then.
Right.
But you do know his name's Buddy. He goes, yeah.
How are the 2 dads there when all this is happening? Are they pretty laid back?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
You know, both, Taylor's a veteran at it now. He's got to. And Riley's just laid back.
I've never,
which is a great, good thing.
Greg's son-in-law. I don't know. I think I've ever been around a person whose blood pressure just must be perfect. I mean, that is the most laid back
he's
man.
laid back.
I mean, he is even keel, man.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
But it was great though. We had fun. I can't wait to have the 4th one running around. It'll really be something then.
yeah.
But
Would get
it'll
any
be-
bumps or bruises? Or
No,
anything?
no injuries.
So the Book of Blame.
No
couldn't come out
bleeding,
or
no
anything?
bruising. Everybody
They
good.
got along good. It's just every now and then somebody snatched something from somebody.
Right.
But-
The sharing was probably the biggest deficit. That's
Yeah.
where we need the most work.
Yeah, and it wasn't horrible.
Right.
But yeah, we could, you don't just yank stuff from people. What they're bad about is if they see one set something down, they don't.
Oh yeah, sure.
I
absolutely.
think that's how the raccoon got snatched up.
Right.
You ought to heard sound like a herd coming through there. And feet. He was out front. She was right behind him.
I love that he tossed it to you. Like,
Yeah.
I think she's closing
Yeah,
on me.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
she's closing on
Take
me.
this.
Yeah. So then you got it back to her, right?
I did. Well, we had to get everybody to quit crying, but then we
Right.
did, yeah. She got it back.
Did you tell him what happens here stays here? No tattling?
Yeah, you don't tattle. But
Well, we've said this 1,000 times, and we remember this even growing up. When you're left in charge, if the women are in charge of you, I mean, they've got an organized day. They've got games. They got all kinds of things. They'll even try to do something somewhat educational if you don't watch them. But when basically the men are just be given charge of the kids, all we're just trying to do is be sure nothing dramatic happens and we get to the end of it all.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's when
Survival.
that's when you end up with all the candy you want. That's when you
Yeah,
end up with
snacks.
any toy you
Oh,
want.
I gave out more goldfish crackers than anybody ever
Let me
wanted.
tell you something. I've gotten through a half a day with goldfish
Oh,
crackers.
yeah. They love it.
Yeah. So that's
And you can sneak one too. Nobody heard.
Oh, I love a good goldfish cracker.
So can anybody document that the gift that you were supposed to get to your daughter
Yeah, it's
got there?
Well, I don't know about
Greg,
document.
Greg, he's not. He's asking you to document it.
Me?
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure somebody
Can
can.
you verify?
I'm sorry, he will not answer.
Did
the
you
question.
ever
No.
have a conversation with Lisa?
Yes. Before.
Right.
I said, hey, did you see I put that president on the table?
Right.
And
then she said, yeah.
Do you
Hey, Greg,
recall, do
you
you
could
re-
have said
But
that.
I don't know
2
what
hours
happened
ago.
after that. I don't know.
Do
what-
you recall
I don't
your
know what
daughter ever saying, "Oh, I love this"? Or,
Well, I wasn't there for the president opening.
right, but I mean, ever a mention of it?
Well, we had no, it never really came to that with the chaos.
Yeah, right. Yeah. So
We,
y'all
ain't
had
had a good sit down yet.
where did y'all have the kids back over at your house?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you're not even over there. Wow.
So they
then we
came-
went over when it was done and
Took
ate some
big
of the
stuff up.
chicken
And
nuggets.
of course,
that were
laid
left.
back Riley, he's just going to get the gift. He's not going to say anything.
Yeah,
You know?
that's right.
Yeah. Taylor doesn't even know what's going on.
No, he
You're
had
right.
no idea.
Right. But
He
you,
was trying to find a place to shoot his pistol in the yard. And I said, probably not a good idea. with a kid.
probably not a great idea.
Let's wait when we're not babysitting the kids.
Right.
And well, he just got this one. He wanted to see how.
But you don't want them reporting back, Papa shot a pistol.
Yeah,
Or Papa,
And they love loud noises so much anyway.
right. And of course, Woody needs a pistol, just not this one.
Yeah. You got a big foam cowboy hat.
Yeah.
Is that what he had
Yeah.
on? Oh, it's a big one,
Oh,
too.
his commitment to that hat because it's not comfortable. It's not comfortable, but it's giant. Have you ever seen it?
Did it fall down when they collided over the
Oh,
balloon?
yeah, absolutely.
Did it come off?
Flew right off. Hey, he'd get it right back on now.
Right. Well, if you bring them
He
back.
went from he would not wear a hat to now that's all he does.
Oh,
is
every
wear
time
a
I
hat.
see him, now he's got a hat on.
It's some shape or form.
And Taylor and your daughter-in-law, Kelsey, said they kind of like it because now you can find him in crowds.
That's true. We had his little birthday party.
Yeah,
we could keep up.
I went through hat phases when I was a kid too. There was a while I wanted to wear one all the time.
Well, he went from used to put him on his head and he'd scream, pull it off. Well, not now. He
Greg,
likes it.
Let me bring
Loves
back
it.
a memory. Do you remember when I thought I was sharp in my camo hat?
Yeah, I do. That was,
I mean,
it was like your thing.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
that's
no-
Rick in his camo hat.
No, not a camo hat.
Not
like-
a cap.
Not a cap.
Hunting hat.
The hunting hat, the one that's it looks kind of like a Robin Hood kind of thing.
Yeah. Yeah. Don't think cap.
And then remember a dog tore it-
trademark.
Remember a dog tore it up.
And somebody sewed a pocket off blue jeans.
Yeah, and I wore it with the blue jean pocket on the
Are
back.
you
Then I thought, well,
serious?
my goodness, it can't get any cooler now.
Bull's sister did it.
Did she really?
sewed it
Well,
on.
you know what? Thank her for that.
Denise.
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so let's reset tax day. As much as I hate to do that,
I know.
Right now, the person in the Rick and Bubba audience that is going to write the biggest check to the government today is $233,000.
Not total tax bill they paid throughout the year.
Right.
Just today, the
Right.
pain of having to write that today, $233K. And Rick, maybe we can cut off the contest. I mean, that's going to be hard to beat. I admit that. maybe a little early. I'd love to talk to them on the phone if they would come on with us to find out.
Well,
we've done that in past years,
why
which
don't
I always
we-
enjoy talking to
Why
them.
don't we finish this hour out?
Yeah.
Saying if you've got more than $233 that you're paying today, call, because we're going to help you with your tax debt by giving you a whopping $100. So just wait. And we'll let's get to the top of the hour, and then in the next hour, if nobody's come in with more, we'll start trying to find this person, unless they don't want to be identified, which is
and
a lot of
that's
times.
that's happened too. Rick, just a couple of tips today. If you are missing the tax deadline, what do you need to know? What do you need to do? The tax deadline, of course, is April 17th this year, because the 15th was on a weekend and the 16th is a holiday in the D.C. area. Up to 80% of all Americans are expected to receive a refund. Many will still submit their returns late. Last year, nearly 122 million refunds were issued by the federal government, with an average payout of $2,895. They say if you're going to miss the deadline, don't panic, but don't procrastinate further. Also, here's what you need to know. You can file an extension. If you submit Form 4868, it allows you to file as late as October the 15th. But here's the catch. Even if you file late, that does not mean you can pay late. They recommend that you make the best estimate possible and pay as much as 90% of the tax due at the time that filings are due here on April 17th. And if you can't do that, pay as much as you can to avoid possible further late filing charges and interest charges.
That sounds familiar. Somebody's going ahead and paying it, but they ain't got the paperwork in.
Yeah, that's what we did today.
Yeah.
Okay. The other thing, they said if you don't have it together, or you don't have the money, get it together and pay as soon as possible, because every day they are adding you interest on that and a fee. You get two charges when you're late.
Yeah, it's not like you get the delay paying the amount you delay, but you get punished for delay.
Right.
Hey, also,
So be proactive in whatever you do.
well, also we just did that LifeLock commercial. This is also when people try to file false tax deals,
and that's a new scam, fairly recent in our country, where someone will file a false tax return on your behalf, get a refund check. Then when your tax return shows up, they think yours is fake and they throw it in the garbage and then come,
Nobody wants the letter from the IRS going, "You've already filed. What are you talking about?"
Right.
Nobody wants that.
Rick, that's a whammy.
Double.
That's a
I'm
whammy.
giving that a double thumbs down.
Yeah, because your identity has been stolen with the one people who can make your life most miserable.
All right, so last night I started getting emails. I know you did too. Who is this calling for Sean Hannity to be fired? This is the new thing now, that especially if you're in politics and you're a commentator, but really with any kind of talk show type thing now.
Well, anybody that's conservative or
anybody who's against you, they wait for you to do something that they then declare this should be a firing for you. You should be removed from the air because fill in the blank.
Right. What is scary about this, Rick? This is a spinoff of the Michael Cohen, the raid on Michael Cohen's office, Trump's personal attorney. And we talked about this. They're looking for collusion with Russia. Well, guess what? They got all of his files. There's more information in it, and now that's getting out in the public, which really has nothing to do with it.
And we all called this. This.
Oh, absolutely.
When they did the raid, we said what's going to happen is they'll say we're only looking for things involving Russia, and we're looking to see if there was a payoff to Stormy Daniels that would have violated some of the election laws. We're looking for that only. But then we said, but what they'll do, whatever they find, that will magically leak.
Right.
And one of the things involves Hannity.
Well, you had the issue of client and attorney privilege. Now you've got someone who's involved in this who wasn't even tied to this. Just they happen to have a file in their office. And, Rick, look, we all want justice, and I think the whole system has to serve justice. And part of that is due process, and part of that is legal representation. So it's a foundation of our judicial system, and it's under attack with this. I mean, not that a lawyer can do anything they want to and they're beyond reproach, but when you start raiding their office and start just getting into the public domain, everything you find in their office, that's a whole other thing.
Well,
that's Snowden stuff.
And plus, from what we gathered on their disclaimer, there's no lawyer better than another one anyway.
Right, they're all the same. But everybody knows that.
But we go back to this. So now what's happened is something has revealed that Hannity at some point asked him a legal question or something, and the people against Hannity are claiming, well, Hannity should have disclosed that as a commentator when this story came out, almost like recuse himself from discussing things involving Cohen because he once used Cohen himself. Hannity has come back and said, I've never had an invoice from Cohen. I've never paid Cohen for anything.
He's asking him a question.
If I've asked him a question, but this is how is this? What?
Yeah, how is this tied to the special prosecutor's investigation or his commentating on the situation? So we'll hear Sean break it down in his own words.
Here. Sean Hannity.
All right, there's been all kinds of wild speculation from the.
What the?
Still playing video, no audio, huh?
It's Russians again.
The dang Russians.
Guys, he's doggone. He's
all over
What are we going to do about Russians?
Drago.
Oh, no.
That is weird.
That's the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show from the No Name Studio on the bleeding edge of technology from Sweet Home, Alabama to the world. Brand new edition of Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out from this past weekend. Grab that wherever you get podcasts. Welcome back. There's Bill Bubba Bussy.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us.
Bubba, did you get an invitation to Buzz Aldrin's wedding?
I did not. It was his fourth wedding.
Okay.
He's 93 years old, Rick.
93.
And he
got married.
He married a youngster. She's only 63.
60. Oh, wow. 30 years younger. So he's been...
Dr. I'll try this name, Speedy. Annika Farr? Would you say that way?
I don't know. There's an Annika. I don't know. It's not an Anna. It's Anka.
Anka? Well, I'm not familiar with that name.
Or Anka. Well, I'm not sure.
Anka Four.
Rick, as I said, fourth wife. He was married from 1954 to 1974 with 3 kids with his first wife. Then married from 75 to 78, 3 years with his second wife. His third wife from 88 to 2012, 24 years.
There you go.
So he's had quite a run there a couple of times. Had one there 3 years. I guess that was kind of a short one. But how about you married 20 and 24, and now you're on number 3 or 4 in this case?
Right. So did the wife before this one, the one that had the longest run, did she pass, or did they divorce?
I don't know.
Age well.
Let's see. It's probably in here. Let me look. See.
Notice Buzz's shoes.
I did. That's the first thing.
Yeah. He's look at this point. This is what I'm. Well, you know.
Yeah, maybe he went hiking beforehand.
You know what? It's all about comfort now. He's 93.
What if he got
What,
married
you tell him what to wear?
and he said those were the boots he wore on Apollo 11?
That's funny. Well,
it's kind of strange too. He's.
I wonder if he sang to her.
He's one of the more colorful astronauts we've had. Second man to walk on the moon, and he's his 2 other crewmates have already passed. So he's the only one left from that first flight.
93.
Yep.
Do you guys want to see him punch a moon truther in the face?
Oh yeah, you remember?
Of course.
He didn't like you accusing him of not going to the moon.
Well, no. Would you like it?
No.
You put your life on the line. People saying it was all done in a Hollywood studio. Would you like that? I wouldn't
Buzz
like it.
really doesn't like it.
Come
with me, Buzz.
You really like it, don't you? You're the one who said you walked on the moon when you didn't.
calling the kettle black, if I ever thought of it. Saying I misrepresented myself.
Away from me.
You're a coward and a liar and a thief.
Oh, wow. Oh, let me tell you something. I like that. I like that.
That's right.
I like that right there.
Little punk.
That's a pretty good right. How old is he there? How old is he there?
And a thief.
I think he was like 90 or something like that.
I love it.
It's a
Did
pretty
he say
good right.
and a thief and get hit while he was saying thief? And a
young
thief
punk
and a
trying to
thief.
get in his face.
Oh,
I mean, yeah, he did
What
kind
you
of
gonna do to Buzz? You
If
ain't
more
gonna do
young
nothing, Buzz.
punks being disrespectful to the elders would get punched like that, we have a lot less of it.
Yeah. Now
Well,
let's play
that
his
guy,
rap
he'll
song,
think
Alan.
twice about mouthing off to somebody.
He will.
I mean,
We may not like that,
What
but
a-
that's the truth.
yeah.
He will.
Well, I bet mouthing off suddenly became a lot less fun.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, he'll think twice.
He will.
He will.
Or at least he'll get his blocking arm up.
Okay, he might have been more in his like late 70s when that
But
happened.
still, I mean,
Still,
it is nice.
I like it.
And a thief. And a thief.
Get thief out.
And a
That guy thought he had something looking down at him.
So
you got to remember too. I mean, all these guys most of them were military guys. They were test pilots. You know, they literally put their life on the line more than once. I mean, Apollo 11 wasn't his first flight, so they strapped into those rockets, and I mean it takes a special type to do that. And I don't think I'd want to get in their face and tell them they didn't go and they were a liar.
Yeah.
I mean, if a guy doesn't think it happened, he's certainly welcome to his opinion. But
Sure.
I don't think I'd get in his face and be all about it.
Can we please play this?
What is this?
This is when he tried to be a rapper.
I tell a story about my time on the moon now. The sky was black even though the sun shined on. Moonwalking such a trip, it's so fine when you're walking in the lunar dust. It took us 4 days riding on a rocket to set foot for the very first time.
Don't do that. Don't do that to a legend. We don't do this.
Peace for all mankind.
Oh yeah.
Imagine a place above the sky.
Okay, I'm sorry.
All right.
I'm so sorry.
All
You know what? I love that
right.
Buzz.
Let's go back to
Look,
punching that jerk.
Buzz enjoys himself. Do you remember he also got in a fisticuff at an airline counter?
Sure did.
Remember that?
He sure
that's
did.
right.
He was in a
punch you.
wheelchair.
He was
that
in a
time.
wheelchair.
Yeah, he was.
Yeah. He keeps getting married. He's gonna get back in the wheelchair.
Yeah. That guy did kind of get all up in his grill.
Oh, he did.
Like, hey,
He called him a liar and everything. What do you
Yeah,
expect?
yeah. Boom.
I love it.
And a thief.
Well, this goes back to some of these, and I saw the quote over the weekend. I can't remember who credited it to. When they said, imagine if people were as bold and courageous as they pretend to be on Twitter, we'd probably live in a different world. It's a little different when you putting out mean tweets about somebody than you go up to their face and, and there ain't nothing between you but air and opportunity.
He gonna call him out. That's what he was gonna
Well, it's
do.
one of those things. If you want to come say something to somebody, you have to ask, is it worth it? Yeah. Is it worth getting that rear end spanked? And sometimes it is, sometimes it's not.
Rick, several fouls here. He got in his personal space. He called him a liar and just started all that too. I mean, he didn't even do it the right way. So, he got what he had coming to him, the way I look at it.
And his whole premise from him being this is that he said it was all fake.
Yeah, it didn't go the moon.
And he was a liar and all that.
Greg.
That remains to be seen, but you don't disrespect.
I just look, an older guy being disrespected by some young.
And look, he gonna get in his face.
And
you don't get in anybody's face. That's asking for a punch.
That's awesome.
Yeah, well,
you might as well put a dot and say hit the dot here.
Yeah.
There's a time. There's a time when a punch is not correct and not called for, and then there's times it just kind of is.
Yeah,
and that's one of those where that guy got what was coming.
He did,
because you know how he could have lived his life that day not getting punched by a former astronaut. Is don't go up in his grill and start talking.
If I can smell your breath, if I can smell your breath, you're too close.
Even if he disagreed with him, he could have probably had that discussion with him, but not do it in the way he did.
Yeah, absolutely.
That's what invited the punch.
Yeah, he could
in that personal space.
He could have walked up and said, "Hey, I've always wanted to ask one of you guys. I mean, I tend to believe that y'all really didn't go to the moon. I don't mean any disrespect. Of course, I don't know how you can say that and not mean any disrespect." But
but what's his evidence?
Yeah,
what's his evidence?
Right, but walking up and getting up in somebody's face saying, "I'm about to put you in your place in front of everybody," and you don't even know me.
Yeah, you're gonna get that eye dotted.
You must not know about me.
Bubba,
I wish you'd have knocked it clean out.
What is your favorite? Who is your favorite astronaut?
Oh, that's good.
Of all time?
I've had a bunch of them.
Right, but who's your favorite? Do you have one?
Alan Shepard, clearly.
Buzz is hard to look over. I mean, because of all the things he's done, he's had so much fun.
Right.
You know,
Right.
he's had
So you're
problems.
saying-
He was an alcoholic at one time too. After they got back, I heard him talking about that. I think on Oprah one time.
Interesting.
And he said he kind of had a nervous breakdown. I think with it because he said he was walking out to get the newspaper and looked up and saw the full moon, and he
Yeah.
So I was there and I walked there and I came back and I'm still in one piece. And
Got
he said it was
got him to drink?
It was almost too much.
Good. Or was it the fact he's had to tell that lie all these years?
Yeah.
Oh, my.
Too much stress.
Greg.
Greg, Bubba's having tested.
Greg.
It's not a good.
I don't
day
want
for
Buzz
that.
to come in here and punch
No,
you.
he would. No,
Like,
I wouldn't.
I know Alan Shepard would. He'd punch
Oh,
you.
that's Bubba's buddy.
Well, he's all business.
He's all business.
Put him and Carl P in the same shake them up.
Oh man, kidding me?
Well, I have to say, all-time favorite astronaut will be Doug Wheelock.
Oh yeah, that's everybody's favorite.
So he got us an interview with them in orbit. So I mean,
Well,
how
so
do
he
you pass
said.
that
What about
up?
that bald-headed twin? What's his name?
Well, that you
Big
mean the
lip.
senator now?
Yeah, Big Lip. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I heard
Just went
something.
away, didn't it?
I just heard something.
He's just, frankly, any of the facts, the media went absolutely insane. Wall to wall, hour by hour coverage of yours truly.
He stood up and he said the name Sean Hannity.
How did he say it? Was it like Sean Hannity? Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Hannity. Hannity. Hannity. Hannity. Hannity. Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
It's Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. 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 Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
Hannity. Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. 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 Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
That's funny.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity. Sean Hannity.
Sean Hannity.
That's quite a bit of editing right there.
Sean Hannity.
All right, am I surprised by any of this? No, of course not, because this is what the media in this country does. Let me set the record straight. Here's the truth. Michael Cohen never represented me in any legal matter. I never retained his services. I never received an invoice. I never paid Michael Cohen for legal fees. I did have occasional brief conversations with Michael Cohen. He's a great attorney about legal questions I had, or I was looking for input and perspective. My discussions with Michael Cohen never rose to any level that I needed to tell anyone that I was asking him questions. And to be absolutely clear, they never involved any matter, sorry to disappoint so many, matter between me or third party, a third group at all. And my questions exclusively almost focused on real estate. I said many times on my radio show, I hate the stock market. I prefer real estate. Michael knows real estate. So in response to all the wild speculation, I want to set the record straight here tonight. I never asked Michael Cohen to bring this proceeding on my behalf. I have no personal interest in this legal matter. That's all there is, nothing more. So maybe the media can try and start focusing in on the biggest abuse of power scandal in this country, or maybe the forgotten men and women in this country who the 2016 election was about. You know, jobs, getting off of poverty, out of food stamps. Maybe we'll focus on that. National security, 105 out of 105 missiles hit their targets.
So there's Hannity saying, I did speak to him about real estate deals I was looking at, never retained him, never paid him. I'm not tied to these proceedings in any way, shape, or form. It's a nothing story.
Michael Cohen said he had 3 people that he had counseled: Trump, another guy, and Hannity. They had the files. They knew it.
Yep. We'll be back. We'll take your phone calls next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
In the great state of Alabama. Angela, welcome to the program. How are you?
I'm fine. How about y'all?
Fantastic.
I am upset about the flags, the military flags.
You talking about in Jacksonville, Florida?
Yes. My husband served 15 years in Marines. And, you know, we need to appreciate the people that serve.
Well, I thank you for your family's service to our country. Now, this woman in Jacksonville, Florida said it don't mean nothing.
Okay. Well, evidently she's not been out there fighting, has she?
Well, she's not impressed. She wants those flags
Well,
down.
My husband served 15 years in Marines, and he knows what it's about.
Well, she said to her, it ain't no big deal.
Rick.
Well, I'll fly him on my car all day long.
I hear you.
Not if you're in her town, you won't.
Rick Burgess. He's getting you,
And
Angela.
I appreciate y'all because y'all tell the truth about stuff.
Well, we try.
thank you.
We try to. The late Arlie Ermy brings us back 21 minutes past the hour. 866 We Be Big.
That's a funny drop. Isn't
It is. Thank you guys for being with us today. Your America.
Come on.
Come on. Well, this is comes from our British brothers and sisters, but our country in America trying to figure all this out too. I hate to break it to all of the woke all over the world and here in the West. If I could just give everybody a heads up, some of this stuff we're trying to do, you're going to have a really hard time being consistent when you go down some of these roads. And that, of course, deals, once again, with something as simple as gender. So the BRIT Awards, now I'm just going to read you the exact quote, and you can hear from artist Sam Smith why this road to no genders is going to be a difficult road to navigate, even for the woke. You may have outwoken your woke, because perfect example in our country is the first female vice president. Well, that would to celebrate that, there would need to be a desire for gender. We'd have to say that male and female, if gender is neutral and gender should not be discussed, and we hurt people's feelings by talking about gender, then we really can't celebrate female accomplishments without acknowledging male and female. Would everybody say that was?
Yep.
Hello?
Yep.
Right.
Now, you can't have it both ways, is what you're saying, and that's what they're trying to do.
Well, listen to Sammy walk into his own trap here. Artist Sam Smith, this is the world you now live in, okay? Artist Sam Smith called for the BRIT Awards to go gender neutral. Okay, so let's stay there. I believe that these awards should be gender neutral. We're not going to do male artists, female artists. We're going to go gender neutral, artist only, but then turns right around and says it's a shame there's no women nominated this year.
Does he know how stupid
what
that
in
sounds?
the world? What are we supposed to do with that?
Wow.
I don't. Have you ever?
Rick, I don't think we can make this guy happy.
Yeah.
Here's what you're going to find.
Is it guy?
Some of you.
Am I wrong?
Yeah,
No,
he's,
you're good.
there's a guy.
I think.
Well,
I don't know what his
no,
pronouns
Greg.
are.
He may say no. He may say he is no gender. But Sam Smith is complaining that the awards aren't gender neutral, and then complain that no women are nominated for the big awards. I don't know how to break it to Sam, especially in athletics. If you go gender neutral and you do not separate male and female, and a lot of things, not so much in entertainment, so I'm not saying that, but in athletics,
Yeah, it's a huge difference.
women are going to vanish from the landscape of athletics.
Well, let me ask you this: why is it so negative to have female artist of the year or male artist of the year or female, top song or male top song? I mean, they sound different, and I mean, do we have to just put everything together? Does that make it better somehow?
I don't think it does, because keep in mind.
Do you think they maybe had it that way? If we go back and search this, and I haven't, I don't know. I bet at one time a lot of these award shows had that, and they split it into male and female because enough females were not winning.
But think about this. Think about what he's saying.
But yeah.
If the BRIT Awards goes gender neutral, then you can never say it's a shame that no women were nominated, because there should never be women nominated if there are no genders.
Yeah.
You're just saying artists were nominated, and you can't even say we ignored women as artists because you said we can't acknowledge they're women. Yeah. So we're just saying here's the artist that we nominate, and then he goes, well, I'll tell you one thing, when I saw that list, there's too many, and you almost freeze and go, I almost said too many men. Yeah, I thought they didn't have a gender, so they're just artists. So how can you ever complain that anybody was overlooked?
If they're
not being overlooked, they're just artists. Who are we overlooking? Well, those other ones. Which ones? I thought an artist is an artist. I thought there's no male, there's no female. That's what you said you wanted. Yeah, but I don't like that there's none of those. What do you mean? Tell us, Sam. Women. Oh, well, so there is gender. Mm-hmm. We've ignored women. Women, I thought they were all artists. No one's being ignored. They're just all a bunch of artists.
Yeah,
and
they
some
may be
some artists
woman or man.
Some artists got nominated. Some artists didn't.
Yeah. So Sam does identify as non-binary.
Yes.
And Adele won the first.
So that means he ain't nothing.
Right. And Adele won the first gender-neutral award category in 2022, but they can't get on the same page because in her acceptance, she said she was really proud of women in it. But then it goes on to say what you've said, Rick.
Yeah, you can't.
And that is the gender-neutral category is a shame because there's not enough women represented. But he also said that, and listen to this, he appeared to call for the awards to be given an underrepresented groups more acknowledgement in order to inspire the audiences rather than praise achievement.
I don't even I don't even know what that means. This is a guy who says he has no gender. But
he's put a little weight
let's
on
start
too,
there.
hasn't he?
Well, you remember he lost a bunch and he couldn't maintain it.
Let's say today,
no, that's Adele you're thinking of.
That
right?
picture.
No,
he
did lose a bunch.
No, that picture of him does not look like this picture on the story today.
No, at one time he lost a lot of weight.
He's giving up, guys.
Here's when he lost the weight right there.
Yeah, Adler, look.
There's two different pictures.
Yeah. Pretty slim there.
Yeah. There you go.
So you can't have it.
All over the road.
You can't have it both ways.
Right.
And he's trying to have it both ways and then have it no ways.
Well, Rick,
I mean,
are you talking about confusion?
Right.
Well, I can't
Feelings without logic is out of control.
And it really is this bad. What if you came over to my house and you surprise visited and y'all said to Sherry, "Where's Rick?" Said, "Well, he's out in the garage." And you think, "Oh, he's tinkering around." But then you think, "Well, he's not handy. He can't be tinkering around." And she says, "Well, he's identifying as an automobile now." And you said, "What?" And you said, "He goes and stands in the garage." And he said he thinks that makes him an automobile.
this sounds outrageous, but it's really not.
Yeah. And y'all walk out there, and I'm just standing over on one of the slots, and you're like, "Rick?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And they go, "Why are you out here?" "Because I'm a car." "What made you a car?" "That I decided to stand in the garage. I decided to stand in the garage every day."
That's where cars
and
go.
identify as cars. So all I got to do is stand in the garage over in this slot where a car goes, and now I'm a car.
I hope I didn't have to tell you you're leaking oil.
Right.
Oh, been down there too long.
Right. Then we get to gender.
Yeah.
So it's
leaking.
It's just it's okay for some of us to be adults and say, "Stop."
Yeah.
Okay?
Enough.
Enough. I don't know what it is with the woke and their obsession
Limitless.
with overplaying their hand. Just settle down. If you want to be whatever you want to be in your private life, man, and you're not harming anybody, I wish you nothing but the best. I certainly would disagree with some things that I think would be for your own good, but I can't make you. You're an adult. But when you start demanding that the rest of society go along with what sounds like children pretending, we just can't.
Well, we need a few more adults to stand up and say, "No, we're not going to do that.
Yeah.
You're not going to say that. You're not going to call it that. No."
Yeah, Adele lost the weight, but it looks like Sam Smith found it.
Yes.
Rick and Bubba.
all the things that are going on around the world, and there are plenty. And I mean, there's a lot to get into, and you know, when the bed music "Welcome to the Jungle" was played,
oh boy,
I mean,
it is today.
It is. It's just wow, the thing.
We won't get into them right here, but some of the stories we'll have to unpack today. The Southwest Flight 1380. Did you see that?
Wow, and I heard you guys talking about it. I didn't.
Wow, what a nightmare scenario there, and it could have been worse. We'll cover that. We have and the former First Lady Barbara Bush passed away. I understand.
Yep. I watched some of the memories with her last night being covered on TV, and it was. I'll tell you what, she's a pistol.
Mm-hmm.
And
she saw a lot of history there too, between being there as the VP's wife and as the president's wife for a term. That there was a lot of big things happened there.
Let me tell you what you had. Sometimes the numbers just boggle your mind. She's 92 when she went on in, and they were discussing that when her husband became the president, that they had already been married 35 years. Now think about that.
That's
they,
amazing.
Yeah, and so that was
the pictures of her over the years, because we always knew her as Barbara Bush with the white hair, you know, that look, and she didn't change a lot from that. But seeing her in her earlier days, it was very interesting to see all those pictures. Also, Rick, you almost could predict this. The IRS has a major computer snafu yesterday as everybody's trying to pay their taxes.
Well, the Russians, you know,
that's
the Russians said they started the hack job. And can I tell you what's funny about that is Sherry and I are going to go on a date this weekend, and I was trying to get a reservation at one of our favorite restaurants, and you couldn't. The phone wouldn't work, and the Open Table app wouldn't work, and I said, man, something's going on. So I just left a message for I text. The person who runs the restaurant, and they got back to me and said, "Oh yeah, our computers all shut down last night."
It's like the whole world's running Microsoft.
It is. So anyway,
y'all give me more.
Yeah, the IRS is
snuck that one in on you.
They delayed the filing deadline one day because they couldn't get it to work. So.
Well, is it working yet? Do we know?
I don't know.
Yeah, they're giving they're back up, but.
Thumbs up.
That's why you have till midnight tonight.
Those three letters make me so nauseous. I don't. It's almost like somebody says there's a story and it concerns that bear in the woods. You want to go look at it, and I go, no, I don't like to go over there.
Well, you know that's for them. You know, these kind of things just can't happen.
Oh, that's on the can't happen list.
It's Black Friday for retailers. You know, when you have the can't happen. Yeah. And on tax day for the IRS. So there'll be some heads rolling over there as soon as Trump gets back to that, I'm sure.
Oh, sure. Anyway.
He's got a lot of other things going on.
Yes, he does. He has a lot going on.
There's a lot of things going on.
There's a lot going on. And I'm looking, speaking of him, I'm looking at some of the stories. People are now saying that Stormy Daniels' stalker looks like Tom Brady. Is that?
Yeah. This is the alleged person who threatened her if she moved forward with this.
I guess. I don't think it's Tom Brady. It's funny,
but it looks like Tom Brady.
Right. Yeah, I also enjoyed that's funny. I also enjoyed watching Hannity last night, just going completely bonkers on the attempt to trash him and his connection to the lawyer, and they played back Limbaugh's rant about it, and of course then the great one, Mark Levin, who went crazy about it.
Sure he did.
So it was funny. So that was anytime Hannity's stirred up, it's just interesting to watch. I mean, it really
gets together.
Yeah, we had a little fun with him in text yesterday.
Yes, we did.
I could not help but ask him if he had a good attorney he could point me towards.
That was good,
and he loved it. By the way,
very good.
He loved it.
Well, he also, I if there was any respect,
because I'm sure there's nobody else, addresses him that way.
No. Well, it's just like I told you what I do too. Anytime he talks about how his martial arts training, I will email him and tell him that I can take him. That he can't whip me. He loves it. But the other thing is this: if I had any respect for Jim from Comey, just maybe I had some left. I don't, because I want to give him all the benefit of the doubt. I've understood. Well, it has nothing to do with his attack on Trump. It has to do with just his whole. I've realized that he's really nothing but just somebody who if you are mean to him or you disagree with him, he has a vendetta against you, and he can't take it. You know what I mean? He's nothing but just trying to,
he's got a vendetta. He's not really trying to do anything for the country. He's just one of those kind of people. He's probably so prideful. If you ever tell 35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Let me tell you what. If you got an automobile that no longer is under warranty, let me tell you something. You don't want to have that day when that thing light comes on. You're like, you can't even have an alternator. And the next thing you know, you're $1,500 in. So, because you're going to pay for it if the warranty's over. So why don't you go get a protection plan now? Carshield.com/Bubba. Carshield.com/Bubba. You go there. If an unexpected breakdown. I'm talking 1,500's best case. A lot of times it'll hit you for 3, 5, 9K. So you want to make sure that you have some sort of protection so you don't get hit with these major repair bills. And these high-tech automobiles, man, they're just like a fine-tuned machine. But when something goes bad, it just gets ugly. So carshield.com/Bubba. Get a protection plan. They've got one to fit any budget. It offers 24/7 roadside assistance, courtesy towing, that's big, and rental car eligibility. All that in it. On top of, if it's covered repair, they pay the ASE certified mechanic of your choice. So get this done today before it's too late. Carshield.com/Bubba. That'll save you 20% on any plan. You can also call them 1-800-451-7776 or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button to help you too. All right, so Bubba, Prince Harry just can't win friends, can he? He just can't do it.
You've seen people where it looks like they're driving at a high speed headed toward a pine tree.
Yep.
And you want to help them, but they can't. They can't help themselves.
They're not coachable.
Prince Harry has been driving off a cliff for quite some time.
He really has.
And this book that he had come out, Spare, has not helped any.
No. Didn't it break all kinds of records on copies sold?
I'm sure.
It's unbelievable.
Yeah,
the amount of copies.
Of course, people love to hear one of the Royals trash.
Well, did people really buy it, or did he buy it?
No, who knows?
What's going on there?
No. I know authors will do that sometimes. They drive their stuff to the top.
They do. Rick, he's poking fun at Elvis Presley's home, Graceland.
Right when we just buried Lisa Marie.
It's a little gaudy.
We just buried Lisa Marie.
Yeah,
we don't need some Brit. Come over here and do redneck humor on us.
Yeah.
Okay. He had some money, and when next get money, this is how we decorate.
Well, what about the old creepy places they live in, the Royals?
There you go.
In his autobiography, Prince Harry described being unimpressed with Graceland, the former home of Elvis Presley. He said, people call the house a castle, a mansion, a palace, but it reminded me of a Badger set.
What does that mean?
Some kind of British.
Is that an English thing? It reminds me of a Badger set.
Some kind of British cut down, I guess.
This is like a Badger set.
He said it was dark, claustrophobic. I was walking around saying, the king lived here? You say, really?
Does he? Greg's point. You ever seen those nasty palaces they live in?
I'm sure they're big.
They are big, but they old. They dark.
Drafty.
They drafty.
Oh yeah,
haunted.
He went on to say that
not a lot of joy in there.
None.
The decorator was on acid.
That's possible.
At least Elvis sold records and made deals to buy his house, his palace, his castle. Unlike Harry and his family, who all took it from people.
There you go. And now Bubba's mad.
Mm-hmm. Well, is he or
Elvis
not?
built his empire.
How did the Queen get all of her money?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, look at him looking around.
No, I'm just asking. How did it happen?
Bubba.
Mm-hmm.
Did she design a product that the Brits had to have, or did they take it from them at the end of a spear? Well, I think that'd be number 2.
Right. I don't believe they went out to the free market and worked hard and made their own money.
Yeah, Bloody Mary didn't have a record of hits.
No, here we go. well, not musically anyway.
No, it was heads hitting the ground.
I was about to say.
If I had all that in my background, I think I'd just hush.
Yeah, where is that? Where is that voice in Harry's life? This is Harry reminding Harry to shut up.
Yeah,
where is that? I know I haven't listened to mine.
He's married crazy, and that I think this hasn't helped any.
No,
he already had a hang up about being a spare.
Do you think he's kind of also maybe not all that swoofed? like we would say in Calhoun County, that he didn't realize that the king of rock and roll isn't really a king. That's not what we're talking about. Right? Does he not know that?
Well, I don't.
We don't have
this is what I think. I think
he's our monarch.
I think he's taking exception to people calling Elvis the king because he's like he's not a real king. We're the kings.
Now,
while we got the palaces, this ain't a palace.
Now, at the same time, though, trashing that world.
I know.
I mean, and then he gets all snooty about it.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
don't want to be a part of it, but yeah, he kind of likes the.
I tell you what he likes is that stopping.
Yeah.
He wouldn't get one from me. You gonna trash me. My kids all know you can trash me, but not on my dime.
Yes.
Well, now that he's got this money from all this books and documentaries, I'm surely he got paid for them. Is he going to keep living in like celebrities' houses, or is he going to get his own? Because for a while there, he's living in Tyler Perry's house or something.
I don't know.
Everybody just he don't mind freeloading at all.
Why do we care about these free lives?
I don't know. I don't get it.
It's weird to me.
That's a great question. His book is one of the best sellers of the past decade.
Yeah.
Not this year, the last decade.
Who is buying that? Who wants
people
to
who
read
love
that?
gossip? People who love gossip. Oh, look, if you've got somebody out there, I can see if you're into the Royals, and that's your thing.
Yeah.
It's not my thing, but if it's your thing, and you got one that's going to go out there and be that'll tell you, you can't wait to read it.
You know, I heard some commentary on this about why everybody's so intrigued with
I'm
him.
glad he didn't
it
say
goes-
something to Buzz Aldrin.
Took a poke at him.
A lot of people thought it went back to Princess Diana and when he was a kid and the way people remember him and they want to stay up to date with him and what's going on with him. But there's really a lot of confusion as to why someone would buy that book. But to some people, it's just like so intriguing and they're all about it and the royal family. And
I'm really not
love Princess Diana and all that. So that's a lot of the
you can
reason
love
why.
Princess Diana, but what has happened? I mean, if you love Princess Diana, you should be fed up with the royals because that system basically chewed her up.
Yeah,
which is
and
why
threw her out.
Which is why all their fans probably want to read this. Her fans, but when you see, it is kind of odd
Harry's
because
crazy.
when you see people, like lined up for miles and people who, wouldn't get up at an hour to go to work, but they'll get up at an hour to watch these weddings.
Yeah.
Is you wonder, but he's trashing the thing that you love.
Right.
So are you about the book? I would think the people about the book are the ones that think Princess Diana and him and all them were mistreated by the royals, and they want to see him talking about it, right? That'd be the audience. And there's a lot of those. I mean, it's a lot of people. I mean, it's a big number. I mean, the royals, they got fans. I mean,
They do.
you talk about you know how they
let me go
they
back,
were
like the
influencers
card.
long before they were influencers.
Yeah,
Somebody
like-
said there's a bunch of your tribe that'll buy this book if we can get you. If I was a publisher, I'd sign him at the drop of a hat.
Sure.
And we're gonna move some books
Yeah.
because he's got an audience that's gonna go get it.
Yeah.
And the proof's in the pudding.
Well, I think his popularity is nosediving though.
Yeah,
He-
but there's
he's
that car
move
wreck
after
mentality.
move after move.
There's that
He's
car
not
wreck mentality.
helping himself.
I want to hear what he has to say because
Yeah.
I'm
Even if I don't like him, I want to hear it.
Yeah, it's why I'm looking at the car wreck over here. I can't take my eyes off of it.
I just, I've never found fascination with the Royals.
No, we don't get it,
we
but
don't.
there's a lot out there that are into it. Yeah, it's not our thing, but buddy, I've seen people packed out to see them.
Oh yeah.
And they can't wait for the latest thing. So if you want to sell books, he's probably a good choice.
Oh yeah. Oh, definitely.
But the
I need a little trash.
but
I push his book.
But he is hard to like. I mean, just boy, you just somebody would where are they? They don't have those people go. I don't trash Graceland. That's going to come out bad.
Yeah.
Don't do that. If you're trying to win some people over. But what he thinks is those of you that love Graceland, y'all shouldn't be allowed to even dust his feet.
Look, the Jungle Room's a little gaudy. We get that.
The Jungle Room is gaudy, but doggone it, Elvis was gaudy, and that, like I said, when necks get money, we go a little gaudy.
And
that's
y'all-
who we
This
are.
was way back in a different.
that was
To your
1950s.
point, at least we pay for it ourselves.
Yeah.
Yeah.
At least Elvis earned that money.
Right.
What Colonel Tom let him have.
Playing for a guitar, man.
Right. We'll get a little gaudy.
Yeah. We'll put some
but at least it's our money.
That's right.
We'll go with some animal prints.
We'll put the
Absolutely.
Velvet Bull and the Matador up.
Absolutely, we will.
Let us trash us. You don't trash us.
That's right.
Well, it's just like him when he was dogging everybody on the global warming.
Come on.
He's been catered around in
Yes,
limousines
Charles's big
and
push.
flown on private
Right.
jets his whole life. If anybody's to blame for global warming, you would put the royal family at the head of the class.
Of course you would.
There ain't enough trees they can plant in Brazil to make up for that carbon
Going
footprint.
to talk down his nose about Graceland. Come on.
I'm unimpressed.
They said there's a pastor in Arkansas really mad about it, but
That's good.
phone calls. All 10 lines are available. We'll look at stories we may have missed, but we'd love to talk to you at 866-WE-BE-BIG when we come back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
He's wrong or call him out on anything. Keep in mind the role that he was in.
Yeah.
He'll just go out and decide what he won't go out and then ABC, of course, he tries to say something negative about the Obama administration. Of course, they edit that out of the interview with him, and then Hannity was showing last night Stephanopoulos, like when he was part of the war room for the Clintons and all that,
right?
And he was on the phone dogging people that were going to release stories on Clinton about his various affairs, threatening them, you'll never be in the Democratic Party again, all this kind of stuff. And then you look, and he's interviewing Comey like we're supposed to act like he has no. That suddenly Stephanopoulos has changed his view on all this.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
And now it's just.
It's a mess. Did you see what ABC News is getting accused of?
Yeah.
They edit it out.
But
I'm just saying, in depth, the more they really went deep in making sure that
the more
that wasn't mentioned.
I hear Comey talk, the less impressed I am.
Well, how about this? He just can't take criticism. He's weak. He's just not he's a petty person. That's what it looks like. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All right, so here is the story on the Southwest flight. The Southwest Airlines pilot who made an emergency landing yesterday after the jet blew an engine and lost a window at 32,000 feet.
Wow.
Was one of the first female pilots to fly with the U.S. Navy. Tammy Jo Schultz, 56, was calm as she navigated the damaged Dallas-bound jet, Flight 1380, to an emergency landing in Philadelphia. Twin-engine Boeing 737 that left New York's LaGuardia had 143 customers and a 5-crew team on board. Sadly, but almost miraculously, only any death is bad if that's the person you love. But one passenger died, and because they say that she was hit by shrapnel from the explosion. I guess that's when the engine blew.
Yeah, apparently it slung a blade or something, and you see the pictures. It just came completely apart, and at the speed they're traveling and all that, that's quite a projectile headed toward the window of the airplane.
Well, and this is that thing because we've all been there. When and I talked to a guy, and it was kind of related to we were talking about. When you're dealing with people and trying to tell people what we're told to tell them as followers of Christ. And he said, I remember one time sitting on an airplane and I watched the flight attendant going through her safety procedures and I looked and no one was listening. And he said, no one. I mean, no one was listening and whatever. And it may be that some people already know it. He said, but, people don't.
Right.
And he said, and it was like it's what I needed to hear because he was on a trip and he was going to speak somewhere. And he looked at her and he said, it must feel bad for you to go through this presentation and no one's listening. And she said, oh, it's not my job for them to listen and apply it. My job is to tell them what they need to know.
Mm-hmm.
Now, if they choose not to listen, that's on them.
Right.
She goes, so I've learned to just put it in that category. So, but here you are. So you've heard all of that. And all of a sudden, here come those oxygen masks down, that thing we've been hearing about all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And here it comes. And you're like, hey, we are in a bind.
Mm-hmm.
And of course, they're all talking about what an incredible job that this pilot did. She did a phenomenal job.
Yeah, they said nerves of steel to keep everything under control.
Well, she's a pro.
And then to land in Philadelphia. Now, Rick, there was a fatality. It was a lady from Albuquerque, New Mexico, mother of 2 and a Wells Fargo bank executive. They also said that a woman was partially sucked out of the airplane from the window that was blown out when the shrapnel hit it.
It's the same woman.
Okay, it is.
Yeah.
In this one, it said it was unclear if this was the same woman or not, but she died later at the hospital.
Yeah, the other story you have in show prep kind of goes more into the flight, and that was more on the pilot there. But yeah, it was the same woman.
Okay. So this story confirms what this story wouldn't confirm.
Yeah, right.
I got you. Okay.
And it's kind of crazy because the passengers basically said that they were all trying to fight to keep her in the plane because she was half in, half out.
Oh, that's the thing. You see that in movies, and you think, well, now it's really happening.
Right. But I don't know if you want it or not, but it's about 50 seconds of. I would love for you to listen how calm the pilot is.
Yeah,
I'd
love to hear
She's
that.
talking back and forth with air traffic control, but this is kind of how it started.
Southwest 1380. I understand your emergency. Let me know when you want to go in.
Yeah, we have a part of the aircraft missing, so we're going to need to slow down a bit.
Southwest 1380. Speed is your discretion. Maintain at any altitude above 3,000 feet.
Southwest 1380, like to turn.
10 minutes to the top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is the number. We thank you for being with us. You can reach us right now. Helmsy's on the phones, and all 10 lines are available. We'd love to chat with you. 866-WE-BE-BIG. If you dial up right now, you will get in. And we'll find out what's on your mind, ask questions, bring information to the table. We're not getting into any kind of shameless plugs or meaningless shout-outs, but it's not a phone troll. So we can go a little longer on the conversation if needed. And you can get in right now if you move. Brett is out of the great state of Tennessee, and Brett will get us started on our phone segment. Brett, what's on your mind today, sir?
Good morning, gentlemen.
Hey, buddy.
Hey, I want to say I thoroughly enjoyed RBU Saturday morning. I think the church has gotten to the point where we're thinking about more about what who we are than.
All right, start over because your cell went bad. Now start.
I thoroughly enjoyed RBU Saturday morning.
Thank you.
I think the church is getting more about seeing who we are instead of thinking about who he is. But I wanted to ask your opinion. Am I far-fetched to have an issue with the goodness of God when the bridge says his goodness is running after us? I mean, I know Psalms 23 says goodness and mercy follow us.
Right.
But it goes right along that Bethel theology of God is chasing us down, like some of what you spoke in the talk that you had.
Yeah,
I'll hang up and listen to you.
Yeah. Well, the one thing that we do see, is everything. It's just like the thing. Anytime, I think this is where we have to get, and it doesn't matter what we think. To your point, if we're going to say something about God, we have to be able to then support it with Scripture. Because what I've noticed sometimes when people will say, well, I don't agree with that, then you go, okay, well, show me in Scripture where that is wrong, because I've just shown you in Scripture why I have a problem with it. And they'll pivot. They'll go to something else. When you're working through theology, it has to pass biblical scrutiny. You ought to be able to say, here in Scripture is why I think this is sound, or here in Scripture is why I think it is unsound. And, what we do say God saying, seek me and you will find me. We do see Paul writing to Timothy saying, pursue righteousness. We do see Jesus saying, abide in me. We do see God saying through James, come near to me and I'll come near to you. So there's no doubt when you look in Scripture that there are all sorts of Scripture that say that we are seeking and pursuing God and that he does draw us to him. That's in Scripture. But when so some of this, I think, and we talked about this in the podcast, some of it, I would think very little of this, and some of you may disagree with me on this, but I think very little of this is devious, that it's being done on purpose. I think most of it is, and we all can be guilty of this, I want to say something about God in a way that's never been said before because I think it's provocative. I think it's cool. I think it's hip. and then innocently we err, because sometimes there's a reason people have never said these things about God, because they're not biblically sound. And maybe the older people before you knew that. That's why they didn't say it. Just because it's mod, just because it's provocative, and just because it's different doesn't mean it's sound. So anyway, I thought the podcast talked about that, and I would say, if you have any concerns about what you're hearing in worship songs, it goes back to the thing that you've heard us talk, and I was as guilty of it as anybody, and I am full-blown still on the path of knowing Scripture, learning Scripture, studying Scripture, because back to the what we said about Secret Service, the best way that they can spot a counterfeit is by seeing the genuine article and knowing it forward, backward, up, and down. And then when something's presented to you that isn't right, you know why, because you know Scripture. And if you don't know Scripture, then you're probably going to be easily fooled.
And you don't want to go too far and split hairs and create straw men either when they're not there.
Correct. Yeah.
Because the Bible does talk about Jesus being the good shepherd, and the shepherd will leave the flock to go and get the one who is who has gone astray.
Absolutely.
So it can be a fine line, but like you say, it never hurts to refine and continue to keep that process online.
But the thing I think that's of greater concern is what we found out about at one time the denominations canonized worship songs just like we canonize Scripture, meaning the measuring stick. And now that doesn't happen anymore. So music can come into your church really unvetted.
Yeah, you start to deviate from the standard,
right,
and that's what I'm saying. It never hurts to go back and get that stick out again and look at it and be sure you're not getting too far off the path from the standard.
Right, and then I thought that was a good call from Kirkwood. He said I would really try to encourage pastors to get more involved and help your worship leader on, and some pastors do, on vetting what ends up being sung. And the source it came from, and do these lyrics pass biblical scrutiny or not? And but again, you also don't become, a legalist and you're nitpicking every little thing, and then that just kind of turns into that. That's not positive either.
There's a balance there.
Yeah. And we tried to talk about those that just seem so obvious. But again, where you got to be careful, Satan usually isn't obvious. He usually uses that as a distractant. It's the subtle stuff from the very beginning. Is that what God really said? And we got to know. And you also see that from the very beginning. We had the persecution outside the church, and the very next thing that the apostles begin to warn us about is bad theology creeping up within the church. That's the two-front war.
Been around a while.
It has. Let's go to Bobby in Alabama. Bobby, go ahead.
Hey, guys. What's going on? Hope you're having a good Monday.
Thank you.
Quick way for someone to make a lot of money and to settle the royal dispute. And it either be a laugh, or some people around the world would really like it. But if you had a boxing promoter that promoted a boxing match between the two and called it Battle for the Castle or a Battle for the Crown.
It'd be good.
It'd be fun.
But if we could see the two brothers, man. Ooh. Oh, my goodness. Brian in Tuscaloosa. Brian, go ahead. Brian? Hello, Brian. Go ahead.
I thought a dog had called us there.
I did too.
No, there's a dog in the background. Sorry about that. What I was going to make mention of real quick is I think we're forgetting the obvious about this presidential thing, and it's this. There's one person sitting out there that everybody has forgot, and that's Hillary Clinton, and that's all I'm going to say.
She's always
there. She's been raising some money and doing some events. So I think she's always standing by, waiting on the Democratic Party to call her in to save the day. And even if they don't, I think she'll say that. I think she's going to run. I really do.
Oh boy.
Well, she wants to right that wrong that she thought she should have won.
Oh, she got ripped off.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I think Newsom will be a stronger candidate than her or Biden.
Yeah,
just because he's younger and looks better on TV.
So, top of the hour, if you leave us, have a big day. If you have more of the Rick and Bubba Show, you're grabbing some content on the archives or something like that, or maybe your affiliate plays the show in a different order, then there should be more to come.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Gonna be a big star. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Fat will get